What's up? Ghost Fictions is here, and we're back again. This is a story where Izuku was the son of the legendary Dark Slayer, Vergil. After Dante defeated Mundus, Vergil was freed from Mundus's control. Years later he meets a woman, Inko Midoriya, and they have a child. Vergil disappears soon after Izuku is born, but leaves his son a gift. His sword, Yamato. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations and support the amazing author Neroblaz11 for writing this story. Now, let's get into part 1. Prologue. A long time ago, there was a war between the human world and the underworld. Humanity had lost all hope when the Prince of Darkness Mundus invaded with his hordes of demons. When all hope seemed to be lost, one demon took up arms against his own kind and fought for the humans. His name was SPARDA. He was the greatest warrior of the underworld, and not even. He alone faced the armies of the underworld and pushed them back into their domain. SPARDA used the blood of a priestess to seal the gates of the underworld. He then sealed Mundus away on Mallet Island, but at the cost of his powers. With his power gone, SPARDA walked the earth for 2,000 years as a protector of humanity, until he met woman that changed his life and gave him happiness. Her name was Eva. From the moment he met her he fell in love with her as she accepted him and saw the good and kindness in him. A few years later SPARDA and Eva got married and lived together happily. He and Eva later had twin boys Vergil and Dante. SPARDA was happy that he got to experience what it meant to be human, but nothing good lasts forever. 7 years later after the birth of Vergil and Dante, SPARDA and his family were attacked by demons who were sent by Mundus, who noticed the seal was weakening to kill SPARDA and his family. This led to the death of Eva, as she protected her sons, while SPARDA was trying to fight them off, but was too late to reach. Vergil was doing as both of them fought over their ideals. They fought as if they were the bitterest of enemies, like they took some twisted pleasure in fighting each other. The victor was Vergil. As he was about to deliver the finishing blow, Dante transformed into his demon form, but was not strong enough to defeat Vergil. After the battle both brothers went their separate ways, until 3 years later when they met again at the age of 18, teaming up with the walking arsenal lady to stop her father Arkham, who wanted their blood and amulet to awaken the Temenengru, a tower that serves as a portal to the demon world. Vergil and Dante defeated Arkham and stopped his plans. After that they had one more battle in the tower in which Dante came out the victor, but lost his brother as Vergil fell to the underworld. After the battle Dante started his business as a devil hunter and opened his business Devil May Cry to hunt demons and protect people. 4 years later, Dante was approached by the bewitching devil Trish, who told him that the holding Mundus was breaking on Mallet Island. Dante accepted the job and went to the island to stop Mundus. It was there that he ran into a servant of Mundus called Nilo Angelo and fought him as he tried to stop Dante from resealing Mundus, but he failed. After Dante defeated Nilo Angelo he discovered that it was his brother he was fighting all along. For failing Mundus, Nilo was sent back to the underworld and was kept there until further notice. Dante finally came face to face with Mundus after he found out Trish was working for him and used her as a hostage to try to defeat him. Dante freed Trish and used the amulet he got from Nilo to unlock his father's greatest sword the Sparda, which was in its sealed state the Force Edge, and used it to battle Mundus. Dante defeated Mundus and sealed him again. Mundus' defeat freed Vergil from his control and was finally free again, but he was still trapped in the underworld, so he waited patiently for a portal back to the human world. 3 years later Dante was called on again to stop a madman by the name of Arius, who wanted to open a portal to the demon world and absorb the power of a demon that rivaled Mundus. Its name was Argisax. Dante joined forces with Lucia, a woman with a complicated origin who wanted to kill Arius. Arius was successful in gathering the items required to open the portal and was waiting for the day of an eclipse to finally complete the ritual. After Arius opened the portal he was defeated by Dante, but he realized that he couldn't close the portal until Argisax was defeated. Dante and Lucia argued who would go and fight Argisax, and it led to a coin toss, in which Lucia later figured out that it was a double-headed coin. Unknown to them, Vergil sensed the portal and used it to leave the underworld, as it closed with Dante still in the underworld fighting Argisax. A few months after Vergil got out Dante returned as well, and both brothers met up and talked about what happened. Vergil told Dante that after their battle in the tower, when he fell to the underworld, he immediately ran into Mundus who defeated him and corrupted him, turning him into Nilo Angelo. Dante finally realized that while Vergil went power hungry, all he wanted was to be able to protect what he cared about and that he never wanted to feel helpless again when their mother died. Both brothers went their separate ways as Dante returned to his calling as a devil hunter and Vergil, who wanted to find a new way of life. 2 years later after Vergil went on his own path, he met a woman by the name of Inko Midoriya and they became friends. That friendship later turned to love as they both got together a year after they had met. Vergil later told Inko about his history and what he had done. Inko was shocked and a little bit afraid, but she put it aside and accepted Vergil for who he was and never judged him for the choices he made. 2 years later, Vergil and Inko had a child, a boy who also carries the blood of Sparta, a child who will grow up to become a legend. This is not a story about the sons of Sparta, this is a story about Sparta's grandson Izuku Midoriya, and this is the story of how he becomes the world's greatest hero. Izuku's awakening. Not all men are created equal. I had learned that from a young age. You see, in this day and age about 80% of the population have some sort of power, known as quirks. No one knows how quirks first appeared, thus one of the first being a glowing baby in Hong Kong. This gave rise to a new profession, and thus this became the Age of Heroes. There was one who stood above others and became the symbol of peace. His name was All Might, the greatest hero to ever live. He was the reason I wanted to be a hero, but fate had other plans for me. When I was 4, the doctors told me I wouldn't have a quirk because I had an extra joint in my toe. I was devastated and I lost all hope. The kids at school made fun of me, avoided me, ignored me and beat me up sometimes, and it was my former best friend that led the charge. My life sucked. 1 year later. Izuku and his mother were coming back home from an outing. For the past year, every time she went to work, her coworkers would whisper about her son being quirkless. She didn't let it get to her because she knew her son needed all the support he could get, and she told herself she wouldn't be a mother if she can't support her son's dreams. On their way home, they decided to go through the park. It was so quiet. As they walked through the park, the lights started flickering, and then she heard a growl. She started walking fast with Izuku. As the sound got closer, she picked him up and started running, hoping they can get away from what's chasing them. The creature caught up with them. It was standing on all 4 limbs as it growled. "Where is he? I smell the blood of Sparta. Where is that traitor?" yelled the demon as it looked around for the traitor of demonkind. Its eyes then fell on Izuku and Inko as it moved towards them. He then sniffed the air and looked towards the boy. "You little boy, you smell just like him, just like that accursed Sparta," said the demon with a low growl as it moved towards them as Inko held Izuku. The demon then launched itself at them, but they managed to move out of the way and started running. But the demon caught up with them and blocked their path of escape. It then swung its bladed claws, hitting Inko, and she was sent back, hitting the ground with such force that knocked her out. Izuku ran towards his mother's side. Mom, please wake up, please," Izuku said with tears forming on his eyes as he tried to wake up his mother. The demon walked towards them with a look of hatred and a sick maniacal grin on its face. "I'm going to kill you, boy. With your death we will have our vengeance on Sparta, but first I'll kill that woman before I kill you," said the demon as it got closer to them, releasing kill intent. Izuku stood in front of his mother protectively. He was shaking in fear, but he ignored it as he wanted to save his mother. "I won't let you hurt her," Izuku said, still shaking. The demon laughed. "And how are you going to stop me?" said the demon. Before it got closer, it shot its claws, cutting Izuku in his arm and leg. As he fell on his knees, the demon gave him a very kick, sending him tumbling back as he clutched his stomach in pain. The demon stood over his mother as Izuku watched in horror as it was about to kill her. "Say goodbye to her, boy," the demon said as it raised its claws to finish her. As it went for the killing blow, its claws stopped inches from her face as the demon felt a powerful demonic aura. "What is this power? It feels like death is looming over me," the demon said as it looks over to Izuku and saw him emanating with power. It backed up in fear as Izuku stood up looking at him with glowing red eye, and the aura around him took the shape of an armored figure, Nero's DMC-4 Devil Trigger. Izuku stretched out his right arm as the spectral figure mimicked his movements to grab the demon. It struggled to break free, but was then slammed into the ground repeatedly by Izuku. It screamed in pain as it was done over and over again. Izuku then started to crush the demon. "You will not hurt her," Izuku said in a warped voice as he continued to squeeze the demon. Inko began to wake up as she heard screams of pain. When she came to, she saw the spectral figure over Izuku and saw the demon that attacked her being held by the spectral arm. She looked and saw Izuku's entire right arm had changed, DMC-4 Devil Bringer. She looked on in shock as her son then continued to slam it into the ground. After that, she saw that his arm was also absorbing the demon's energy, adding to his own. As the spectral figure grew in size, Izuku then crushed the demon and let it fall to the ground. As it looked at Izuku, it saw a horned figure standing where Izuku was. "So this is the power of a descendant of Sparta. I may have failed, but others will come for you, and they will end you. Haha, enjoy what little time you have left, boy," said the demon as it turned to dust. Izuku's transformation vanished and he fell on the ground. Inko rushed to her son and held him as tears came from her eyes. When she held him, a blue light covered his arm, changing it back to normal. She also saw that all his wounds had healed and he was just completely exhausted. Inko wasn't a dense woman. She knew they were attacked by a demon. When Izuku's father told her about them, she didn't believe at first until they were attacked by one years before Izuku was born. It was then her lover told her the truth about him and what he did, but she still loved him and accepted him for what he was. Before he left, he told her that if Izuku should ever awaken his powers, she should call this number and say, "Devils never cry." He also told her to give Izuku his sword Yamato when he had mastered his powers. After that he disappeared a year after Izuku was born. Inko took Izuku home and laid him on his bed. As she looked for the number to call, she found it and called. "Hello, Devil May Cry, how can I help you?" said the voice of a man on the phone. "Devils never cry." Inko said the password and the voice on the phone became serious. "Alright miss, how can I help you?" he said. "My name is Inko Midoriya and I'm calling because I need your help with my son," she said. "What happened? Did something attack him?" he said. Inko then told him everything that happened. To say he was shocked was an understatement. "So what do you want from me? You want me to protect him?" he asked. "Yes, Vergil told me call should his powers awaken," she said. At the mention of Vergil's name nearly knocked him off his chair. "Hold on, did you say Vergil, as in a guy with white hair and a permanent scowl on his face? Is that him?" he asked in a hysterical manner. "Yes, that's him," Inko said. "What's his relationship with the boy?" he asked. "He's Izuku's father," she said as there was silence for a few seconds. "Ha ha ha, wait, hold on, you are telling me Sir Scowselet had a kid?" he said while laughing continuously. "What's so funny about that?" Inko asked. "Well, for one thing, I thought Vergil was never gonna get laid. Hell, I thought he was probably gay, since he turned down every woman that approached him. I mean, they practically threw themselves at him. Wow, I can't believe a woman managed to melt his stone cold heart. You must really be one hell of a woman. So how's my brother doing these days?" he said. "I don't know, he disappeared a year after Izuku was born. He told me should he ever awaken his powers I should call this number," she said. "Okay, where are you? I'll come and help with the situation," he said. "We live in Japan," she said. "Japan, huh, alright, I'll be there in a week. I'll call when I'm in Japan. I look forward to seeing my nephew and what he can do. It's gonna be one hell of a party," he said. "Alright, I'll see you in a week, thank you," Inko said as she hung up the phone, then went to check up on Izuku and saw he was still asleep as she sat down beside him, watched over him. Elsewhere. "So my big bro had a kid, huh, well that was unexpected," said the man Inko was speaking to. "Call Lady and Trish, tell them I'm gonna be in Japan for a while. I'll send them the address of where I'm gonna be staying for a while, and while you are at it, please order me some pizza and put it on my tab," he said. "Seriously, how are you still alive? Is all you eat if is pizza and strawberry sundae?" said the voice of another man. "Hey, don't diss the pizza, it's mankind's greatest creation, now just get to it please, Morrison." "Okay if you say so, Dante." "I wonder what Vergil's kid is going to be like," said Morrison. "Well, I'm going to find out, I just hopes he's different from his father," said Dante. "Encounters and training with the legend. Where am I? What's going on? Why is it so dark?" said Izuku as he woke up in a strange place, looking around. He got up and started moving around until he saw a blue light. When he got closer to the light he saw a sword. It was a silver katana with an ornate bronze guard with a white handle that had a yellow string attached to the bottom of the sword. He saw a man standing near the blade sitting with his legs crossed. As he approached the man his eyes opened and he looked at Izuku. "So you have finally come, my boy," said the man as he looked at Izuku. The man had white hair and a muscular build, like Scott Adkins. He was tall and had cyan blue eyes that looked like they could pierce your soul. "I see you are a little bit confused. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the Dark Knight Sparda, your grandfather," said Sparda, as he saw the look of shock on Izuku's face. "My grandfather," Izuku said, still in shock. "But how are you here? The last thing I remember was me and my mom," said as he realized. "Wait, my mom, I have to make sure she's okay," Izuku said in a frantic manner. Whoa, calm down, your mom is fine, she's sitting right beside you waiting for you to wake up," Sparda said as he read what Izuku was going to say next. "As for where we are in your mind," Sparda said casually. "I know, freaky, right? Now listen to what I have to say. I don't have much time here, so let me finish before you ask your questions," Sparda said as he told Izuku his full history about sealing the demon world, about his wife and his two sons Vergil and Dante, and how he prepared them to face what was coming for them. "Alright kid, your powers weren't supposed to awaken yet, but now that it has you will to learn to control it so that it doesn't consume you and leave you with the desire for more power," Sparda said as he looked at Izuku with a serious expression. "I know that, I'm never going to let it consume me. I'll push myself to the breaking point if that's what it takes to control my power," Izuku said with his eyes burning with determination. "I expect nothing less from my grandson, alright do. The fact that you absorbed that demon's energy, the demon blood in you is more potent now. That means your abilities are on par with my son's when they first awakened. That also explains why your entire right arm is completely transformed. So let me give you some advice. You have to be careful how you handle demonic energy. It can corrupt you to the point of no return, so be very careful," Sparda told Izuku. "Well, my time is almost up, so without further ado I want you take the sword. It's your birthright after all. I left as a keepsake for Vergil, and now he left it to you, so use it well, you can call on it when you need it," Sparda said as he started to fade. Guess this is it, goodbye Izuku, I know that you will do great things in the future. Oh, and when you see Dante tell him I'm sorry I couldn't save his mother. I never wanted this life for him, but tell him I'm proud of the man he has become. I'll be watching over you and my sons, take care. He said as he vanished completely. Izuku woke up and saw his mother beside him. He couldn't forget what Sparda told him. He promised him that he would be someone who protects those who cannot defend themselves. When his mother woke up, she was surprised at Izuku's appearance. His green hair had turned white, but still had a hint of green on the tip of his hair. His freckles had also gone, leaving him with a smooth face and a handsome feature. Izuku told his mother everything Sparda told him. Inko was surprised, but she shook it off and Izuku everything about his father, and that even though he went power hungry, all he wanted to do was protect what he cared about. 1 week later. It had been a week since the attack on Inko and Izuku. Nothing happened after that, but they were on high alert in case something else happened. Izuku went back to school like nothing happened. When he walked into the class, the other kids didn't recognize him because his hair was now white and his freckles had gone. Bakugo went up to talk to him during the lunch break and was shocked when he found out that it was Izuku. What happened to you, Hideko? Bakugo asked. You decided to dye your hair white so people would notice you. You really are pathetic. Izuku said nothing to counter what he said, he just ignored him. You see, that is ignoring Bakugo. Is he crazy? He must have a death wish, said the other kids as they were listening to their conversation. Are you listening to me, you quirkless loser? Bakugo said as Izuku kept ignoring him. Bakugo raised his hand making explosions and was about to hit Izuku, but was shocked when he caught his hand with the explosion still active and flipped him on the ground and pinned his arm behind his back. Due to his devil blood awakened his reflexes and reaction time was far better than anyone's. He held Bakugo's arm and gave him a little twist, causing Bakugo to grunt in pain. The teacher came into the class and Izuku let go his arm. The teacher told them to be more careful about how the play ended. She doesn't want them getting in trouble on the last day of school. After school ended, Izuku went home. When he got into his house, he saw his mother talking to someone. The man put the conversation on hold when he saw Izuku. So this is Izuku. It's finally nice to meet you, kid. The name's Dante, said Dante. You're Dante, my uncle, right? Izuku said casually. You look just like Grandpa, Izuku said, shocking Dante. How do you know about my old man? Dante asked as he looked over to Inko. Did you tell him? Asked as Inko nodded her head saying no. Izuku went on to tell Dante about meeting Sparda and how he told him about his history. To say Dante was shocked was an understatement. So he said he's sorry. Dante let out a sigh. Part of me always blamed his for not being able to save her, and all this time the guilt was eating at him and I never noticed. Some son I am, Dante said. He then looked at Izuku. Well, kid, I'm gonna teach you how to control your powers. It will be brutal and bloody, Dante said. Seriously, you are going to wish you were dead by the time I'm done with you. I'm ready. I'm going to push myself hard if I have to, Izuku said. Alright kid, we start tomorrow. We are going to need a place where no one can disturb us, so I'll look into it, so get some shut-eye, Dante told him. I see my brother in him, that's why I'm here, so he doesn't make mistakes he regrets, but you've done a fine job raising him. I know you miss my brother. Hell, I don't know where he is, but he prepared for when his powers awakened, so I know he cares for his son. I'll do my best and watch over him and keep him safe, so don't worry, he told Inko. The next day, Dante took Izuku to an abandoned warehouse he found to begin his training. Uncle Dante, where are we? This place looks horrible. It's a serious eyesore, Izuku said. Quit complaining. We are here to help you control your power, not to take an all-expensive paid vacation, Dante said sarcastically. Alright, I'm gonna need you to change your arm, Dante said. I don't know how to do that. The last time I did it was sort of on instincts, said Izuku. Seriously? Okay then, summon Yamato. I'm going to show you what it can do, Dante told him. You don't know how to do that either, do you? Dante asked as he saw the sheepish look on Izuku's face. Looks like we are gonna have to figure out how to jumpstart your powers then. Alright, drop and give me 50, Dante said while smirking evilly. What? Izuku said, confused. What do you mean 50? I'm just a kid. I thought we were going to do something like testing my reflexes or meditating to focus my power. Why, I am doing 50 push-ups, Izuku complained. Dante paused for a moment. Come with me, Tahiru said as Izuku followed him. They got to the roof and stood at the edge of it. Here's what we're gonna do, Dante said, then he grabbed Izuku and threw him off the roof. Ah, what the hell? Izuku screamed as he was thrown off. Everything happened in slow motion for Izuku as he was reaching the ground fast. Thump thump thump. His heart was beating fast as he was about to reach the ground. All of a sudden his demonic aura flared and his arm transformed as the spectral figure appeared again. He used the arm to protect himself as he hit the ground, shattering it, causing a small shockwave. When he got out of the crater, his aura died down and he passed out. Dante appeared beside him and carried him inside, waiting for him to wake up. 1 hour later. "Oh, what happened to me?" Izuku said as he began to stir and then remembered what happened. "You threw me over a roof, who does that?" Izuku yelled at Dante. "I could have died if what you were planning didn't work," said Izuku as he continued to yell at Dante. "But you didn't die, which is a win-win situation for us, right?" Dante said while grinning. "Besides, that fool wouldn't have killed you. What, you thought I'd throw up without precaution?" Dante asked as he saw the look of disbelief on Izuku's face. "You needed a life or death situation to activate your powers just like you did last time, so throwing you off the roof was the best way to stimulate that. Besides, it was either that or stabbing you, but I'm glad it worked out in the end," Dante said casually. "Also, I wanted to see your power with my own eyes. I can't believe you triggered at such a young age, it's mind-boggling," Dante said with surprise in his voice. "What do you mean I triggered? What does it do?" Izuku asked. "The Devil Trigger is a special power possessed by demons and demonic hybrids, which allows us to release our full supernatural potential," Dante said. "It also allows us to assume our true form, which amplifies our physical and magical attributes," Dante continued explaining. "Wow, that's awesome. I can do that too, right?" Izuku asked before he made a realization. "Is that why you wanted me to exercise? Because my body isn't ready for my yet?" "Exactly, your case is special, kid. You awakened your power earlier than expected, so your body isn't ready for it yet, but don't worry, I'll whip you in shape," Dante said. "I'm sorry I got angry at you," Izuku said sincerely. "I got so excited about finally getting my powers that I started acting like Bakugo," Izuku said sadly. "Your mom told me about it," Dante said. "She said people ignored you, pushed you around and beat on you, and that it was your friend that led the charge of everything," Dante said with anger in his voice. "I know you don't consider him a friend anymore. Those kind of people think others are beneath them because they have power. The only way to take care of people like that is to put them in their place. So while I'm training you, no showing off to others. If they think you're beneath them, just ignore it, because the time will come when you will show them how wrong they were about you. Got it?" Dante said. "You got it, Uncle Dante. I'm gonna give it my all, and I'm going to be someone who saves people with a smile on his face, just like All Might," Izuku said while grinning. "Good, that's what I want to see. Now drop and give me 100, Dante said seriously. "You had to ruin the moment, didn't you?" Izuku said as he started doing the push-ups. This was the beginning of what Izuku later called his hell years. What it means to be human. It has been 9 years since Izuku met and started training with his uncle Dante. A lot had happened as time went by. During the first year of training, Izuku met Trish, who was Dante's girlfriend, and Lady, who was his business partner. Izuku had suggested Dante take the job of being a hero, so he could at least make money to pay off his debts and promote Devil May Cry as an agency. Dante did just that. It was hard at first, but he got the hang of it and became quite popular in the hero business. He went by the name Redgrave. 3 years after Dante started training Izuku, demons were revealed to the world when a Hellgate appeared in New York City during a parade. It was stopped by Dante, who later revealed his business, Devil May Cry, to the world. Izuku told Dante not to reveal his relationship with him because he wasn't ready to handle it yet. Dante agreed and continued training Izuku. Over the years, nothing interesting happened to Izuku. His classmates still thought he was quirkless, but he mostly ignored them. The real problem was one Katsuki Bakugo. After Izuku knocked him on the ground years ago, he didn't stop bothering Izuku as he constantly messed with him, but Izuku just shrugged it off and went his way. When Izuku turned 13, Dante took him on a small demon hunt after he got his sword, Nero's DMC4 blade, the Red Queen, and gun, which is a unique revolver with an over and under barrel style that allows it to fire 2 magnum rounds with each pull of the trigger that he called Blue Rose. Inko was worried at first, but Dante convinced her that it was a good learning experience for him and that he will be right beside him to show him the what to do. Izuku was scared at first, but after a few minutes he killed the demons. Izuku's fighting style with Red Queen consists of wide sweeping strikes with 360 spins. He also mastered his Devil Bringer arm, which allows him to summon a Yamato and also channel his demonic energy into his weapons. After getting Yamato, Dante taught Izuku the Dark Slayer style, which allows Izuku to reposition himself in battle by teleporting. Izuku also learned hand-to-hand combat styles, which complements his fighting with or without his Devil Bringer. Fortuna Castle Town. Izuku is hurrying towards the Opera House, where the Order of the Sword is conducting a ceremony. Izuku has been undercover in the organization for a few months. The Order of the Sword is a religious organization that worships his grandfather Sparda for protecting the human world from demons. Izuku and Dante talked about the organization a few months ago and came up with a plan. Flashback. Izuku was just getting back from school when he saw Dante's bike outside his house. When he got in, he heard Dante talking with his mother. No, he. And go, he's still too young for all this, Inko said to Dante. Nothing will happen to him, Inko. He's ready for this, it's his legacy. I already have someone else in the organization, but I need him to execute the plan. Dante said, trying to convince Inko. Then why can't they do it instead? Izuku doesn't need to put himself in danger for this. Inko argued. If it goes sideways I'll pull him out, nothing will happen to him. Look, I know you worry about him, but he will be fine. Me, Trish and Lady have prepared him for this, plus he can take anything that comes his way. He's far stronger than anyone in that organization. He'll be fine, I promise. I won't be asking this if I didn't believe he could do it, but you have to believe in him too. Dante said. I do believe in him, I'm just worried he's growing up too fast. He doesn't have any friends, all he does is train and study, that's all he does. I just want him, but to have a sense of normalcy in his life. Inko said. The kids at his school aren't friend material, they made fun of him, treated him like a plague because he didn't have a quirk, and it was his so-called friend that led the charge of everything that happened to him. Once he's out of that place and is in UA, there will be people who accept him for who he really is, and that's a hero. I know he'll be a great hero, he has the heart of one, and he will do great things. He's just as hard-headed as his father. When they set their minds on something they won't rest until it's done. I want him to be careful because he will have people who care about him. Inko said with tears falling from her eyes. Izuku walked in pretending he didn't hear their conversation. Hey mom, I'm home, I saw Uncle D's bike, where is he? Izuku said. In here kid, how's school treating you? Dante asked. Boring as always, so why are you here? You need me for a job, right? Izuku said and Dante nodded. Flashback end. I hope she isn't mad that I'm late for her singing. Izuku said as he continued running. As he was making his way to the opera house he heard screaming. He went towards the screaming and saw people getting attacked by scarecrow demons. There were 5 of them, one was about to attack a little boy, but before it did bang. The demons looked towards where the sound came from and saw Izuku's gun smoking. Hey bud uglies, didn't your mother teach you it's not nice to pick on little kids? Izuku was said with his gun still pointing at the demons. Kid, take your friends and go now, it's gonna get messy. Izuku said. The scarecrows charged at him. He waited for them to get close. As they were about to strike him, he jumped in the air and fired 2 shots which hit 2 of them. He landed back on the ground as the remaining 2 were about slashed at him, one aiming for his head and the other aiming for his body. He did a twisting flip in between the blades and pointed his gun at one, killing eye. He landed on the ground and kept his gun, giving the last demon a come on gesture with his hand. It charged at him, and he responded by grabbing it on the face and slamming it hard on the ground, destroying its head and sending blood splattering on him. Just great, now I got blood all over me and I'm still running late. Izuku said as he picked up the pace to the opera house. He finally got to the opera house in time to hear the end of the opening song. He started clapping for the girl who just finished singing. She was his age and had brown hair and brown eyes. She is wearing a white dress with black boots, DMC4 outfit. She had an angry look on her face which Izuku noticed. Hey Kiri, how are you? Izuku said nervously. Where were you? You missed my song. Kiri said to him. I know, but in my defense I was out getting you a present and was on my way until some kids got attacked by some demons. Izuku said defensively. Fine, just don't be late again, okay Nero, Izuku's name undercover. Kiri told him as he nodded. So what did you get me? Kiri asked. I'll give it to you after this is over. Izuku said. The members at the opera house had finally gathered as the high priest of the order came out. Sanctus came out and asked the members to join him in prayer. Izuku was bored by this and was about to leave until Kiri stopped him. Nero, where are you going? The sermon isn't over yet. Kiri said, whispering to him. Look Kiri, me and this religion don't mix, so I'm gonna show myself out before I die of boredom. Izuku said to her. As he was about to leave, a figure busts through the ceiling and lands in front of Sanctus, shooting him in the chest. This causes the people there to panic and run out of the opera house. Kiri, get to safety now. Izuku told her. But what about you, what are you going to do? Kiri asked him. I'm going to hold him off until backup arrives. Izuku said as he went to face the assassin. Izuku got to the stage and saw the assassin, who was his uncle Dante, giving him the signal that the operation has begun. So you got a name, pal? Izuku said, pretending he didn't know Dante. I see you're the silent type, huh? Well, when I'm done kicking your ass you're going to sing like a bird. Izuku said to Dante as he rushed towards him, sending a roundhouse kick to him that he blocked. Izuku sends a right cross to his face that he sidesteps and punches Izuku in the gut, which knocks some air out of him that he quickly recovers from. Izuku runs towards launching a left cross, and Dante puts up his guard, but it was a feint that Izuku used to deliver a butterfly kick right to Dante's face, making him take a few steps back. Dante looked at Izuku and smiled. There was a pause before both of them lunged at each other, sending punches and parrying them at one another. Izuku then does a side kick at Dante that he catches and gives Izuku a heavy front kick, sending him flying into the stands. Izuku recovers from this and gives a Superman punch to Dante's face, sending him rolling on the ground. Izuku sees that reinforcements are coming and decided to end the fight by tossing Dante in the air and throwing rebellion at him, pinning him to the nearby statue. The reinforcements came and saw Dante remove the sword from his chest and looking at Izuku before jumping through the window. "Geez, what took you so long, Credo?" Izuku asked the man coming in. "Had to get his holiness to the medical ward. Where is the assassin? Don't tell me he got away from you," Credo said while smirking. "He was a tough one, but I was starting to wear him down before he ran away," Izuku said. "Your orders are to capture him and bring him back to answer for his crimes," Credo told him. "Also, you'll be needing this," Credo said as he gestured his hand for Kiri to bring the case. "We modified your sword and tweaked out the exceed system on it, so your attacks will pack quite a few more punches," Credo said as Izuku picked up the sword and gave it a swing. "This blade is the best battle companion a swordsman could ask for," Izuku said. "Don't fail Nero, it's crucial we get him alive," Credo told him. "Got it, I'll bring him back, no worries. Before I forget, happy birthday, Kiri," Izuku said, giving her a small box that she opened and saw a golden miniature four-winged angel with a red crystal at the center. "Alright, I'll be going now, see you soon," Izuku said as he took off following Dante's trail. Fortuna Castle. Izuku had followed Dante's trail to Fortuna Castle. It took him a while to get here because he passed Farum Hills where he encountered a demon Burial and defeated him, causing it to retreat back into the false Hell's Gate. Izuku was entering the castle when he felt Yamato's presence nearby. He quickened his pace and ran towards the presence. When he reached the castle's central ground, he saw another false Hell's Gate. "Hey, come out here and face me," Izuku said out loud. A giant toad-like demon came out. "How did you sense me, human? I hid myself well in this place," the demon asked Izuku. "You may be able to hide your body, but that smell of yours gives you right away. Look, I don't have time for this, I'm kinda in a hurry, so let's wrap this up," Izuku said as he held Red Queen. The demon launches a tongue at him that he dodges and runs at the demon, sending 4 slashes at it that it dodges by jumping up in the air. Izuku sees this and stabs his sword into the ground, twisting the handle causing the sword to rev, spraying flammable liquid on the blade, activating his exceed. Izuku then jumps in the air, slashing the demon upwards that keeps it in the air, and he followed through by spinning upwards while slashing the demon continuously. He then brings out his gun and charges the shot that sends the demon crashing into the ground. He then lands on the demon using his sword to pierce the head and revving the handle again, burning the demon alive. Izuku removed his sword and he heard clapping. "Nice job, kid, you did well," Dante said as he walked towards the Hell Gate. "Hey Uncle D, you enjoy the show?" Izuku asked. "Yep, you've come a long way," Dante said as he took the orb glowing near the Hell's Gate. The orb then turns into a grey briefcase detailed with cracks with a sliver circle at the center, encompassing a 3-eyed skull with fangs. "Whoa, what is that?" Izuku asked. "This is the devil arm Pandora," Dante answered before they heard several growls coming from the Hell's Gate. They turned and saw many more toad-like demon hanging around the gate. "Please tell me you have something to deal with all that ugliness hanging around," Izuku asked as Dante smirked and pressed the skull on the briefcase, turning it into a 6-barreled Gatling gun that he fires, tearing through all the demons and destroying the Hell Gate. "Well, can I borrow that for like the entire mission, cause this will save me a lot of time," Izuku said, impressed by the weapon. "When we're done here I'll use your own devil arms, okay, so for now just go and get back Yamato," Dante said. "Yeah, I wouldn't have to do this if you didn't break it in first place and leaving it for the order to find," Izuku said, slightly annoyed. "Just get going, I'll meet up with you after I take care of the demon that got away in Farum Hills," Dante said as he and Izuku went their separate ways to complete their objectives. Izuku looked around the castle until he found the entrance to the underground facility owned by Agnes, the stuttering scientist of the order. Izuku sees the broken Yamato in the center of the room. As he approaches it, he is ambushed by 4 armored knights that stab him, pinning him to the wall, injuring him more. Agnes walks into the room and tells the injured Izuku that Sanctus has been revived by infusing the soul of a demon into him. Agnes also tells him that he has been trying to put Yamato back together so they can open the true Hell's Gates in Castle Town. After hearing this, Izuku activates his Devil Bringer, causing Yamato to react to it by mending itself and flying into Izuku's hand, sending a wave of energy that destroys the armored knights and sending Agnes flying across the room. Agnes looks at Izuku and sees him holding the repaired Yamato in his transformed arm and his eyes glowing red. Agnes retreats and reported what he saw to Sanctus, who ordered Credo to go and capture Izuku, which Credo obeyed and left. Sanctus then ordered Gloria, Trish, to capture Dante. Izuku was now making his way to Midus Forest. Midus Forest. Izuku arrives at a cliff and see the forest. In his definition, it was beautiful. "Yeah, breathtaking, isn't it? Too bad it's filled with demons," Dante said to ruin Izuku's moment, causing him to groan. "Only you can ruin a peaceful moment, Uncle Dante," Izuku said. "Well, someone's got to do it, otherwise it'll get boring real quick," Dante said. "So how did everything go at Farum? Did you kill it?" Izuku asked. "Yep, and I also got a sweet new devil arm called Lucifer," Dante said. He then walked towards the edge of the cliff. "Well kid, let's rock so we can get home and relax after all this is over," Dante told Izuku as he jumped off the edge into the forest, causing Izuku to smile and follow suit. Izuku explored the forest a bit and saw some ruins. He then made it to the center of the forest where he saw another false Hell's Gate. "Seriously, how many of these things are there?" Izuku said in an annoyed tone. As he walked towards the gate, he sensed a demonic presence. He turns around and sees some round ball-like object flying at him. He quickly brings out his gun and shoots them. He then heard a loud screech and looked up in the sky to see the demon Echidna. Izuku sees it flying towards him and jumps out of the way. "A human, I haven't seen one of your kind in a while," said the demon. "Yeah, I'm also going to be the last one you see, lady," Izuku said. The demon flew towards Izuku, who then jumped on its back as it flew into the sky, causing Izuku to hold on very tight. He brought out his gun and started shooting its body, causing it to scream in pain as it tries to knock him off its back. It then flew into the forest, hitting some trees as they were sent towards Izuku, who displayed his acrobatic abilities and was hopping tree to tree with great speed. He then held his sword and stabbed it into the demon's back, causing it to lose focus on flying and crash into the ground. Izuku removed his sword from its back and walked towards the head, wanting to finish it off. As he got closer, its tail hit him, sending him a few feet back. The demon quickly flew towards the gate, hoping to escape, but Izuku held its tail with his devil bringer and drags it back, slamming it into the ground multiple times. He then pulled the demon towards him, making him do a spin slice, cutting off its head and killing it. "Man, what a workout, that was awesome," Izuku said. He then saw Dante coming out. "Really, you could have stepped in any time, you know," Izuku told Dante, who was standing near the gate. "Yeah, I could have, but where's the fun in that?" Dante said as he picked up the orb, which turned in a pair of gauntlet and greaves that he uses to destroy the Hell Gate. "Alright, next stop is the Order's HQ, it's time to end this, so let's go," Dante said. On the way to the Order's HQ, they meet Credo, who stands in their way. "Hello Nero, nice to see you here," Credo said to Izuku. "Credo, I see His Holiness sent you to capture me, huh? Well, you will be going back empty-handed. Uncle Dante, you go ahead, I'll catch up," Izuku said as Dante nodded and ran towards the HQ. "I see that you are a threat to our cause, and I will stop you here and now," Credo said as he pulled his sword. They both ran at each other, sending a series of fast slashes at each other. Credo goes in to slash Izuku's midsection, but he blocks it and kicks Credo away. Izuku then runs at him, giving him an upward slash, sending Credo into the air. Izuku follows through by jumping in the air and slamming his sword on with great force that sends him crashing into the ground. "I see that I'm going to have to fight you with everything I have if I'm going to beat you. For someone as young as you to be this skilled is a testament of your abilities," Credo said to Izuku with respect as his body starts glowing. When the light fades, Izuku sees Credo standing in his demon form. "So this why they call you Angelo Credo? I never would have guessed that you would go through the ascension ceremony," Izuku said as his eyes narrowed and activating his devil bringer. Some moments later, Izuku was standing with his sword resting on his shoulder as he looks at Credo, who has a large cut on his chest. As Izuku was about to knock him out, Kiri came and saw Izuku was about to hit her brother, which caused her to scream, drawing attention to her. Izuku tries to explain to her why he's doing this, but she was afraid when she saw his devil bringer. Using the distraction, Agnes grabs Kiri and flies up towards the Order's HQ, making Izuku and Credo chase after him. When they arrived at the HQ, they saw Sanctus standing on top of a giant statue of Sparta. "So you've come, Nero, and I see you brought Credo with you," Sanctus said as he looked at both of them. "Let her go, Sanctus, come down here and face me," Izuku said. "Hahaha, why would I let go of a good bargaining chip?" Sanctus said. "Always knew you were a coward, now you finally show your true colors. I'm going to enjoy kicking your ass, old man," Izuku said. "Sanctus, I have served you loyally. I have served the dream of the world you spoke of, the savior that you promised. Was that all a lie? Answer me," Credo yelled at him. "Oh Credo, my ever faithful follower, you do not see the good that this will bring. I am freeing the world from their shackles of ignorance. Ever since quirks appeared, humanity has become stagnant. Even after they learned of demons, they still put all their hopes in heroes. So I will unleash the hordes of hell on the world, and I will use the savior to show my power," Sanctus told them. "You are just another power-hungry madman. People like you have tried and they always fail. So enough talk, either you let her go or I'm going to make you," Izuku said as he summoned Yamato to his hand. Izuku was about to charge at Sanctus when the hand of the savior shot out and grabbed him, making him drop Yamato, which Agnes picked up and gave to Sanctus. Credo saw this and transformed into his demon form, flying at Sanctus, which makes him smirk evilly as he disappears in a flash of light and appears behind Credo, stabbing him in the heart with Yamato. Izuku's eyes widened in shock as he just saw Sanctus give Credo a fatal blow. This causes Kiri to scream out as she saw her brother getting stabbed. Dante, who was fighting the entire knights in the HQ, had just arrived to see Kirito falling to the ground. He then notices Izuku is being held by the savior as he rushes to free him. "No, stop him instead," Izuku said, pointing at the flying Agnes who was taking Yamato to Castle Town to open the Hell Gate. "You can save me after you stop him, I'll be fine, just go now," Izuku yells at Dante as he being absorbed into the savior. After Izuku is absorbed into the savior, Dante carries Kirito's body away as Kirito tells Dante his final word and tells him to save Izuku as his body glows a white light, making him disappear. Dante calls Trish and Lady and tells them to evacuate Castle Town as Dante makes his way to Agnes to stop him from opening the Hell's Gate. Dante arrives just in time to see Agnes prepare to open the gate with Yamato. Before Agnes does this, Dante shoots him in the head, killing him. Dante walks towards his body and picks up Yamato and leaves the room. Dante then sees the savior approaching, so he decided to piss of Sanctus by using Yamato's dimension slash to destroy the Hell Gate. Sanctus sees this and ordered the savior to destroy Dante. He tries fighting the savior, but he realizes that the savior's body is invincible, so he decided to wake Izuku up from within the savior. "Kidnap time is over, so wake up and kick this guy's ass already so we can go home," Dante said as he threw Yamato at the savior's chest core, which causes the sword to be sucked at, sending it straight to Izuku. Yamato hits the cocoon that Izuku is kept in, causing him to awaken. "Where the hell am I?" Izuku said as he looked around. "Oh, that's right, I got absorbed by the savior. Man, Uncle D is never gonna let live this one down," Izuku said as he picked up Yamato. He then senses Sanctus and goes to his location for the final battle. Izuku arrives at the central control for the savior and sees Sanctus. He also sees Kiri trapped behind him in a sphere. He reaches for Red Queen, but quickly realized that he dropped it when the savior grabbed him, so he decided to fight using Yamato. "Hey, asked us, did you miss me?" Izuku said to the demonized Sanctus. "Ah, Nero, how nice of you to grace us with your presence," Sanctus said as he led the sword Sparda that was named after Izuku's grandfather. "You and Dante have ruined all my plans, now all that is left is to destroy you," Sanctus said. "Yeah, well, bring it on," Izuku said. Sanctus sends 3 ground wave at Izuku, making him jump in the air, and uses his Devil Bringer to launch himself towards Sanctus, sending a slash at him that he blocks. Sanctus then activates a blast shield that sends Izuku crashing into the wall. As Izuku recovered from that, Sanctus shoots out a massive fireball at Izuku, who uses Yamato to cut the fire, and uses his air trick to get behind Sanctus, who vanishes in a flash of light. As Izuku was about to cut him, Izuku looked around and noticed that Sanctus appeared above him, preparing to stab him with Sparda, which he sidestepped, and then sent an ethereal arm from his Devil Bringer to grab him. Izuku Therm slammed Sanctus into the wall, pulling himself towards him and cutting of Sanctus' arm. "You little brat, I will kill you for this," Sanctus screamed in rage and pain. He then launched entered tentacles at Izuku, which he managed to dodge, but Sanctus appeared behind him, cutting him on his back with Sparda. He then gives Izuku a strong backhand punch, send him flying across the room and crashing near Kiri's sphere. Izuku struggles to get up as an angry Sanctus blasts him with red lightning, causing Izuku to scream out in pain. Izuku then used his Devil Bringer to block the lightning as he pushed forward to Sanctus, causing him to look at Izuku in shock. Izuku closes the gap between him and Sanctus and stabs him with Yamato, making Sanctus scream in agony. Izuku then leaves the sword in Sanctus and rushes to free Kiri, who was passed out in the sphere. Izuku breaks it and carries her to safety, but Sanctus pulls out Yamato and tosses it away as he looked at Izuku with hatred. Izuku, who is carrying Kiri, didn't notice Sanctus appear behind him, putting his hand through his chest as he drops Kiri, causing her to stir. Kiri wakes up and sees Izuku with a hand sticking out his chest. "I told you that you would die here and I meant it," Sanctus said. Izuku smiles and tells Kiri to get away from the area as his Devil Bringer started charging. Kiri ran away from there as Izuku grabbed onto Sanctus and making his Devil Bringer explode, which destroys the entire control room, injuring Sanctus a lot more. Izuku then summons Yamato to his hand as he walked towards the burning body of Sanctus and stabs him with the sword, killing him. Izuku then falls to his knees, completely exhausted from the fight. He tries to get up but is too wounded and tired to do so. "Woo, what a rush, I think I'm going to take a break from all this for a while," Izuku said as he noticed Kiri come in and kneeling beside him. "Look at you, you're a mess," Kiri said as she saw the state he was in. "Nah, this is nothing compared to training with Uncle D," Izuku joked. "Be still," Kiri told him as her hand started to glow. Izuku noticed his strength was returning and his wounds were healing fast. He then looked at Kiri to see her healing him. "Do you have a quirk?" Izuku asked in a surprised tone. Kiri nodded and told him that only her brother knew about it as she healed him when he got hurt. Izuku noticed the tears forming on her face. "I'm sorry for everything that happened," Izuku said sincerely. "It's not your fault, none of this is," My brother always did what he thought was right because he wanted me safe and he died because he tried to save me and now I have nothing left," she said while crying. "You're wrong, you have me and I'm going to keep my promise to your brother and keep you safe," Izuku said as he got up. "So come with me and start a new life away from this, what do you say?" Izuku asked her. She smiled and took his hand as they exited the savior. Izuku saw Dante, Lady and Trish standing outside waiting for him. He smiles and walked towards them as they were congratulating him on the job. 1 week later. Izuku and the rest of the Devil May Cry gang were boarding a ship back home after taking care of a few minor things left in Fortuna. Izuku and Dante were sitting on the deck as they were about to have a conversation. Izuku was silently praying that it wasn't about walking in on Dante, Trish and Lady have a threesome. "So did you enjoy what you saw?" Dante said. "One more word about that and I'm leaving," Izuku told him. "Okay, I want to talk about you killing Sanctus, you may be able to hide it from the other, but not me, I see the regret in your eyes," Dante said to Izuku. "To be honest, I don't know how to feel about it, part of me feels he deserved it, but another part of me feels bad about it," Izuku said. "Let me ask you something, kid, do you think all demons are evil?" Dante asked Izuku, but he couldn't answer the question. "No answer, huh? Well, the answer is no, not all demons are bad, just like not all humans are good either. Now I'm telling you this because humans have the capacity to be worse than demons, and demons have the capacity to feel human. It's crazy, I know, that's another reason I wanted you to come with me on this mission, it was to show you that not everyone has good inside them. You're still naive, kid, and that's both good and bad because if you want to be a hero, you have to see how the world works, and let me tell you it's not black and white, it's gray, and if you don't learn to adapt, it'll chew you up and spit you out. You want to be a hero who saves people with a smile on your face like All Might, then you have to see that not everyone can be saved." Dante told him and left him to think about what he said. A few days later they arrived back in Japan, and Izuku took Kiri to meet his mother, who got along perfectly with her. Izuku was still thinking about his talk with Dante, after a few days he went to see Dante. "You're right about everything," Izuku said to Dante. "Not everyone can be saved, if they could the world would be a better place. I still want to be a hero who smiles when he saves people, so that what I do can inspire others to do the same thing," Izuku told Dante. "Here, catch," Dante said as he threw Red Queen towards Izuku. "One of the knights in the order said you saved his life when you were undercover, so he decided to do something to repay you, so when he found your sword he brought it to me. What I told you on the ship was to test your resolve, to see if you are cut out to be a hero, and you passed with flying colors," Dante said to him. "By the way, I promised you a devil arm when we got back, so it's time you got it. The one I'm giving you belonged to your father, so it's only right I give it to you," Dante said to Izuku as he took him to the basement. "So where is it?" Izuku asked. "Well, you see, there's a catch, you have to beat the demon for it to recognize you as its master," Dante said as he locked Izuku in the room. "Alright, I'm game, bring it on," Izuku said as he heard the footsteps get closer. Successor. It has been almost 2 years since Izuku's and Dante's adventure in Fortuna. Since that time Izuku's became popular with the Demon Hunter Society. They didn't know who he was, and the press couldn't identify him because they had no pictures of him, or if they had, his face was always covered by a hood and a mask. Only a few demon hunters knew who he was, and so his name became famous. They called him Nero the Devil Breaker. Whenever Dante wasn't available they called him, and he always lived up to his reputation. At Izuku's school. "Alright, you kids are in your final year, so you should all think about your future and careers, so I should be handing out these applications, but I know you all want to be heroes, so what's the point?" the teacher in the class said. After he said that, the students started cheering and displaying their quirks. Yeah, you all have incredible quirks, but using your powers on school grounds is still prohibited, so settle down," the teacher yelled at the students. "Hey teach, don't group me in with these bunch of extras, I'm the real deal, these extra trash would be lucky to get into some crap hero course," said the arrogant ash blonde known as Katsuki Bakugo. This statement caused an uproar in his class. "You think you're better than us, Bakugo?" one of the students yelled. "Bring it on, I could kick all your asses," Bakugo said to rebut, making his hand spark a bit, silencing the class. Bakugo was an ash blonde standing at a height of 5'8". He had red eyes which darkened whenever he got angry, giving him the look of a delinquent, even though he was near top of his class academically. "Yes, Katsuki Bakugo, you have exceptional high test results, and you're trying to get into UA high school, correct? Maybe you will get in," the teacher said, reading a newspaper. "He's going to a national school," one of the students whispered, sparking a wildfire of conversation. "I heard it only had a 2% acceptance rate, it's impossible to get into that school, Bakugo, then got up. UA is the only school worthy of teaching me, I'll rise above all you extras and become a famous hero, even better than All Might." Before he could finish his ranting, his teacher then said, "Ah, Izuku Midoriya, you also want to get into UA, right?" causing the whole class to go silent looking at Izuku, who wasn't paying attention to them as he continued to write on his notebook. Deku. Bakugo shouted as he turned towards Izuku with his palm glowing as he was about to make Izuku's desk explode. When Izuku saw this, he moved his notebook away and subtly used his Devil Bringer arm to move a desk in front of Bakugo, causing him to fall on the ground. Just as Bakugo was about to get up, the bell rang signaling school was over. The teacher and some students got out of the class, but as Izuku was packing his things, he was stopped by two of Bakugo's goons. "Look what we have here, Deku has a little diary," said one of the goons as Bakugo took the book from Izuku. "Hero notes for my future volume 13, don't tell me you're taking notes on how to be a hero," Bakugo said as he looked at the book. "So pathetic." Bakugo then blows up the book and throws it out the window. "Listen here Deku, most great heroes show potential. Early on in life, you can just look at them and know they are destined for greatness. I'll be the only one in this shitty school to get into UA, and people will talk about me. That's not ego talking, I just know I'm that damn good," Bakugo said as he put his hand on Izuku's shoulder with smoke rising from the palm. "So do me a favor and don't think about applying," Bakugo said as he began to walk away. "Besides, if you want to be a hero so bad, here's some advice, take a swan dive off the roof and pray you get a quirk in the next life," Bakugo said to Izuku. To say he was pissed off would be an understatement as he was letting loose a little killer intent and demonic aura, causing everyone in the class to drop on their knees. He noticed that and quickly calmed down. Seeing everyone getting back up, he decided to just leave and let him what Bakugo said slide. "Stupid Bakugo, what if you told someone that and they listened to you and did it? How would you feel? Anyways, time for some training. UA's entrance exams is coming up, so I won't be in school until after I take the exam," Izuku said to himself as he walked into the tunnel he normally took home. He then stopped as he felt something approaching him fast. He turned around and saw a sludge monster come out of the sewer hole that was in the tunnel. The sludge then gathered into a disgusting mass that reached the ceiling of the tunnel. Izuku noticed the sludge had yellow eyes and a wide mouth filled with teeth. "I was finally able to him the slip," the sludge said as it then noticed Izuku, causing its eyes to perk up and started grinning evilly. "Oh my, what a wonderful body you have," it said creepily before its tentacle shot forward to grab him. Izuku ducked under the tentacle and jumped back to avoid being grabbed by another one. He glared at the sludge in front of me as he took his fighting stance. Since he was right-handed, his left flank was facing his opponent with his right arm cocked back and bent at the elbow. His left arm was extended forward with his palm loose, ready to block, parry or grab any attack thrown at him. This was his opening stance that was his personal mixture of Muay Thai, Karate, Judo, Taekwondo and Capoeira. Judging from his appearance, I know his attacks are fast, but he remains stationary, meaning he can only do it in small bursts. So I'll just keep my distance and wait for an opening, or I could just piss him off to do that, Izuku thought to himself. "Don't try to resist, kid, I'm just going to take over your body. I promise it will only hurt for a few seconds, and then you'll feel nothing," the sludge villain said before sending numerous tentacles at Izuku with intention of capturing him. Izuku, however, had other plans, so as the tentacles got closer, he used his air trick to teleport behind the villain. He then jumped to the ceiling, activating his Devil Bringer and launching himself at the villain. His Devil Bringer changed a while after he got back from Fortuna. It was now black, with blue lines on it, DMC5. Izuku then sent out an ethereal arm, punching the villain on the head, causing a few pieces of it to splash, and also causing the ground to crack. When he landed, he saw that its eyes had rolled to the back of its head, meaning it was knocked out. Now what to do with your ugly ass?" Izuku said, thinking of how to apprehend it. He then saw a big bottle and instantly got an idea. During his fight with the sludge, Toshinori Yagier, as he was known as All Might, was impressed and shocked when he climbed out of the sewers to see a boy not older than 15 quickly defeat a villain with such ease. Wow, this kid got some skills. He waited for the villain to leave himself wide open, and he quickly countered by attacking its blind spot. He shows promise, All Might thought to himself as he scanned Izuku's abilities. "Hey, young man, are you alright?" All Might asked. Izuku snapped out of his musing of defeat the sludge and turned his head and saw All Might addressing him. Izuku quickly entered his fanboy mode as stars appeared in his eyes. "Whoa, All Might, you're here?" Yeah, I'm totally alright. Were you chasing that guy?" Izuku asked while All Might nodded. "Well, you arrived just in time, here you go, and also can you sign this for me?" Izuku said as he gave the villain to All Might and brought out his hero note. "Wow, this is well detailed," All Might said as he looked at the notebook, impressed with the details of how the quirk works and some useful strategies for when facing villains. "Well, here you go, young man, and thanks for the assist with the villain. Keep it up and you'll have a successful hero career. I'll handle the villain from here, so good luck," All Might said as Izuku handed him the bottle and was about to leave. "Hold on, I wanna ask you something," Izuku said to All Might. "Sorry, young man, but I'm in a hurry," All Might said as he jumped, which generated winds because of the force he used. He was going to land on a rooftop and rest because he was reaching his limit, but to All Might's surprise Izuku was hanging on to his leg as he was in the air. "Young man, what are you doing? Let go, seriously, what's up with you fans?" All Might shouted at Izuku. "I just want to talk and ask you something, so before you drop me at least do it on a roof," Izuku said to All Might, who saw a building and landed on it. "Young man, that was very dangerous, you could have been hurt." All Might scolded Izuku for doing something like that. "Yeah, I'm sorry for that, but I really need to ask you something," Izuku said, want to ask All Might a question that had been on his mind. "Young man, maybe another time, so why don't you go home?" All Might trying to shoo Izuku away so he doesn't see his true form. "I know, but this has been on my mind for. Damn it. I can't go much longer." All Might thought as smoke came out of him, causing him to shrink. Izuku couldn't finish what he wanted to say as he saw smoke coming out of All Might's body as he shrunk. All Might sighed and answered the question on Izuku's mind. "Yes, I am All Might." All Might said as Izuku stood there shocked at what he heard. "But how? How are you like this and still be All Might, the one who saves people?" with a fearless smile on his face. "A fearless smile, huh?" All Might said as he began to tell Izuku that he was injured in a fight against a powerful and deadly villain. He told Izuku that the injury made him lose part of his stomach and that he could only do hero work for 5 hours a day. Izuku was shocked that his favorite hero was fighting a dangerous injury and still smiled like nothing. "I see now, you smile to hide your fears. Because if people know that the #1 hero is actually afraid, they'll lose hope," Izuku said, surprising All Might that he figured it out. "Now, what's the question you wanted to ask me, young man?" All Might asked and Izuku looked at him confused. "You said you had a question, that's why you held on to me." "Oh yeah, that completely slipped my mind," Izuku said, causing All Might to choke on some blood while muttering about the young generation. "My question is, what does it mean to be a hero?" Izuku asked All Might. "As a kid I always wanted to be a hero when I saw a video of how you saved all those people from that crash. So I've been thinking what it means to be a hero," Izuku said. That's a good question," All Might said. "Listen, young man, there are many definitions of a hero, but the most important one is to fight for something greater than yourself, to put your life on the line when it matters most because your actions will inspire those that will come after your time is over. That's what you have to do," All Might told Izuku. "Huh, I guess he was right," Izuku said as All Might looked at him confused. "My uncle told me exactly the same thing you just said. I guess I needed to hear it from someone else for it to finally get it. Thank you, All Might," Izuku said, bowing his head to him. "Glad I could help. Now let's get off this roof and give the bottle to the Po." All Might stopped mid-sentence to find out that he didn't have the bottle holding the villain. "All Might, where's the bottle that's holding the sludge?" Izuku asked in a worried manner as they looked at each other. "Shit," both Izuku and All Might exclaimed. A few minutes earlier. "That piece of shit Deku, who the hell does he think he is applying for UA when he's freaking quirkless?" said one always angry Kitsuki Bakugo as he was crushed as soda can. "Hey, weren't you childhood friends with him? I think you might have gone a little too far with what you said to him," said one of the goons. "As if, that useless piece of shit just pisses me off. He thinks he can do anything if you believe in yourself hard enough. He just a stupid dreamer and is nothing but a pebble in my path," Bakugo said as he kicked the bottle hold the sludge. "And what the hell did I say about smoking? That's going to reflect badly on me, so stop it," Bakugo said as he took the cigarette and stepped on it. He failed to notice the massive sludge that rose from the ground. "Invisibility cloak. With a powerful quirk," the sludge said. Bakugo's friends noticed it but failed to warn him in time as it captured him. To Izuku and All Might present time. How could you have dropped the bottle holding a dangerous criminal inside? You're supposed to be the #1 hero for a reason. Izuku yelled at All Might for the situation they were now in. "Don't you start blaming me, mister. I'm going to grab onto All Might while I try to secure the villain." All Might fired back. "Okay, let's not play the blame game, we need to find him fast," Izuku said with All Might nodding in agreement. They both heard explosions and ran towards the direction it was coming from. When they got there all they saw was mass destruction. There was fire, cars flipped over and people running away from the scene. Both Izuku and All Might went forward and saw the sludge villain, but there was something different about him. Izuku focused on the villain and saw that he had a hostage who was Bakugo. "Just great, he's hold Bakugo hostage," Izuku thought as he saw Bakugo. "All Might, the sludge has a hostage, it a classmate of mine. The sludge must be using his quirk to cause the explosions, you have to do something," Izuku said and All Might looked down. "I can't, Izuku, I've reached my limit for the day," All Might said grimly as Izuku's eyes widened in shock. "But there must be something you can do, right?" Izuku pleaded with him, but he got no response. "Shit, why aren't the other pros doing anything?" Izuku thought as he looked at the other heroes doing nothing. He then looked back at the villain and he saw something. He saw Bakugo's eyes, and they looked like they were begging for help. Izuku saw this and snapped. "Play you Seiron." Izuku hopped the protective gate and ran towards the villain. "Screw it, I'm going to save him with or without their help," Izuku thought as he began to pick up speed. The people in the area were yelling for him to get out of there. "There you are, just the boy I wanted to kill," the villain said ferociously, but Izuku didn't cower in fear. He kept running towards the villain. The sludge sent 2 tentacles at Izuku, causing him to roll on the ground to avoid them. As he was rolling, he picked up 2 stones and threw them at the sludge's eyes, making it scream in pain. "Ah, my eyes, I can't see." Izuku then teleported to Bakugo and was trying to pull him out. "Deku, what are you doing?" Bakugo didn't get to finish as he was interrupted. "Shut up, in here to save you, Dumbus," Izuku said as he pulled him out of the sludge, teleporting away and dropping him unceremoniously on the ground. "Look here, Bakugo, I don't like you, but let me remind you that my dream is to become a hero," Izuku said as he pulled up his right hand sleeve and activating his Devil Bringer, shocking Bakugo. "It's a hero's duty to put his life on the line to defend those who can't defend themselves. Besides, your eyes were calling for help." All Might was shocked at what Izuku just did and said. Izuku's words struck a chord with him, causing him to smile as he watched Izuku charge at the sludge with greater speed and power than he did the first time. Izuku blocked the villain's attempts to attack him and teleported above him. He then cocked his arm back as he was in the air and focused more power in his arm. "Hey moron, I already kicked your ass, so I'll make this one quick," Izuku said as he landed on the villain. "Take this demolition fist," Izuku yelled as he punched the villain with great strength that caused a shockwave of displaced air and a wide crater, which caused the sludge to splash everywhere, knocking him out. "Whoa, such power, I'm pretty sure that the strength of his punch and his speed would match 30% of my power," All Might thought as he smiled wider, seeing Izuku standing over the defeated villain with his hands smoking and the crowd cheering for him. "I found him, I finally found my successor." Izuku got out the crater and walked towards the gate smiling. He was still thinking that he just saved Bakugo. Sure, he doesn't like him, but when he saw him in trouble, he just ran without thinking to save him despite his dislike for him. After the heroes had reprimanded him for his actions, they thanked him for what he did and told him if he goes pro, he could always come work for their agencies. The heroes ushered the crowd away so they could deal with the aftermath of the attack. When Izuku and Bakugo were alone, Bakugo yelled at Izuku, saying that he didn't need his help and that his quirk was far stronger than his. Izuku just waved him off and left without saying anything at looking at him. Izuku was currently on his way home after the whole thing was over. "Man, I can't wait to get into UA, so I have a legit reason for kicking his ass all over the school," Izuku thought as he ran into All Might. "I am her." All Might couldn't finish as he deflated and coughed out blood. "Seriously, you have got to give people a warning when you decide to spew blood all over the place," Izuku said to All Might. "Besides, I know what you're going to say." "What was I going to say?" All Might asked. "That I shouldn't have gone in to rescue Bakugo and that I shouldn't have used my powers in public, so can we just skip the lecture?" Izuku said to All Might. "I wasn't going to say that at all," All Might said to him, causing his eyes to widen in surprise. "Sure, it was reckless and dangerous to do that, I just want to know why you did it," All Might asked curiously. "I don't know, I did what my body told me to do. I saw that he needed help and something just snapped in me, so I did what I thought was right," Izuku said. When he finished talking, All Might looked at him with a straight face and smiled. "Young Midoriya, did you know that most heroes' origin stories all start with them saying that their bodies moved on its own in time of danger?" All Might told Izuku. "Why are you telling me this, All Might?" Izuku asked. "Because what you did too was nothing short of amazing," All Might said to Izuku. "From how you charged at the villain to rescue young Bakugo without hesitation, while all the other pros including myself did nothing but watch. You handled the villain with such skill and precision that I thought you were a pro yourself, and most importantly you reminded what it means to truly be a hero, so for that I thank you," All Might said, leaving Izuku speechless. "Wow, I just did what I thought was right. I didn't think I would inspiring the #1 hero," Izuku thought. "I have a proposition for you, young Midoriya. I would like to train you to be my successor and inherit my quirk. Do you accept?" All Might said to Izuku. "If I accept, I'll be as strong as All Might, and it'll also give me an advantage against some demons. Hell, it could even make my demonic powers a lot stronger," Izuku thought as he finally made his decision. "I'll do it, All Might. I will become your successor, but on the condition I get to tell to my family. I know you don't want people to find out, but you can trust them," Izuku said to All Might. "Alright, young Midoriya, I'll take your word for it," All Might said. "Sweet, when do we start? Because this one hell of a party," Izuku said, smiling. Entrance exam. A week had passed since Izuku met All Might. All Might sat down with his mother, Kiri, Trish and Lady. Dante was on a mission and told them his secret. They were shocked and surprised but also happy that Izuku gets to carry on as his successor. Dagoba Beach. Izuku had arrived at the beach to meet All Might for his training. The place was a total dump, there was trash everywhere and it smelled like a lot of things died on the beach. He couldn't even call it a beach anymore. Young Midoriya. All Might called out to him as he walked towards him. Hey All Might, what's up? Are you sure we're in the right place? Izuku asked, to which All Might nodded. Of course, this was Dagoba Beach and also where you will be training. All Might said, confusing Izuku until it hit him. You want me to clear all the trash from the beach, don't you? Izuku said and All Might nodded. Yes, young Midoriya. Before this place was filled with trash, it was a beautiful place. But heroes became interested in fame and fortune and ignored civil work and thus it became like this. All said with Izuku nodding in understanding. Okay, so before we start, can you tell me why we're doing this? Because my body is in great shape and I know how to fight well. Izuku said, showing of his muscles and six-pack. I'm not surprised seeing how you handled yourself. But this beach need cleaning and it will give me a chance to assess your quirk. Also there's the fact that. All Might was about to say until he was interrupted. Ah, I see what you mean. Izuku said, confusing All Might. You're saying that even though my body is ready to handle the power, that doesn't mean it will be used to the backlash and stress it causes. Also, since you told me that your quirk stockpiles power, that means I'll have to get used to 100% of OFA for me to stockpile more power. Izuku said, shocking All Might. Yes, that's exactly what I was going to tell you. We don't need you breaking your bone and tearing your muscles. All Might said. Don't worry about the stress, my body heals almost instantly, so something like that will only take a few seconds to heal. Izuku said, causing All Might's eyes to widen in surprise. Did you just say you can heal? All Might asked, getting a nod from Izuku. Alright, let's not waste any more time, the moment has come for you to receive one for all. All Might said. Izuku stiffened and squared his shoulders tightly as he looked at All Might. Alright, I'm ready to do whatever it takes, All Might, I'll do my best and I won't let you down. Izuku said. All Might looked at Izuku and saw the determination as he answered, which caused All Might to laugh. That's the spirit, now. All Might trailed off as he reached for his head and pulled a strand of his hair. Eat this. All Might as he presented his hair to Izuku in an overdramatic fashion. Say what now? Izuku said as he looked at All Might weirdly. In order to gain one for all, you must ingest the current holder's DNA, and the hair is the least disgusting part you can eat. All Might explained to Izuku. As bizarre as that sounds, it actually makes sense. Izuku said as he took the hair from All Might. Izuku hesitated, but after a few moments he sighed, and with reluctance he put the hair in his mouth, gathering spit to swallow it without. Even though he didn't feel the hair, he was still feeling sick that he willingly swallowed All Might's hair. Alright, it'll take some time for your body to metabolize my hair and give you OFA, so in the meantime, let's talk about your own quirk. All Might said as he transformed back to his true form. Well, this is my power. Izuku said as he transformed his right arm. It's called the Devil Bringer, it allows me to become faster and stronger, it also lets me manifest a spectral arm. Izuku said. My uncle said that there's a lot of power I've yet to tap into, that this is just the surface of what I can do. Izuku told All Might. I've been meaning to ask, who exactly is your uncle? The only members of your family I met were your mother and those other 3 girls. All Might said. Ah, now that you mentioned it, I did forget that Dante and Nico weren't around. Man, I was wondering why it was so peaceful for me, those 2 aren't here to drive me crazy. Izuku said, causing All Might to look at him funny. My uncle, his name is Dante, but you probably know him as Redgrave, and Nico is our artisan of arms, in other words she's our engineer. Izuku said, shocking All Might. Wait, your uncle is Redgrave? The number 3 hero? All Might asked, getting a nod from Izuku. Well, that explains a lot, it's no wonder you're this strong. You know he should be the number 2 hero since he beat Endeavor in a fight and can give me a run for my money. Not to mention he's the world's greatest demon hunter and owner of Devil May Cry. All Might said. Yeah, he's a great guy and a good hero. I'm not surprised he kept the number 3 since he's so popular, he's pretty laid back and does nothing without reason, like fighting Endeavor 3 years ago. Izuku said. Anyways, I think your body should have assimilated one for all by now, so let's test it out. All Might said. Okay, so how do I use it? Do I do a chant or something? Izuku asked All Might. Well, one for all manifests differently from user to user, but the effects and feeling is still the same. To me it feels like I have to clench my buttocks and yell from my heart smash whenever I use it. All Might told Izuku. Alright, let's take this for a test run. Izuku said as he closed his eyes and started to focus. Izuku then started to tap into the other power he felt in his body, his demonic energy was like fire, but this one felt like lightning. The smell of burnt ozone coming from him began to overpower the smell of the beach as greenish-blue arc of lightning began to come out of his body. The skin on his body began to orange with red veins of power appearing all over his skin. As this happened, the ground below him started to crash from the raw power he was releasing as strong winds started to blow from where he was standing. Izuku opened his eyes and looked at All Might smiling, causing him to smile back. "Well, young Midoriya, it looks like this is going to be an interesting 9 months." All Might said. "Oh yes, they are indeed," said a voice, causing Izuku and All Might to look towards the direction it came from. "So this is where you've been, huh kid?" said the man as Izuku recognized him. "Hey Uncle Dante, when did you get back?" Izuku asked. "Yesterday, your mom filled me and Naiko in on everything. I'm here to assist you in any way I can," Dante said as he then looked at All Might. "I can't believe this is what you really look like, All Might. Guess you've seen better days, huh?" Dante said to All Might. "Haha, indeed, I have Redgrave, or should I call you Dante? Your nephew here is really interesting to say the least, so I'm going to need your help in pushing him over his limits, so what do you say, Dante?" All Might said to Dante. "Well, looks like you're in for a bumpy ride, kid, hope you're ready for it," Dante asked Izuku. "Bring it you guys, I can take it, so let's get this party started," Izuku said to both of them. 9 months later. All Might and Dante looked at the beach, comparing it to how it looked 9 months ago. During Izuku's training, he finished cleaning the beach in 5 months, which left him to use the remaining months for combat training with Ofa. He sparred with both All Might and Dante, allowing him to control 50% of Ofa. Dante also focused on trying to get Izuku to achieve his Devil Trigger form, which proved difficult as Dante discovered that the problem was Izuku. Fearing that he would lose control and stop being human if he did that, Dante didn't force him because he went through the same thing when he was younger. All Might also found out that Izuku and Dante were part demon, and they told him their family history. After the story, All Might realized that both of them had the blood of a hero flowing through them and said that he wouldn't tell anyone unless they wanted him to. Izuku's had also changed during his training. He was now 6 feet in height and his hair grew a bit longer, his muscles more defined and denser, giving him a lethal combination of speed and strength. Now Izuku, All Might and Dante were looking at a sunset on the beach as tomorrow was the day of the entrance exam. "Well kid, you've come a long way. Who would have thought you'd survive this whole thing, and now you're stronger than ever," Dante said to Izuku. "Indeed, young Midoriya, you have surpassed all our expectations, and I know you will continue to do so," All Might also said to Izuku. "Well, thanks for all the help you guys gave me, I really appreciate it. You put so much time into helping me, so the least I can do is not let you down," Izuku said to both of them. "Well kid, tomorrow's the exam, so go home and rest up," Dante said, getting a nod from him as he left the beach to rest for the exam. It looks like the kid more than ready for the exams, he's going to tear the house down at UA," Dante said to All Might. "Yes he is, I wanted to get him in on recommendations, but knowing him, he would have turned it down. He's stronger than I was when I first got Ofa, and he'll keep getting stronger," All Might said. "He will, but first he needs to get over that mentality he has that he will lose his humanity and give in to his demon side. He has every reason to be afraid of his power, but it'll slow his progress in the future, but once he gets over it, he'll rise and go beyond his current level," Dante said. "You know what's causing this, don't you?" All Might asked Dante, getting a nod from him. "Yes, it's an incident from Fortuna with Kairi's brother Credo. He blames himself for not being strong enough to save him, but at the same time he's afraid that if he gains that strength, it'll cost him his humanity," Dante said. "Well, only time will tell how he chooses his path. As far as I'm concerned, he already prepared for this, he'll take UA by storm and dominate there," All Might said as he left the beach. "Of that I have no doubt, there hasn't been anyone like him before in UA. They are in for a wild ride," Dante said, smiling. Entrance exam day. Izuku had woken up in his home and started to get ready for the exam. He got out of his room and was greeted by his mother, Kiri and Naiko, who wished him good luck on the exams. Izuku and Kiri left as they made their to the exam location. Kiri was going with Izuku because she had become the assistant nurse for UA working under Recovery Girl. Izuku had asked All Might to get her the position at the school. All Might took her and introduced her to Recovery Girl and showed her abilities. Recovery Girl took Kiri under her wing and mentored the girl and prepared her to take an online exam to get her medical degree, seeing she didn't have a medical license. UA. Izuku and Kiri arrived at the school's grounds, going their separate ways as Izuku made his way to the hall. Izuku was ignoring the curious looks others teens were giving him because he didn't show up in his school uniform. He was wearing a green tracksuit with red Snickers. "Get the hell out of my way or die, Deku," said the voice of one Katsuki Bakugo. Izuku groaned and turned around. "Dude, there's plenty of room for you to pass, so piss off," Izuku said to Bakugo as he glared at him. Bakugo snarled at him as he was about to use his quirk but decided against it as he adjusted his walking position and walked by Izuku. He is never going to change, I'm starting to regret saving the jackass. Izuku mumbled as he looked at Bakugo, shaking his head in disappointment. After a few moments he started walking towards the building following the other applicants. As he was walking he bumped into a girl with brown hair. "Oh, I'm sorry, I wasn't looking where I was going," Izuku said to the girl. "It's okay, it happens sometimes," the girl said as she turned around to see Izuku, and when she did she blushed. "Wow, this guy is really hot," she thought as she looked at him. "Are you here for the exams too?" she asked, stuttering a bit, in which Izuku nodded. "Yeah, I'm here for the heroics exam, I'm aiming for class 1A," Izuku said to her. "Cool, me too, I'm hoping to become a great hero. By the way, my name is Ichako Uraraka," said Ichako as she introduced herself. Izuku Midoriya, but you can call me Nero, it's nice to meet you. We should start heading in, the exam's about to start," Izuku said as started going inside, followed by Ichako. Exam room. Izuku and Ichako walked into the exam room and saw that there were hundreds of kids here trying to become heroes. "Wow, there are a lot of people here," Ichako said, surprised by the number of people here. "Well, UA is the best school in the world and everyone wants to get in," Izuku said to Ichako. Both Izuku and Ichako found seats in the room. Ichako was sitting next to Izuku, who noticed Bakugo was near him with a scowl on his face. Ichako was looking nervous, but Izuku told her to relax. As for him, he was looking alright as he turned on his wireless headphones to listen to some tunes. The exams officially began when President Mick came on stage. "Are you all ready to become heroes? Give me a hell yeah," Mick screamed to the applicants who didn't reply. "Sheesh, tough crowd." Mick began to explain what to expect from the exam, such as exam questions, battle robots, time you have, etc. Izuku wasn't listening as he was waiting for it to begin as he leaned his head on his hand. The exam was handed out to everyone in the room, and Izuku began as soon as he got his. It had been 30 minutes before Izuku got up and gained attention. "Yo, President Mick, I'm finished," Izuku said, causing Mick to spit out his drink and look at Izuku with a shocked expression on his face. Same thing with the other applicants. How could he be finished already? Was the thought of everyone in the room. There's no way he could have got everything right even if he finished that quickly, thought Mick as he started grading Izuku's tests since he was the only one done. After 10 minutes of grading tests he was shocked at what he saw. "Well, congratulations, you got 100% correct," Mick said as everyone's jaw dropped and widened their eyes. Even Bakugo was surprised at what he heard. "You can go wait in the waiting room until the heroics exam begins," Mick said as Izuku left to wait for the next exam. "I have a feeling that he's going to ace the entire exam," Mick thought with a sweat drop as he looked at Izuku. A few hours later. Everyone else had finally finished their exams and made their way to the heroics battle exam. They began to change to their workout attire and got ready to start. Izuku, who has finished, was already prepared. He took off his tracksuit jacket and tied it around his waist and started stretching. Everyone was looking at him, seeing he was a potential challenge. "That's the guy that got a 100% on the exam and finished in like 30 minutes. One of the test takers said as everyone looked at Izuku. "How powerful do you think he is? He's an unknown right now," said another one. "When the exam starts I'll take off and head for the first robots I see. So right now it's search and destroy." Some of the others here probably have combat experience, but thanks to Uncle D, I'm way ahead of them, Izuku thought to himself as he smirked looking at the countdown. 5. Izuku got into position. 4. Everyone was getting ready. 3. Izuku cracked his knuckles and neck. 2. Some people were sweating. 1. When the doors opened, Izuku channeled Ofa as he exploded into a full-on sprint which confused the others. "What are you all waiting for? There's no waiting in the hero job, get going," Mick said as the others started running out. Izuku, who had gotten out faster than the others, channeled Ofa into the rest of his body and ran straight into a one-pointer, punching it, which sent it crashing into another one. Izuku saw 3 two-pointers coming from both sides. As they got closer he teleported behind one and punched its head off, grabbing the body and hurled it at the other one and quickly ran towards the last one, picking it up and delivering a power bomb, destroying it. Izuku noticed 4 three-pointers and teleported to them, destroying them instantly as he continued his search and destroy objective. When everyone else heard the destruction Izuku had caused, they began looking for robots to destroy. Izuku was still destroying everything in his sight as he jumped to the side of a building and slammed his knee into a two-pointer. He looked around and saw a few robots floating, and he noticed that it was Ichako doing it. "It must be some kind of gravity quirk, it looks really cool," Izuku thought to himself as he saw her touch her fingers, causing the robot to crash into the ground. Izuku noticed a one-pointer running towards her as he quickly teleported behind her and kicked it. "Hey, you really need to watch back, can't have some of these tin cans harming a beautiful lady like you," Izuku said as he winked at her and teleported to the roof. "He called me beautiful," Ichako thought as she blushed. Observation deck. Well, the test takers were the pros were watching and evaluating them. Well, it looks like we have an interesting batch this year, said the pro hero Midnight. Yeah, we got a boy with a stomach laser, another one that can shoot tape out of his elbows, and another one that can harden his body. We got a lot of raw talent this year, said the pro hero Vlad King as he looked at the monitors. Yeah, we also have someone who is dominating this test. I think he might pass with a full 100%, said Mick as he looked at the screen showing Izuku, which caught everyone's attention. Who are you talking about? Asked Vlad King. Say hello to one Izuku Midoriya, Mick said as all the pros were watching Izuku destroy robots with ease. He finished the written exam in 30 minutes and got 0 wrong. He also has been destroying the robots with ease and looks like he hasn't broken a sweat, Mick said as he and the others heroes see Izuku performing a spinning roundhouse kick, destroying 4 robots. Damn, this kid's a beast, look at him go, said Vlad King. I'm telling you guys, we have a lot of promising talent this year, Mick said. We can be too sure of that yet, said the voice of Toshinori Yagiaka All Might in his true form as he smirked, flipping the protective case to push the big red button. The real test begins now, he said as he hit the button. The pros watches as the gigantic form of the 4th villain in all the battle areas, wasting no time to start wreaking havoc by moving and swinging its gigantic metal arms, easily making the examinees despair as they started to run away because of the immeasurable size of the villain. There is absolutely no merit in taking on this particular villain. However, someone's true character is revealed when they are faced with an impossible obstacle they cannot overcome. All Might said solemnly, feeling slightly disappointed when he saw almost everyone run away from the 4th villain. He smirked victoriously as he saw something that didn't surprise at all on the screen he was focused on. But this creates an opportunity, he said as he smiled. A few seconds earlier. And that makes 140 points. Izuku said happily as he punched the last 2-pointer on the street to oblivion. Man, this was fun, but I'm kinda bored already. I wonder if they are going to up the ante a little bit, Izuku said to himself as he was hoping to set a record for getting 200 points. As Izuku turned round a corner, he saw many of the other contestants destroying robots and competing with one another for the rights to destroy the robots without using their quirks on one another. Well, there's nothing to do here, so I'll just go to another area, Izuku thought to himself as he was about to leave when he felt the ground tremble. His eyes widened when he looked on as massive amounts of dust and debris rose from the ground about 50 feet from where the others were. Holy shit, now that's what I'm talking about, Izuku thought as he looked at the gigantic robot come out from the ground. He saw that the others were running away screaming as he walked towards the robot. He then noticed Achako was trapped under a slab of concrete as she grunted in pain. What the hell, that's Achako, why isn't anyone trying to help her? Izuku thought furiously as he saw that everyone was running past her as she called for help. Play you Seiron. Izuku began running towards her as he channeled Ofa into his legs to move faster. The examies the trans saw green lightning move past them as it headed for the robot. Izuku had reached Achako and stopped in front of her. It's that white-haired guy, one of the contestants said. What is he doing? He going to get himself seriously hurt, another one said. Are you alright? Izuku asked as Achako looked up and saw him in front of her. My ankle is stuck and I think it might be broken, Achako said as Izuku nodded. Don't worry, I'm gonna get you out of here, Izuku said in a tone that made her feel safe and protected. Izuku then grabbed the debris with one hand and flipped it off her ankle. He then picked her up bridal style, which made her blush as he teleported to the exit and set her down gently. Alright, stay here, I'll be right back, Izuku said in a tone that left no room for argument and nodded. This guy is acting like a veteran pro right now, thought the boy in glasses as he looked on what Izuku was about to do next. Izuku ran towards the robot and stopped a few feet away from it as he looked at it. Hey scrap metal, looks like you just won an all-expense-paid trip to the junkyard, Izuku shouted as he walked towards the robot, activating his Devil Bringer as he channeled Ofa into his entire body. The robot sent its arm to grab Izuku, but it missed as Izuku jumped up and ran on its arm, going for its head. As he got closer, the robot tries to shake him off, but he teleports right in front of its face as he cocked his arm back, charging his Devil Bringer with both his demonic powers and 50% of Ofa. Yes. An opportunity to shine brightly and rise to the surface, All Might said proudly as the hero saw Izuku face the villain without hesitation when he saw Achako in trouble. That's right. The most important quality of a true hero, All Might declared as he was resisting the urge to transform into his muscular form as he saw Izuku activate his Devil Bringer, enhancing it with Ofa. For there is nothing greater and nobler than self-sacrifice. Take this, Imperial Impact, Izuku yelled as he punched the robot's head off its body as his punch created a shockwave due to the speed and strength of the punch. Everyone watched as the villain's head left a path of destruction as it was finally halted by the massive fence, which the head was deeply embedded in, as the body exploded when the head hit the fence. No one made a sound as Izuku landed on the ground, creating a small crater as his hand was smoking and trembling a bit from the amount of power he used. "Stop playing, you Seiron. Did you see that? He just one-shot that massive robot like it was nothing," said one of the contestants as everyone was shocked at what Izuku did. "And time's up, people," came the shout of present Mick, but no one was paying attention in the area after that. Didn't they see what he did? He just saved that girl. Of course, if this wasn't a test I would have done the same thing. Wait, it couldn't be the test. The boy in glasses thought to himself. "Hey Ichako, how are you feeling?" Izuku asked as he got close to her. "I'm fine, my ankle just hurts a bit," Ichako said as she was still in shock after what she saw. "Don't worry lads. We'll take it from here," said an elderly woman in a lab coat. "Kiri, check if anyone is injured and take care of them," she said to her assistant, who nodded. "I swear these exams are getting more reckless with each year," she said in annoyance as her lips extended and planted a kiss on Ichako's leg, healing her. "Wow, that's recovery girl, and Kiri is here too," Izuku thought to himself. "Are you alright, sonny boy?" she asked Izuku, looking at his arm, in which he said he was alright. "Nero, how was your exam?" Kiri asked, running towards him. "It was fine, thanks for asking, Kiri," Izuku said to her. He was then told thank you by Ichako for saving her, and he told her it was the right thing to do, that she needed help. "Well, I'll be seeing you, Ichako. I'm going to head home, it's been a really long day," Izuku said as he bid her goodbye. 1 week later. "Izuku, it's here, your letter form UA is here," Inko said excitedly as Dante, Trish, Lady, Kiri and Aiko waited for him to open the letter. "I am here as a projection," All Might said what Izuku activated the device in the letter. "Congratulations, young Midoriya, you have accomplished what no other UA tester has done. You have passed the exam with a full 100%, not even myself or Endeavor has accomplished such a feat. Also, it seems you have a fan as well." All Might, as the projector showed Ichako, tell present Mick that she would like to give him some of her points too so that he wouldn't fail. They told here not to worry that Izuku already passed the exam. All went on to explain that the pros were just looking at battle points, but also rescue points as well. "Let this be a lesson, young Midoriya, that beyond a powerful quirk which you have twice over, is your noble and selfless actions that can inspire others to rise to the occasion," All Might said. "Congratulations, young Midoriya, you have earned 200 points, which is the highest score anyone had ever gotten in the history of UA. I look forward to teaching you there," All Might said proudly as he continued smiling. "Come, young Midoriya, this is your Hero Academia." The projector turned off as Inko hugged Izuku as the others congratulated him on a job well done. "This is it, I've finally made it. It's time for me to show them what I can do," Izuku thought as the rest of his family were celebrating. Nightmare begins. It has been 2 weeks since Izuku got his acceptance letter from All Might. Since then he had been busy with demon hunting, since he had 2 months before he starts UA. Izuku was currently working on his motorcycle that Dante got for him as a congratulations, birthday and Christmas gift. Izuku, now age 16, was currently in his garage working on his motorcycle and van with Nico as they were engaged in an interesting conversation. "I still can't believe you didn't tell me you were applying for the support course in UA," Izuku said as he was working on his bike. "I know, it just slipped my mind, I was going to tell you, but with all the hunting it was never really a good time," Nico said in defense. "Well, at least I'll have a familiar face around and try to make some new friends," Izuku said. "Speaking of new friends, why haven't you checked on that Ichako girl? I mean, it's totally clear you got the hots for her," Nico said, teasing Izuku. "I honestly don't know, but when I see her at UA we can hang, but until then I just want to get as much fun out of going on jobs before I'm stuck in school, and plus I kinda don't know what to say to her," Izuku said, causing Nico to laugh. Wait, are you telling me the mighty Nero is shy and nervous around a girl?" Nico said. "That's not what I said," Izuku said. "That's what I heard," Nico countered. "Anyways, your order for new parts will be here soon, so your little project can keep going, and," Izuku was saying before his mother called him. "Izuku, Nico, lunch is ready," Inko said. "Alright mom, we're coming," Izuku said as he walked to the van. "Why don't you go ahead, I'll finish up here and also save me a plate," Izuku said as he stood over Nico. "No promises," Nico said as she walked out of the garage into the house. Izuku was working on the engine of the van when he saw a shadow of someone standing behind him. He turned and saw a hooded figure outside. "Hey you need something?" Izuku asked as he looked at the person who didn't reply. "What is it, you hungry?" Izuku asked again, turning back to keep the tools. "Well, you're in luck pal, cause food's ready and mom and Kiri always make too much. Hope you like loud talkers too, cause we have a pair of those upstairs," Izuku said as he turned around to see the person standing inside the garage. "You see something you like?" Izuku said as he then noticed his right arm was pulsing. What the hell, you a demon? Izuku asked as he continued to look at the demon, not taking his eyes of him. Izuku, your food's getting cold, Inko said as she was interrupted by Izuku. Mom, get back inside now. Izuku yelled as he turned his back for a second. The demon then stabbed Izuku with an ethereal sword and pushed his towards the wall. He then summoned more swords and stabbed Izuku in both his arms and legs and drove the last one in his chest. Izuku's arm transformed as he tried to fight back, but the demon then grabbed his arm and started absorbing his demonic energy, burning his hand as well. Izuku screamed in pain as he felt his power draining and his arm burning. This caused Izuku to subconsciously release Yamato as it fell on the ground. The demon then picked it up and started laughing. Haha, look what I did to your son Vergil. Look upon and see his broken form and know that I took great pleasure in this, and now I'm going to end his life with her. The demon said, but was cut short when he fell on his knees and was struggling against something. No, you will not take over, I will not let you, your body is mine. The demon said as his presence was held back by another. Keep dreaming, I am Vergil, son of Sparta, I won't let you harm my son. Vergil said as he suppressed the other entity in him and looked at Izuku and saw that he wasn't healing. Vergil then placed his hand on Izuku and put the demonic energy that was taken from Izuku back into his body. He removed his hand and saw he was healing, but at a very slow rate. Izuku, I'm so sorry I couldn't protect you. Vergil said as he removed his hood, showing his face, but it was now dark as black veins were showing on it, making his look deteriorated. I have to make this right, I know you can't hear me, but know that if I don't make it, I know you and Dante will finish what I started. Vergil said to Izuku, who had passed out from blood loss. Vergil stood up and then coughed on his hand and saw his blood. I'm running out of time. He said as he drew Yamato and opened a portal and walked into it. As the portal closed, Inko, Kiri and Naiko ran in with Trish and Lady, who they called when Izuku told them not to come into the garage. Kiri, how is he? Inko asked, worried. He lost a lot of blood and his healing slowly. I'll do what I can, but we should call recovery girl. Kiri said. Who did this to him? Said Trish. I'll call Dante, we'll meet at the hospital, take him to recovery girl. Lady said as they picked up Izuku and put him in the van, where Kiri continued healing him as they drove to the hospital. 1 week later. Izuku had been healed, but his arm was still damaged and bandaged but was healing slowly. Izuku had told Dante what happened, that the demon took the Yamato. He said he didn't see its face as he was knocked out as it started absorbing his demonic energy. Dante had his suspicions, but he didn't want to tell Izuku, so after Izuku was cleared, he was taking it easy. He even started hanging out with Achako, as he thanked her for what she said about him after the exam was over. Devil May Cry building. Dante and Izuku were currently sitting in his office relaxing. Izuku just got back from Patty's birthday, as he dropped his gift and hung out with her for a while before he left. So got anything for us to do, Uncle D? Izuku asked. Yeah, Morrison is on his way with a job for us, so all we do now is wait. Dante said to Izuku as the door opened, revealing Morrison and someone else behind him. Hey Morrison, what you got for us? I hope it's something good. Dante asked. Yeah, I got a gig for you too, cash up front. Morrison said as Izuku and Dante sat up. Really, cash up front, now this we like. Izuku said. Anyway boys, meet your new client. Morrison said as he pointed at the man standing near the door. He had black hair and wore all black with the black sandals and was holding a sliver walking stick and was reading a book with the letter V on the front and had a lot of tattoos on his body. Listen, I'm going to find Lady and Trish and bring them in on this. Morrison said as he walked towards the door. What, come on, you don't think we can handle this gig on our own? Sure, his arm's still recovering, but with both of there it's more than enough. Dante said as Izuku agreed with him. It's a big job. Big job boys, and you are going to need all the help you can get. Morrison said as he walked out. Izuku and Dante sighed and looked at the mysterious man standing near the door reading his book. So what's your name? Dante asked the man. I have no name, for I am but 2 days old. The man said as he walked forward and smiled. Just kidding, you can call me V, the now named V said. Okay V. Why don't you tell us everything about this job? We need to know what we are getting into. Izuku said as he looked at him. A powerful demon is about to resurrect and we need your help, Dante, and you too, Nero. V said as Dante laughed a bit. Now that's a familiar tune. Do you have any idea how many times I've heard that exact same line? Dante said as he got up and started pacing. This is special. V said. Special? What's so special about this one? Izuku asked. This demon is your reason. Your reason for fighting. V said. This demon got a name. Dante asked as V smiled. Its name is Urizen. V said. Alright, we'll take it. So where is this Urizen resurrecting? Izuku asked. 1 week later, Redgrave City. Dante had traveled to Redgrave City with Trish, Lady and V with Izuku, who was on his way there. They were currently in the mysterious tree that appeared in the city that was still growing. Dante and the others were making their way to the demon. "Wow, it stinks in here," Lady said. "I know it smells like hot garbage," Dante said as they continue walking until V stopped. "This is far worse than I thought," V said as he looked around. "There's no crime in turning tail, V. These things might be a little too much for you," Dante said. "You're right, I'll leave the rest to you," V said as he turned around to leave. What? Whoa my V, all the way down here and turn tail, really? Huh? Said the bird demon. "One must always have an insurance policy, Griffin," V said as he and Griffin left. "Who was that guy? Can't believe he just ran," Lady said. "No one special. Come on, let's go clean up this garbage," Dante said. "First come, first serve on the targets, right?" Trish said. "Music to my ears, hurry up, Dante," Lady said as they went ahead of him. "Guess I get to see it with my own eyes. If it really is you," Dante said as he picked up his pace. Dante was making his way there as he encountered some demons. Among them was the Barb Discord Chaos and the Insanity Ablaze Helbet, Look It Up in DMC5, that he quickly destroyed and finally got to the throne room. When Dante entered, he saw that Urizen had just defeated Lady and Trish and was just sitting on its throne surrounded by blood. Well. Oh, king of stench and filth, I'm impressed. Those are two of the baddest women in the world and I only know one other guy who can defeat them. Looks like I've hit the jackpot," Dante said as he looked at Urizen. "Dante," Urizen said as he looked at Dante, who removed Rebellion from his back and prepared to attack. Dante ran at full speed and jumped to Urizen as he swung his sword that was blocked by a red crystal that was glowing with a blue light. Dante continued to try to hit Urizen, but the crystal blocked it again. He then continued hitting the cry with the intention of breaking it, but failed to react in time as Urizen fired a beam that slowed him down and blasted him back. Urizen then raised his hand and fired a red fireball as Dante ran towards him again. Dante sidesteps and jumped in the air as he fired another one. Dante pulls out his guns and prepared to fire when Urizen sent two tentacles at him that he spins under and started running on it and flips off it as he sent more at him that he dodges and was about to fire his gun when he was hit by two more with such force that sent him crashing into the ground. A few minutes earlier, Izuku, who was in his costume, DMC5 Nero's outfit, had arrived in the tree with V and saw the explosions coming from the throne room. "What am I doing wasting my time here? It looks like Uncle D is already taking care of it," Izuku said. "You should not underestimate this demon. After all, he was the one who attacked you and took the Yamato and gained a great deal of power from it," V said as he put his cane on the ground as a black mist came out of it. "I'm leaving, I suggest you do not fall behind," V said as he left. "Okay V, you're an interesting guy, but you're right. I've got a score to settle with that son of a bitch," Izuku said as he started walking towards the throne room. As he was walking towards the throne room, he encountered a few demons like the demonic insect Impusa and airborne evil green Impusa that he defeated and continued onwards, where he ran into V. "Hey, I thought you ran off," Izuku said. "Do you not understand? We cannot hope to do this without you," V said. "That's alright, superstar, go on with your bad self. Go ahead, we got this," said Griffin, who was hovering above Izuku. Izuku nodded as sped up towards the throne room as he left the remaining demons for V. He arrived and opened the door and saw Dante, Lady and Trish in the ground as Urizen sent a sharp tentacle at Dante. Izuku quickly pulled out his gun and shot it, gaining Urizen's attention as he kept his gun back. "Well, looks like this won't be a waste of time after all. Hey jackass, didn't your mother ever teach you it's not nice to steal? You got something that doesn't belong to you, return it or I'll open a big can of whoopass on you," Izuku said to Urizen, who remained silent and was looking at Izuku. "Sorry, Dante. I'm bagging this bitch," Izuku said as he stabbed his sword in the ground and reeving it as it started to glow. Izuku ran forward as Urizen shot multiple light beams at him. Izuku deflected them and jumped at Urizen and tried to cut him, but the crystal got in his way. Urizen sent 3 tentacles at Izuku, who started to spin as he cut them off with his sword on fire. Izuku ran again at Urizen, who when fired 3 red fireballs at him that he blocked. Izuku then backflips as the last fireball came at him and pulled out his gun, firing it 4 times at Urizen, who blocked it by firing his light beam at them. Izuku then teleported in front of him and was about to stab him when he was sent flying back by an invisible force. Izuku got up and was panting as he tried to break Urizen's defense. Damn it, his defense is ironclad. It's difficult to even get past it, and I can't cut it with that crystal taking the him. Looks like I'm going to have to force my way through with Ofa, so 50% should do it, Izuku said as he got up and started channeling Ofa throughout his entire body as arc of green lightning danced around his body. With a burst of speed, Izuku charged at Urizen again as the crystal got in the way to protect him, but the force of Izuku's swing had knocked the crystal away, which surprised Urizen as he raised his hand to repel Izuku, but was not fully successful as Izuku slashed the palm of his hand, causing it to bleed. Urizen, still in shock that Izuku cut him, failed to notice Izuku's left arm was stretched forward as he began charging his demonic energy and Ofa, preparing to flick his finger. Izuku would have used his right hand, but it was still healing, so he didn't want to put any stress on it. "Hey asshole, eat this, Delaware Buster Smash," Izuku said as he flicked his finger, sending a blue energy blast covered with green lightning at Urizen. The crystal came in front of him as it was about to hit him, but as the blast hit the crystal it exploded. The explosions overcame the crystal as Urizen brought up his arm to block it. When the explosion died down, Izuku was breathing heavily as he was exhausted. He looked up and saw that Urizen's entire arm was burnt and bleeding. "Ha, not so touched now are you?" Izuku said. As he smiled at the damage he did to him. Urizen looked at his arm and then at Izuku in rage as the entire room began to shake. "You insignificant insect, how dare you? I will make you suffer for your defiance," Urizen said as he raised his arm, which healed, and pointed at Izuku, who didn't react in time as he noticed that he was slower. Did he just slow down time? Izuku thought as he tried to move faster, but couldn't when he saw Urizen charging a light beam. Izuku brought up his sword to block, but was too slow as multiple beams shot from the ground under him, throwing him the air as Urizen fired a more powerful beam at Izuku, who was sent crashing into the columns and wall as blood flew out of him mouth on impact as he fell to the ground. V had just arrived as he saw Izuku and the others on the ground as Urizen was charging a fireball at Izuku. "V, you got to do something or else the kid is doomed," said Griffin as V nodded and stretched out his cane, but was distracted when Dante got up and fired two charged shots at Urizen, with one hitting the fireball and the other one hit Urizen in the chest. Dante was panting as he helped, his gun still pointed at Urizen, who was angry at Dante for also hitting him. "Hey ugly, round 2. Dante said as he transformed into his devil trigger state DMC5 and summoned rebellion to his hand and charged at Urizen, who brought up his hand to repel Dante, but the force and Dante were at a stalemate. The entire room began to shake as Dante tried to overcome the force but was still at a standstill. "V, get Nero out of here. This was a bad move," Dante said as he was still trying to push forward. "I can still fight, I'm not leaving you here," Izuku said as he struggled to get on his feet. "Nero, go, you've done enough here, so please just go," Dante said as he turned his attention back to Urizen. "Back off, I'm going to help you," Izuku said as V began to pull him out of the room as debris was falling all over the place. "I'm not going to leave you here, Uncle D," Izuku said as V finally dragged him out and debris blocked the entrance. "Come on, we must leave here, he is far stronger than we could have imagined," V said as Izuku was trying to break the debris. V forced Izuku away from the wall and got him to calm down. "Stop hitting yourself and think of ways to get stronger and actually help," V said as Izuku calmed down. "If Dante loses, you are all that's left that can defeat Urizen," V said as the area was still shaking from the clash of powers coming from the throne room. "Urizen the Demon King, remember that is the name of the one who attacked you and took your sword," V said as he looked at Izuku. Back in the throne room, Dante was pushing forward as his sword was inches away from Urizen's hand. Urizen then made a fist and punched the rebellion and sent Dante flying back as the sword shattered and Dante turning human again. Urizen sent multiple tentacles at Dante that started wrapping around him. "This is power," Urizen said as the tentacles started squeezing Dante. Trish saw this and got up and threw the SPARDA at Dante, who caught it and transformed again, destroying the tentacles. Dante ripped out one that was sticking out his chest and flew at Urizen, who brought up his hand and blasted Dante with multiple beams which pierced him, but as he fell to the ground, Urizen blasted him out of the room and tree altogether as Dante was knocked out. "The devil sword SPARDA no longer serves a purpose," Urizen said as he sent tentacles at Trish and Lady as they began to wrap around them. "I have plans for the both of you. You will exist to give me strength, how fortunate you are to serve a divine purpose," Urizen said as they were dragged away. A few days later, Izuku and V had arrived back in Japan and told the others what had. Izuku has called All Might and told him about the situation in Redgrave City as he told All Might to evacuate the city as fast as they can. Izuku watched the news and saw that the tree had grown, which quickly him that Dante had lost. Izuku mother along with Kiri, Naiko and V told him to focus on healing and getting stronger to face Urizen again. "Alright Sonny, you have just a month to finish healing and then you can go and do what need to be done," said Recovery Girl as she was checking up on Izuku. "Thank you so much, I start UA in 2 months, so after I'm done healing in a month I'll go back and finish this," Izuku said. "Also All Might, I think it's best you let me handle this one. I know you want to go too, but if you push yourself too hard I'm afraid you might die, so please let me handle this," Izuku said to All Might, who was looking at him. Alright young Midoriya, I'll let you handle this, but there will be other heroes there trying to keep the demons from leaving the city, me included, so do your best and end this evil once and for all. All Might said as he got up and left the room. Izuku went back home to rest. He then picked up his phone and called Ichako, who he invited over for dinner with the others. After that he went back to training, making sure he does push himself too hard as he wanted to be fully healed when he faced Urizen again. Don't worry, we'll meet again and this time I'm going to beat you and end you once and for all. Izuku said as he started running, preparing for his next encounter with Urizen. Into the nightmare. The month had gone by and Izuku was fully healed and ready to take on Urizen again after his loss. When Izuku was training he noticed he absorbed Urizen demonic energy, given him some of his powers, so he focused on getting stronger and increased his control of Ofa to 55% because he focused more on his demonic powers. Redgrave City. The city had been evacuated and demons roamed the streets. The pro-heroes had put up a blockade to keep the demons from leaving the city. After the incident had become serious, All Might was also there keeping some demons away from the blockade. He managed to get Izuku and Naiko through and wished them luck as they drove into the city. He also told Izuku to call if he need any help. On their way they encountered some lesser demons that Naiko just ran over with a van. As they got to the bridge they saw some sodders still shooting at the demons as they killed them one by one until Izuku intervened and destroyed all of them. They made their way further into the city as they hit a roadblock where Izuku told Naiko to find another way as he went on foot to find V, who stayed to gather information. Izuku had gotten to the local church when a van came flying at him. Izuku jumped into the door of the flying van as it hit the ground and crashed against a wall, but Izuku kicked the door open and came out without any injuries. Somebody call a doctor. Izuku said as he got out of the van and saw a tree behind the church building. Human. I wasn't expecting any survivors. Said a colossal demons on the roof of the building as it jumped to and crushed the van and looked around for Izuku. Well, sorry to disappoint you. Hey, you wouldn't happen to see a guy around here? He uses a cane. I was supposed to meet him. Did you eat him? Izuku asked as the demon as it turned around and saw him on a destroyed building. Your blood will be a very precious sacrifice. Eating you will do me no good. I will have every last drop of your blood so I can rule the underworld as king. Descendant of Sparta. The demon said as it swung its fist at Izuku, who jumped out the way and landed on another building with his legs crossed. King? You? I don't know, I mean you are a big guy and all, but you seem more like a knuckle, scrapping fart in the wind than anything else. No offense. Izuku said to the demon. Puny human. Do you know who I am? I shall show you the wrath of the mighty Goliath. Goliath said as it sent his foot at Izuku and continued swinging its arm, destroying the building he was on. It turned around and saw Izuku standing there. It started to pick up the debris around him as its stomach opened up, revealing a red liquid substance as it started putting the debris in it. When it had finished, its stomach started getting bigger as it fired a massive fireball at Izuku, who dodged it. Hey, cool trick, do you do parties? Izuku said. You'll be sorry for this. Goliath said. Yeah, maybe I would be sorry. Sorry, I'm about to kill you. Izuku said as Goliath roared and charged at him. Izuku ran at Goliath and sent an electrified fist at it that pushed it back. Goliath got up and swung at Izuku, who then jumped in the air and landed on its shoulder and punched it in the face. Izuku got of its shoulder as it tried to grab him. Goliath then charged at Izuku in blind rage as it then punched the ground, sending them crashing below. Izuku landed on his feet and saw Goliath had landed face. He then charged at Goliath and punched it 4 times and did a spinning roundhouse kick that sent Goliath's face into the column, destroying it. Goliath struggled to get up as Izuku jumped and gave it a massive axe kick that dazed it as it raised its head and glared at Izuku. Goliath roared in frustration as it then fired a massive beam of fire, hoping to bury Izuku under the building, but Izuku got out of the place as it collapsed. Goliath noticed this and jumped out after Izuku. As Goliath was in the air, Izuku jumped and gave it an uppercut that sent it back as it crashed into the ground. Izuku then grabbed Goliath's tail and spinned as he threw it into the remains of the church building as the debris fell on Goliath. I must not be defeated in a place like by you of all things. Goliath said as it got up. The fruit will be mine, not his. I will rule the underworld. Goliath said as it looked at Izuku, who brought out his gun to finish off the demon. Izuku then noticed Griffin flying and distracting the demon as it tried to chase it off. I curse my stars in bitter grief and woe. That made my love so high and me so low. Said V as he walked out behind Izuku, who turned around to see him. V then pointed his cane as a black mist surrounded the handle. From the most came a black panther that charged at Goliath, turning its body into a blade, cutting it on the stomach, causing Goliath to fall on the ground. Why? Why are you? Goliath asked as it looked as V and saw him walking towards it. Little wanderer, hide the home. V said as he stabbed the demon with the bottom of his cane, killing it as its body disintegrated. I was thinking I had to pick you out of his tummy teeth. Izuku said. Pardon my delay, I was catching up on some reading. V said, holding his book. Yeah, looks like a real page turner. Izuku said as he noticed the small tree dry up and fall apart as he saw the massive one in the distance. Do you think Dante is still in there? Izuku asked, looking at the tree. If Urizen defeated him, then I expect he's not more than Cliff of Pollen by now. V said as Izuku looked at him confused. A what? Izuku asked. Cliffith, it's a tree that grows in the underworld. It thrives on human blood and those whose blood it sucks, well. V said as he pointed at the people whose remains were frozen in stone. Let's just say they don't turn out too well. We need to find out. If he's alive, he probably injured right now, so we need to save him. Izuku said as he started walking away until V stopped him. Wait, first we need to exterminate some Cliffith roots. V said as his panther walked towards him, which made his move back a little and saw a griffin landing on V's shoulder. V, what the hell are you? Izuku asked as V smiled at the question. They turned around and saw Naiko, who just arrived in the van. I know I'm late, so shut it. Naiko said from the window before looking at V. So you must be V, huh? You don't look like much. Naiko said as she looked at the ground and saw a Goliath horn near V. Hey, can you toss me that right there? She said, pointing at the horn on the ground before V used his cane to hit it towards her. I'm going to make something amazing out of this, so how's it going, Nero? Find anything on Dante? She said. Nope, I'm going to head towards the tree, maybe he there. Izuku said. We are going to split into two groups so we can cover more ground. Nero and Naiko head towards tree and deal with any roots you come across. I'll do head west and take care of any roots I find. V said. Sounds like an excellent plan, let's do it. Izuku said as he got into the van. Izuku and Naiko drove further into the city as V went his own way. They arrived at a ruined library as Izuku sensed a root inside and got out and walked into the library to destroy it. Izuku arrived after fighting a few demons that he destroyed and found the root. He walked towards it when he felt he was alone. Izuku turned back and saw an angelic-looking demon with 6 wings and scaly skin. It had a mermaid tail with a humanoid upper body. The demon fired lasers from its wings, causing Izuku to jump back and bring out his gun as he fired at the demon, who veered to the left and flew fast to avoid more bullets Izuku fired. It then fired more lasers at Izuku, who jumped to the columns as it fired some explosive things at him as they hit the column, exploding as Izuku jumped towards the ground and kicked the last one away from him. So no chit-chat or monologue, just getting right to the point, huh? Izuku said as he pointed his gun at the demon. The demon opened the appendages around its head and screeched at Izuku. Artemis. The demon said as it fired more lasers at Izuku. Izuku jumped in the air and fired more bullets from his gun as Artemis avoided them. He then activated his Devilbringer and sent an ethereal arm at the demon, but it avoided it and fired more lasers at him. Izuku then teleported behind the demon and cut off part of its wings as it screeched in pain before hitting him, sending him backwards. Izuku landed and charged at the demon at full speed and used his sword to deflect the lasers it fired at him and used his arm to punch it to the ground. Izuku landed and went for the head as he stabbed his sword and revved it up, burning the demon slowly before he decided to stop and used his sword to slam it into the ground hard. The demon got up to fly away, but Izuku cut the lower half of the demon and saw something inside it. The demon shot more lasers and explosive at Izuku, who was jumped on the columns and avoided the lasers as he jumped towards the demon and delivered the final slash as it screeched and stopped moving. Izuku noticed someone fall out of the demon as he jumped in the air and caught the person revealed to be Lady, who was covered in slime and was naked. What happened to you, Lady? Izuku said to himself, seeing she was unconscious. Nero, are you alright? Naiko said as she came in and saw Izuku holding Lady in his arms. Seriously dude, we have a mission, and here you are copping a feel on Lady. I'm so telling Ichako, your mom and Kiri. Said Naiko as she walked over to the demon corpse and picked up an orb before looking back. At who had a surprised look on his face. I'm joking. So loosen up your jockstrap and don't do anything I wouldn't do. Naiko said as she went back to the van. Man, if they saw this, I'll be in for a world of hurt. Izuku said as he picked her up and walked to the van. With V. The mysterious one and his familiar were currently walking through a small passage. So V. You think this kid can kill Urizen? Asked Griffin. One can only hope. Said V as the entrance he came in with collapsed. But for now, we have more. Pressing engagement. V said as he continued to walk on. He and Griffin continued on their way as they encountered some lesser demons that he destroyed until he arrived under a structure housing a demon that sent a plant-like tentacle at him, causing him to jump back. You dodged me. Did you dodge me? Said the demon as it came out of the roots under the structure. Nidhogg. Never liked this guy. Said Griffin as he landed on V's shoulder. You pest. Do I know you? Said Nidhogg. This guy is as dumb as a box of rocks. Let's not even mess with this guy V, he can't even leave the Cliffith anyway, he's just a parasite. Said Griffin. Did you insult me? You insulted me. Said an angry Nidhogg. "Oh, I think he heard me, and now he's angry," said Griffin as Nidhogg sent a root at V which he dodged. "I'm going to kill you," said Nidhogg as V turned to face him. "Not in this lifetime. As the air to bird or the sea to a fish, so is contempt to the contemptible," said V as he got ready to fight as he summoned the panther shadow. "You use DT demons. But you, human," said Nidhogg as he sent some roots at V that was blasted by lightning from Griffin as shadow cut through the other ones. If the fool would persist in his folly, he would become wise, V said as Griffin continued to shoot lightning at Nidhogg and his roots. "Meaning don't try to think too much, shithead," said Griffin as he dodged a root sent at him. Nidhogg then charged at V with the intention of cutting him, but he jumped out of the way and hit him with his cane as shadow turned into a long spear and stabbed Nidhogg, who screamed out in pain. "See, even the big bad kitty knows you have shit for brains," Griffin said, insulting Nidhogg as he got angry and started lashing out. Nidhogg tried to hit Griffin, but he summoned lightning from his wings and hit Nidhogg, resulting in him losing an arm. "This dimwit wants to be all high and mighty. Strike him down," V Griffin said as shadow then pinned Nidhogg to the root he came out from as V jumped and stabbed Nidhogg in the head, killing him. The root began to crumble as Nidhogg disintegrated and died. When the roots finally disappeared, V and Griffin saw a giant demon that turned to face them as the roots disappeared. "Okay, alright, that's not good at all," Griffin said as V turned around and started to leave. "Hey where are you going? Are you running away?" Griffin said to V, who turned and looked at him, pointing at the demon. "I'm afraid that's a little bit more that I can take on right now," V said as he kept on walking away. The demon then started shooting at V, who started running as fast as he could, dodging the blasts. As he kept on running, the blast hit the ground in front of him as he fell through the hole it caused. As he got up, saw some roots underground as well as he began to destroy them and find his way out. V made his way out and arrived at a destroyed area where he saw a giant chicken-like demon with a figure on its back talking to another demon on a demonic horse. "Malphas. Of course, more trouble," Griffin said as he saw Malphas and looked at the other one it was talking to. "Not sure about that one though. Never seen him before, not in the underworld anyway," Griffin said as V used his cane to pin him to the wall, silencing him as he was listening to what they were talking about. "Search for the devil sword, Sparda. You know where it is. He told me to leave it be, but it still concerns me. As long as there is a blood descendant of Sparta, I cannot take any chances, do you understand?" Malphas said to the demon, who was silent. "Find it and destroy it, only then will his reign be truly realized," Malphas said as she opened a portal and walked into it. After Malphas left, V made his presence known to the demon on the horse as it turned to face him as it got its weapon ready. "I see. I know what you are. Don't worry, I'll be gentle," V said as he summoned Shadow and Griffin came out behind him. The demon charges at V, who jumped out of the way as Griffin started shooting lightning at it, but it was deflected as it now focused on Griffin. Shadow turned into a buzz-saw straight for the demon, but it knocked it back with its electrified sword. "Weak, powerless creatures," the demon said as it continued to block more lightning blasts from Griffin. "Well, what do you know, it can talk. V, you gotta come back for that," Griffin said as he dodged a slash from the demon. "One thought fills immensity," V said as he interrupted by Griffin. "This is not the time for poetry, do something now, asshole," Griffin screamed at V. "Where there's a will, there's a way. Now let's take care of this," V said as a demon shot lightning at him as Griffin lifted him into the air to avoid the hit. When he landed, the horse slowed down time as it moved faster to kill V, but he saw through it as dodged the attack. "The power to slow down time, now that's quite a horse," V said as he was breathing heavily. "But that means it's a grain. I thought Dante killed the last one already," Griffin said, surprised. "A rare species, not quite extinct. Until today, that is," V said as he ran towards the grain as Shadow came from behind the demons and cut it on its shoulder, and Griffin who hit the horse with a more powerful blast as the horse fell on its knees. V then jumped right at the horse and stabbed it in its throat as it tried to shake him off, but couldn't as he drove his cane deeper into it, killing it as the demon riding it was knocked off. V got up and saw the other one getting up as well as it ran away from him. As V was chasing it, he fell on his knees as he was exhausted after the fight. "V, you okay?" Griffin asked as he flew near him. "I'm fine. I must chase him. If the devil sword Sparta is still out there, it may very well be our only hope," V said as he got up. V, think about this for a moment. What will you do if you find it? You have to be strong in mind and body to wield the Sparta, and you sir are neither. The sword will be too much for you to handle," Griffin said. "For me, yes, but not for Nero," V said as he noticed a horn from the demon horse as he walked over to pick it up and gave it a small inspection. "Let's go. Once we are near the Sparta, even I should be able to sense its presence," V said as he left to find Izuku. With Izuku and Naiko were currently in the van as they were waiting for Lady to wake up as they laid her down. "Well, she ain't dead. Got a pretty smoking body though," Naiko said as Izuku looked at her with his eyebrows raised. Look, just go do your thing, I got this. Naiko said as Izuku got up when the van began to shake as they both went to the window to see what was causing it. What the hell is that? Izuku said as he saw the giant demon that attacked V earlier as it spotted the van. Whoa. He's too big to leave alone. I better take care of it, stay alert. Izuku said as he walked out of the van to fight the demon. The demon began firing at Izuku, who was running and dodging the blasts. He then jumped to the side of a building and jumped over the demon as he lured it away from the van. Izuku analyzed the armored demon looking for any weak spots as it jumped into the shipyard to meet Izuku. As it landed, Izuku noticed one weak spot that was heavily covered and armored. As the demon saw Izuku, it began firing blasts at him. He quickly ran towards it and used his ethereal arm to grab the leg and trip it, causing the weak spot to be exposed. He ran towards it to kill it, but the demon quickly covered its body with spikes as Izuku was about to hit it, causing him to jump back. The demon got up and kept on firing at Izuku, who was deflecting the blast with his sword and firing his gun at the head of the demon. Izuku jumped on one of the ships there and fired a charged shot at it, causing an explosion that Izuku used to go for the weak spot again, but was unsuccessful as the demon began firing again as he landed on its back, activating its spikes once more. Izuku then used his ethereal arm to hold onto the demon as it tried to shake it off. As it was distracted, both Izuku and a demon failed to notice the ground giving out. As the ground broke, the demon lost its footing as it was sent crashing into one of the ships as Izuku jumped off it and landed near the destroyed ground and saw V and Griffin in the hole. What are you guys doing down there? Izuku asked. What, no thank you. You think you brought it down all by yourself, pretty boy? Griffin said. Mocking Izuku. You know, maybe I should let Naiko cook you up, I bet you taste like chicken. Izuku said to Griffin. Wah. Why, you ungrateful son of a, Griffin said as he was interrupted by V. We'll leave the rest to you, we must be going now. V said as he left with Griffin. Izuku turned his attention back to the demon that was struggling to get up. He walked over to the soft spot and started punching it before he stabbed it with his blade, kill it. As he was leaving, Izuku picked up a piece of the demon to give to Naiko, seeing as she was working on a special project for herself. He arrived at the van and found Lady, who was awake. Hey, glad to see you're awake, how are you feeling? Izuku asked as he sat down. Fine, a little woozy, but I'm fine. Lady said to Izuku as she knew what he was going to ask. What happened to him and Trish? Did they end up like you? Izuku asked. Trish was captured, I remember that, but I don't know what happened to Dante. Lady said sadly. Damn it, I can believe this, I know he's out there somewhere. Izuku said as V opened the door and walked into the van. You can't travel through here with a van. V said to Izuku. Yeah, we know, we were just waiting for you. We'll head to the tree, Naiko, find another way to meet up with us, okay? For now, get some rest, you need it. Izuku said as he picked up his sword and left the van. Here, this is for you if you have any need for it. V said as he gave Naiko the horn from the Grain as he left with Izuku. Izuku and V went underground. As they made their way to the tree, they encountered a few demons, but were stopped by an armored demon that bared resemblance to Nilo Angelo, that was followed by 4 other demons. As they were fighting, their surroundings began to shake as it broke off and was heading towards a cliff. They defeated them and jumped off in time as the platform reached the cliff. Took us long enough to get here, hope you ain't tired already. Izuku said as he saw the giant tree, but V was looking at the house on the other side. I just remember something, this town was attacked once before. I was here. I can still see it, that was the house I used to play in. V said as he pointed at the house that was surrounded with roots. This is where we must part ways. You go ahead. V said. Well, you're going to miss all the fun. Izuku said as he noticed a horn sound coming from behind him. He turned around and saw Naiko coming down with the van as she immediately stopped right in front of him. How the hell did you get down here? Izuku asked as he was surprised she got the van down her with them. You do know that my quirk allows me to make things quickly, as long as I have all the components for it, right? So I just built a drill and well, you know the rest. Naiko said as she got out of the van. Oh yeah, completely forgot about that. Izuku said as he then turned to V. So what's your plan for this, V? Izuku asked. I'm going to seek out the devil sword SPARDA. V said as Izuku looked at him with surprise. What? I don't think that's a good idea, trust me. Izuku said, slightly worried. You're not the only one who thinks so, but to win this fight we need all the help we can get. V said as he started walking away. Wait, if you're going to look for it then you need to move fast. Izuku said as he walked to the back of the van and unhooked his bike as he rolled it towards V. You know how to ride one of these? Izuku asked. Yes, I do, it'll be much better than walking all the way to find it. V said as he mounted the bike. Good, if anything happens to it you are going to pay big time. Izuku said as V smiled and drove off. Well, Naiko, let's go, it's time for some payback. Izuku said as he got in the van and made his way to Urizen for another showdown. Urizen's throne room. Izuku had arrived as he defeated all the demons in the tree and finally stood face to face with Urizen, who was sitting on his throne. "Hey douchebag, you miss me?" Izuku said as he walked up to Urizen, looking around. "You've come here to die." Urizen said to Izuku. "Look at that, he talks." Urizen, "Huh, I guess your parents didn't like you much cause your name sucks." Izuku said to him. "That is not my name. I see no reason to tell it to one who is about to perish. I am power absolute." Urizen said as he narrowed his eyes at Izuku. "Well then. I'll be sure to put that on your tombstone." Izuku said as he held his sword, revving it. "You will suffer. And die." Urizen said as he raised his hand and shot a fireball at Izuku. Izuku quickly cut the fireball and ran at Urizen, who pushed him back with an invisible force. Izuku quickly recovered from that and teleported in front of him as he raised his sword to cut him, but was blocked by that crystal. Izuku jumped back as it turned into spikes and saw Urizen preparing to fire a light beam at him. He quickly jumped in the air and fired multiple small beams from his arm that he activated quickly at Urizen, who deactivated his own to block. Izuku quickly teleported to his chest and gave him a deep slash that Urizen was too late to block as he screamed in pain, causing Izuku to jump away from him. "This is the second time I've wounded you. It seems you didn't learn from our first encounter," Izuku said as Urizen glared at him. "You weak mortal, you may have demon powers coursing through your veins, but you are weak compared to me. How dare you strike me and draw my blood?" Urizen said as he got up from his throne as the pool of blood around him began to rise as the room began to shake. "What the hell is going on?" Izuku said to himself as he saw the area opening up as Urizen got up. "You will regret being born human. I will show you your worst nightmare. I will give you despair and death," Urizen said as the wound on him closed as he walked towards Izuku. Izuku quickly channeled Ofa as roots burst from the ground to grab him. He quickly charges at Urizen, who used his tentacles to knock him back as one wrapped around him leg as he began slamming Izuku into the ground. Izuku cut the tentacle and fired charged shots at Urizen, who fired light beams to counter the bullets. Izuku quickly increased Ofa to 30% as he moved faster and cut Urizen in the shoulder, who then punched Izuku as he brought up his sword to block, but it didn't lessen the impact as he was sent flying back. Urizen then fired a little beam at Izuku, who was still in the air, that hit him and made him crash into the ground hard. A tentacle wrapped around Izuku and pulled him towards Urizen, who then punched him and shot a fireball that exploded as it hit Izuku. Izuku got up and was bleeding as his trench coat and shirt had been burned by the explosion. He also noticed his sword had been knocked out of hand as he looked at Urizen, who was grinning like a madman. Izuku brought his Ofa power to his maximum output, 55%, as he green lightning danced around his body. He ran at Urizen, who was not expecting this type of speed, as he decked him at face twice and gave him an uppercut that took him off the ground as he fell on his back. Izuku, still in the air, used his demonic energy to launch himself at Urizen, and he landed a very powerful punch in his stomach. As he punched him, a tentacle slapped Izuku away as Urizen got back on his feet as he spat blood from his mouth, which Izuku smiled at. Izuku then started charging his Devil Bringer with his demonic energy and Ofa at 100% as he prepared to flick his finger. "Try this on for size, Delaware Bringer Smash," Izuku said as he flicked his finger, releasing a more powerful shot of energy from his hand as it moved fast towards Urizen. Urizen put all his tentacles and used all his might to stop the blasts, but was unsuccessful as it exploded as it came in contact with him, sending him crashing in his throne. Izuku ignored his broken finger and ran towards the Urizen as he jumped in the air and crooked his arm as he focused Ofa 100% and his demonic energy into his Devil Bringer as it began to glow blue as green lightning surrounded it. "I'm not finished with you yet, one for all 100% destruction fist," Izuku yelled as he punched Urizen with all his might, causing the entire room to shake as the ground beneath Urizen was destroyed from the force of the punch as it hit him, causing him to cough up a lot of blood. Izuku, who was on top Urizen, suffered a heavy backlash from the punch as his arm was broken and his skin was purple as blood covered part of his arm. He looked at the defeated Urizen and jumped off him holding his broken arm as he went to pick up his sword to finish him once and for all. Izuku failed to notice that Urizen's tentacle had crawled into the pool of blood and started absorbing it as his wounds began to heal. He opened his eyes and glared at Izuku with rage and hatred as he stood up. Izuku turned around and was shocked that Urizen's injuries had healed and he was on his feet again. Urizen then fired multiple light beams at Izuku, who couldn't react in time as they came from all directions. As the beams hit Izuku, he was sent flying back as he crashed into the ground as Urizen's tentacles grabbed him and lifted him off the ground. "I told you that you are merely human, that you are weak," Urizen said as the tentacles began to squeeze Izuku, causing him to scream. Suddenly a blur flew down and cut the tentacles in an explosion of red energy, causing Urizen to shield his eyes. "Who dares interferes?" Urizen asked as a figure rose from the dust from the explosion. The figure was a demon with 2 pairs of wings and had a long horn on its head. The body was a combination of metal and black demonic stone. The chest and head glowed with incandescent orange as its entire body was wreathed with demonic flames. Dante. Urizen said as it looked at Dante with narrowed eyes as he was hovering in front of Urizen. Return of the Darkslayer. Dante was currently staring at Urizen, who narrowed his eyes at him in his new form. But before their fight, Dante was reminiscing on how he got here in this new form. 1 hour earlier with VV was riding Izuku's bike in search for the Sparda as Griffin flew above him scouting the area. Griffin looked ahead and saw some demons and went back to V to report what he saw. Did you find it? V asked. Well, I don't know what I found, but I think I saw demons dancing. Griffin said as he landed on V's shoulder. Well then let's keep going, I feel it, the Devil Sword Sparda is nearby. V said as he drove to the place. He got off the bike and looked around first, then noticed the Sparda was stuck in the side of a building as he saw the demons dancing near the building with a root just beside it. Whoa, this is some kind of ritual shindig, isn't it? You guys got the dance fever for Sparda, don't you? Griffin said as the demons turned to him and V. I'll be taking that. You know your endless worshipping isn't making Sparda any happier. V said as the demons ran at him, which resulted in Griffin blasting them and shadow cutting through them with ease. V looked around for any more demons before he walked towards the root and stabbed it with his can, causing it to dry up and fall apart, which also knocked down the Sparda from the building. V walked towards the sword and tried to pick it up but was struggling to hold it as it was too heavy for him. It seems the sword is still too strong for me. V said as he put it down. So close though, so close. You got a lot of heart, V, you really do, but you're a bit of sissy in the strength department, no offense. Griffin said as he hovered around V. Nero. He has the strength and heart to wield the sword, so let's get it to him quick. V said as he was interrupted by Shadow's roar. V walked to where Shadow was standing as he dragged the Sparda with him and saw something that made him surprised. Dante. V said as he saw Dante, who was unconscious as his white hair was stained with blood as he had made him look like he was sitting on a throne. V told Griffin to get him out of there as he put the Sparda and Dante on the bike and drove off somewhere safe. He laid Dante on the ground as he looked at him with a small smile on his face. I don't even have the words. He alive? How is he alive? Griffin said as landed beside Dante. It looks like the Sparda was concealing Dante's presence, not even Nero was able to sense him. V said as he looked at Dante. How does one friggin' guy have so much luck, seriously? Griffin said as V dropped his cane and went for the Sparda as he dragged it towards Dante. A V? No, get a hold of yourself, come on. Griffin said as he knew what V was going to do. If only you could defeat Urizen. If only. No. If only you never existed, then V said as he raised a Sparda to stab Dante, ignored Griffin who was telling him to stop. As he brought down the sword, Dante opened his eyes as V stabbed the sword in the ground beside his face. Dante looked to his side and saw the Sparda beside his face as he looked at V before he sat up. Wow, for a moment there I thought you were going to shish kebab me. Dante said as he looked around. I know how stubborn you can be. I thought it might be the only way to wake you. V said. What day is it? Dante asked. The 3rd of February. V said. I've been out for a month. No wonder I'm so stiff. Dante said as he got up and started stretching. Right, sunshine, now put a fire under it. We got to get going, cause that annoying pimple is making a beeline for Urizen, and if he gets there he's gonna. Griffin said as Dante grabbed his face and threw him away. You should have left Nero out of this. Dante said as he turned to face V. If you alone could defeat Urizen, then I would have never asked for him as well. Besides, he's a lot stronger than the first time he faced off against Urizen. It won't be easy, but I know he can do it. V said as he walked up to Dante. Alright, enough talk, time to go and help out my nephew. I know Urizen has a trick up his sleeves, so he's going to need backup. Dante said as he picked up the Sparda and put it on his back. You get some rest, V, it looks like you're about to kill over. Dante said as he got in the bike and drove off, leaving V behind, who was looking at his hand that was crumbling. Dante was currently driving towards the cliff tree as he looked around and saw no demons anywhere. Seriously, no demons around, they are just going to let me through. That will be the day. Dante said as he kept on driving. A demon came from behind him and cut the bike in half, causing Dante to jump of it and face the demon that did it. Is it Halloween already? Dante said as he rested the Sparda on his shoulder. Sparda. Give it to me. The demon said. That costume looks a little too big. I think you have better taste than that. Also, you wrecked the kid's bike, now I'm going to have to get him another one, so I'll take out my frustrations on you a little bit. Dante said as the demon brought out its electrified weapon. I am Cavalier Angelo and I will end you. Said the demon as it charged at Dante. The demon shot electric blasts at Dante, who blocked it with his sword and ran towards the demon as he swung it as both their weapons clashed with one another. Dante jumped back and brought out his devil arm Balrog, look it up. The gauntlets and greaves start glowing red as they are ignited in a blaze. Dante runs towards the demon and punches it in the face. As it stumbles back a bit, Dante does a roundhouse kick that the demon blocks with its sword and punches Dante as he moves back a bit. Dante runs and slides under the demon's legs and does a handstand kick that sends it up in the air as he follows through by jumping and giving it a vicious axe kick that sends it crashing into the ground. Dante lands as well as give it an uppercut as it got up and grabbed its legs as he slams it into the ground repeatedly before giving it a spin kick as it falls to the ground. The demon tries to cut Dante, but he sidestepped it and ducks another one before he flips and hit the demon with his elbow as he finishes it with a punch to the back of its head. The demon got up as it staggered for a while. Dante saw this and pulled the SPARDA from his back as he hit the demon who couldn't block the hit properly as it knocks off its helmet that lands near Izuku's destroyed bike, fusing with it. Dante looks back and sees lightning comments out of the bike as he looks back at the demon and smiled as he saw it had an opening in its chest revealing Trish. Dante starts slashing the demon rapidly as pieces of its armor flies to the bike fusing with it as the bike revs up and drives itself around before stopping in behind Dante, who caught Trish as she fell out of the demon's body. "Whoa, looks like I took it a bit too far, you okay?" Dante said to Trish as he looked at the demon's destroyed body. "I've been better, Dante," she said as he laid her on the ground as he summoned a towel to cover her up. "Dante. That demon is. SHH, don't even think about it, just rest," Dante said as he got on the bike. "Dante, wait," V called as he tried to catch up with Dante. "Take care of Trish for me," Dante said as he drove off with Griffin following him to watch him. V sighed and sat down near Trish as he began reading his book waiting for her to wake up. A few minutes later she begins to stir as she sits up and looks around. "So Dante's left," she said. "Yes, he has, and I don't think he can win if he fights Urizen himself again," V said as Trish looked at him. "V, what exactly is Urizen? Where did he come from?" "Urizen is not a demon, I know that for a fact because I'm from the underworld," she said as she looks at V closely before her eyes widened in shock. "My god, what are you?" she asked as V looked at her. "It doesn't matter, I'm a shadow of my former self who's trying to gain back everything he nearly threw away," V said as he closed his book. "I will tell you the story of my birth," V said. After so many battles in search of a way to cure himself, a man's body was reaching its limits, breaking down as he tried to keep his inner demon at bay. But he fought on as he had something that he wanted to do, and that was to return his family, V said as he was remembering what happened. He was in their childhood home as Vergil unsheathed the Yamato and stabs it into his chest as he said, "Heavy chains that does freeze my bones around," as he plunged it deeper into his chest. In order to remove and defeat his inner demon, he did the only thing that he thought could work. He needed to separate his inner demon from himself with the strength of the Yamato, V said as he remembered being separated as he looked at his other body as it began to transform. But he did not foresee the consequences that followed. Only his humanity was separated from him as his inner demon took control of his demonic body as he was reborn once more, V said as he looked at Trish finishing his story. When the man and his brother fought a long time ago, he fell to the underworld and was corrupted by Mundus. Even after he was freed from Mundus' control, the corruption still remained. He was able to keep it at bay, but it grew stronger as it fought to take control of his body, and now Nilo Angelo has been reborn once more, V said. "You're saying that Urizen is Nilo Angelo, who has taken control of Vergil's demon half after he failed to separate them with the Yamato?" Trish asked as he nodded. "So how are you holding up? It looks like you're reaching your limit," Trish said as she looked at V, whose hand was crumbling. "Yes, I've tried to hold myself together with what little demonic power I have left, but it's fading. In separating my human soul, I've realized the gravity of what I caused, so I need to make this right. If they can defeat him and weaken him, I can merge with him once more and regain control. That's why I came to Dante and Izuku. Only both of them can do this," V said as Trish got up as her body glowed before it was covered in her outfit. "Well, let's go so you can see this through," Trish said as she and V walked to catch up with Dante. Dante was speeding through the city as he arrived at his old house and was staring at the picture of his family. He turned around and saw Griffin behind him. "Ha, there you are," Griffin as he flew in front of Dante. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Griffin asked as Dante began walking towards the picture. "The demonic power was activated in me once when Vergil lovingly jammed this through my chest," Dante said as he brought out the broken rebellion. "I always wondered, why did my father give me the rebellion?" Dante said as he looked at the sword. "Okay, what are you talking about?" Griffin asked as Dante laughed a bit. "Over the years I've been stabbed and jabbed by a number of things. But who would have guessed that I'd be stabbed by my own sword?" Dante said as he stabbed himself with the rebellion as he grunted in pain. "Have you lost your mind? There's a demon to destroy, kill yourself later, I'll even help," Griffin said as he hovered above. "Dante. My father once told us that the Yamato can separate man from devil. So now I wondering what the rebellion. Dante said as he pushed the sword deeper into his stomach. The rebellion began to glow red as it absorbed into Dante's body. His body began to glow, as well as the SPARDA was also being absorbed, as well as red lightning began to surround his body. Whoa, you're absorbing the SPARDA. Griffin said as the SPARDA was completely absorbed by Dante, who screamed as a wave of red energy exploded out of him as he panted and saw he was in his new form, the Sin Devil trigger. Dante looked to the sky and flew up to where Urizen and Izuku were battling. Present time throne room. Izuku struggled to get up as he saw a demon hovering in the air looking at Urizen. He felt the power the other demon was releasing as smiled. It's you, Uncle D, Izuku said as he tried to stay on his feet. I knew you couldn't be killed that easily, kick his ass, I softened him up for you. Izuku said as he passed out. Griffin flew to Izuku and picked him up, flying him away from the fight about to happen. Win Dante, win. Griffin as he was flying with Izuku. Dante looked at Izuku before turning his attention back to Urizen. He summoned a large two-handed sword that was made mostly of a dark substance that looked like solidified lava. It had claws running up its length, talons for handguard and a red jewel on its pommel. This was his new devil sword Dante. Urizen brought the crystal in front of him as he was about to face Dante. Dante's sword then glowed orange as it split right down the middle as he charged at Urizen, who used the crystal to block a slash from Dante. Urizen sent his tentacles at Dante, who cut them to pieces easily as he spins in the air and give Urizen a heavy backhand, causing him to move back a bit. Dante then flew at Urizen again, who started firing light beams at him as he used his sword to deflect them. Urizen shot another tentacle at Dante, but he caught it and pulled Urizen towards him as he then cuts him in the shoulder and chest before giving him a front kick that sends him back. Urizen held his wounded chest as he raised one of his hand too and shot a large fireball at Dante, who didn't move as it got closer to him. Dante then cut the fireball in half as he held his sword in a reverse grip as he sent an energy slash at Urizen, who was unable to block it as it exploded upon contact. When the smoke cleared, Urizen was spotting another wound on his abdomen as he fell on his knees in pain as Dante landed and undid his trigger. You made a mistake in not making sure I was dead. You also made a mistake in underestimating the kid when he fought you. Dante said as he walked towards Urizen. All this time and you still don't understand that power isn't everything. Dante said as he got closer to attack Urizen again, but the tree began to shake as it rose up from the ground, causing Urizen to smile as he looked at Dante. It is you who does not understand, it has. The gun. Urizen said as he got up and summoned the crystal in front of him. The Cliffeth is revealed in its entirety, this little inconvenience matters not. Urizen said as he absorbed the crystal, which Dante saw had the Yamato before the pool of blood began to rise as Urizen walked through it as Dante chased after him, but saw that he was gone. Inside the tree. Dante left the throne room and went to where Izuku and the others were waiting. He arrived and saw that Izuku was awake and that his wounds had almost healed as he and the others sat waiting for him to show up. Well, looks like you're okay, Dante. Lady said as she walked to the van. Dante turned around and saw Trish walking with V, who was breathing heavily as he sat down to rest a bit. Hey V, where did that garbage god go? What's he after? Dante asked V, who looked at him. He's at the top of the Cliffeth. V said as Dante looked up. It's the other way around, Dante. Right now we are in the lowest level of the Cliffeth. Human blood is the source demon's power. The fruit born from the Cliffeth is even more dense than the blood that created it. Its power is unparalleled. Even the almighty Mundus used it to become king of the underworld. Trish explained to Dante and Izuku, who was quite. Yeah. Well, that's a lovely story and all, but we have to find him. Dante said as walked away from them. Whoa Dante, hold up, I have something for you. Naiko said as she gave Dante a hat before he put it on his head and started dancing. Speaking of, kid, come here, I got a present for you. Dante said to Izuku, who walked over to him as he whistled. Izuku was looking at Dante with his eyebrows raised before he heard an engine revving as his bike came in with a new look. What happened to my bike? Izuku asked as he looked at the bike. Yeah, well, it kinda got wrecked when I was fighting this demon, but when I tore into it, it merged with your bike and now you have a brand new devil bike. Dante said as he explained to Izuku. Sweet, anyways, let's go find Urizen and kick his ass. Izuku said as Dante put his hand on his shoulder to stop him. I think you should sit this one out, kid, you've done enough as it is already, so just rest up. Dante said. I'm not sitting this one out, I'm doing this to settle a score and to get back the Yamato. Izuku said to Dante. You don't understand, the situation has changed, kid. Dante said. Let him go, Dante, time is a luxury we can no longer afford. If by any chance Urizen eats the fruit, we'll need him there. V said as he walked towards them. Does that mean you're going to? Dante asked. Yes, I have a duty to see this through. V said. Well, here's what we're going to do, I'm going to go my way and you guy go yours, we'll cover more ground that way. Dante said as he walked to the edge and jumped off. Well, let's do this. Izuku said as he followed suit with V flying down with Griffin with V. He was currently flying down with Griffin who started to fade as he dropped V on the ground. Damn, just a little longer, I must go. I must get to him before he loses. V said as he struggled to get up as he was getting weaker as time passes. He got up and walked through the passage, but as he got in his familiars were removed from him as he fell to the exhausted as he looked up and saw Malphas who was standing above as he passed out. A few minutes later V got up and saw the tattoos on his body were gone as he staggered before walking where he saw Malphas talking to herself. If he reaches the fruit it will all be over. Even Mundus failed to reign the human world, surely we know Nilo Angelo will not fail. Malphas said. Damn, I don't have the strength to handle her. I must get through this somehow. V said as he got up, but accidentally knocking some rocks down as it got Malphas' attention. Ah, an intruder, incoming for you. Malphas said as she moved towards V's direction. Bang. A bullet hit Malphas who turned around and saw Izuku holding his gun and a triple nunchucks as he walked towards Malphas a few minutes earlier. Izuku dropped down his own way as he made his way deeper before running into some demons that he killed. He then ran into Dante as they entered a cave and saw a three-headed demon dog in chains in front of a massive gate. Leave at once, only kings of the underworld may enter this gate, you shall not pass. Said the demon dog whose three head has fire, ice and lightning as they spoke. Whoa. Easy there fella. Hey, I remember a stinky little pooch just like you. Dante said as he looked at the demon. You insult me foul-scented creature. The demon said as it was getting angry. The only foul-scented thing here is you, I mean have you smelled yourself lately? It's like you bath in your own shit all the time. Izuku said as the demon began to thrash around. I think his master has him on a pretty short leash. Dante said. Go on ahead Uncle D, I'll take this little puppy out for a walk. Izuku said as he held his sword. You may have fought our kind in the past, but I am king of the Cerberus tribe. The others you have encountered were weak, but we will feast on your flesh. Said King Cerberus as it broke the chains and freed itself. So you're the strongest of the litter, kid looks like you're going to need a bigger leash. I'll be on my way, show that puppy who's top dog. Dante said as he left the demon to Izuku. Don't worry, I was planning on making a fur coat and now I've found the perfect one for it. Izuku said as he revved up his sword as he prepared to fight the demon. The demon's body ignited in flames as it charged at Izuku who jumped out of the way as it swung its claw at him. Izuku then ran at it as he cut the side and flipped in the air as he kicked it in the face. Izuku then ran at it only for the demon to switch to lightning as it shocked Izuku a bit as he was caught off guard. The demon shot balls of lightning at Izuku who swatted them away with his sword and teleported over the demon as he stabbed his sword into its back cause. But to try and shake him off. The demon then made an electrical shock wave that knocked Izuku off it as he landed back on the ground before he noticed the demon has switched to ice covering the entire area with it. Izuku noticed his feet were frozen as he began to break it as it ran at him seeing that he was stuck but failed as Izuku activated his devil bringer and broke the ice as he punched the demon with an electrified fist. The demon was sent back, but Izuku didn't give it any chance to recover as he ran at full speed cutting its legs before sliding under it and stabbed his sword deep into its abdomen before gutting it as the demon screamed in pain before falling to ground as it died. Izuku walked towards the body as it began to disintegrate and noticed its soul glowing brightly. He walks forward and grabbed it as it turned into a triple nunchucks, look it up, before he began to test it as he noticed it was also able to switch between ice, fire and lightning. Izuku was leaving to meet up with Dante when he sensed V was near and a demonic presence near V as well, meaning that he was in trouble. Izuku went in the direction of V to save him as he ran into Malphas, who was looking for V present. You got to pay attention to your surroundings sweetheart. Izuku said he kept his gun back. Well, Sparda's kin, I was expecting more, but from what I sense within you, you've yet to tap into your true power, you are no match for me. Malphas said arrogantly. Don't let my looks fool you, I'm tougher than I look, but if you don't believe me there's only one way to find out, I kinda want to test out this lovely thing I'm holding. Izuku said as he prepared to fight her. I will enjoy this. Malphas said as the demonic chicken body screeched. Malphas charged at Izuku who followed suit and he swung the nunchucks in its ice form, creating a large wave of ice that hit Malphas sending her back as Izuku looked at the weapon and smiled. Malphas then opened a portal and entered it and disappeared as Izuku looked around for where she will pop up. A small portal opened behind Izuku who noticed it as the chicken's head came out to impale him, but he dodged it and hit it head as part of it froze before it pulled back into the portal as it appeared as a hole again. Izuku then switched it to lightning as it grew a bit longer into a tri-bow staff that was covered in lightning. Izuku ran at Malphas and hit her with it as it stunned her for a while before he started swinging it as he delivered a brutal combo that sent that chicken flying into the wall. Izuku then switched it to fire as he ran at the demon, causing the devil arm to switch to a bow staff that was glowing red with fire as he spins it and hit the chicken in the jaw before delivering continuous hit as he jumped in the air and hit the head of chicken as it was crushed from the force of the impact. How do you have so much power? Malpha said before Izuku shot her with a demonic enhanced shot from his gun. Filling her. You can come out now, Izuku said as V walked out and flew down with Griffin, who disappeared immediately. I guess I owe you one, thank you. V said as he walked towards Izuku before falling on his knees. You should go back and rest, V, it looks like you aren't going to last much longer. Izuku said as he held V give him support. That I cannot do, I must finish this is last request, I beg of you. V said as Izuku nodded as they began walking to find Dante. The truth is I wanted to get back to my family, but I made a mistake that cost me. V said as the area began to shake. Looks like Uncle D is already fighting, we have to pick up the pace. Izuku said as V nodded. A few minutes later. Izuku and V arrived and saw that the battle between Dante and Urizen had ended with Dante standing and Urizen on the ground, bleeding in his new form after eating the fruit from the clefth. Uncle D, sorry I'm late. Izuku said as he walked with V. Don't worry, and just finishing up, you just missed the party, kid. Dante said as Izuku and V stood beside him before V started walking towards the defeated Urizen. V, what are you doing? Izuku was, but V didn't answer. In the last throes of defeat I see. V said as he walked towards the defeated Urizen. V, get back, things are about to get messy. Dante said as he walked forward before V stopped him and told him he wanted to do it. Don't bother trying to stop me, you're beaten, it's time I take back what you stole from me, Urizen, or should I say Nilo Angelo. V said to the demon he was standing on. No, I will not lose to you or Dante. Urizen said as he struggled to move but couldn't. Oh, but you have, I am taking back my power and you will fade from existence. V said as he raised his cane to stab Urizen. Well, thy branches mix with mine and our roots together join. V said as Dante noticed something and ran to stop V, but was too late as V plunged his cane deep into Urizen and a blue light shot to sky, sending Izuku and Dante back a bit. Uncle D, what's going on? Izuku asked as he saw a man standing where the light was shining. I should have known. Vergil. Dante said as Izuku looked at the man in shock as he realized that he was looking at his father. Vergil turned around slowly and looked at Izuku and Dante and smiled. It's been a while, but now I have returned. Vergil said as his eyes went back to Izuku. Nightmare ends. Izuku's devil trigger. Izuku and Dante were currently staring at the revived Vergil, who split himself into two when he tried to get rid of Nilo Angelo and failed. And now he is looking at his son and brother as he had returned once more. Vergil stared at Izuku for a while before he walked to the side a bit and picked up his book that he read as V. He smiled a bit as the memories of V played in his head so he could assess the situation. I should have known you were behind this, you know I thought you'd change, but I guess I was wrong, you're still a power-hungry jackass, and now I'm going to make you wish you never came back. Dante said as he broke Vergil out of his thoughts. Dante ran at Vergil and jumped to cut him, but Vergil used the sheathed Yamato to block the strike before he thrusted it as he hit Dante, who then grabbed the sheath and pulled it as he flew back and threw it back at Vergil, who moved back a bit as his sword was back in its sheath. Izuku hesitated to move when Dante landed beside him as he glared at his brother. Kid, stay out of this. Dante said as he ran at Vergil again, who teleported in front of him and locked blade with Dante. Come on Vergil, let's finish this. Dante said as he tried to get the upper hand but was caught off guard when Vergil used his sheath to trip Dante and knock him back as he landed near Izuku again. Now that you've gotten that off your chest, would you listen to what I have to say now, Dante? Vergil said as he looked at Dante, who got up. Okay, I can see I totally let my emotions get the better of me, so explain to us why you did this, why you attacked your own son, and why you, I don't know, tried to take over the human world. Dante asked as he was getting angry. It wasn't me that did all this, Dante, I never wanted any of this to happen. Vergil said sadly as he sighed. When I got out of the underworld I realized that Mundus corruption still stayed with me, so I suppressed it and held it back, but over the years it grew stronger. Vergil said. So what happened then? Dante asked as he calmed down to listen to Vergil once he saw the sad expression on his face. When Izuku was born, I was so happy. I saw that I could finally have the life that I threw away once, but nothing lasts forever. A year after he was born, I started hearing voices. It was driving me insane as I tried to ignore it, but they grew louder. Vergil said as he held his head. A while after that my body began to deteriorate. I hid it from his mother because I didn't want her to worry about me. It was then he finally revealed himself to me again. Vergil said. Who revealed himself to you? Izuku asked his father. Nilo Angelo. When I was under Mundus control I was a different person, and that person was Nilo Angelo. I've been keeping him from taking over my body, but I was slowly losing, that's why I left. Vergil said. You left to find a way to get rid of him, didn't you? Izuku asked. Yes, I did, but nothing I found could get rid of him. It was what led me back to the Yamato. I remembered our father once told us it could separate man from devil, so I came to get the sword from you, but he managed to take control of my body when I saw you. Vergil said as he looked at Izuku. You've grown, Izuku, but I see now that you are holding yourself back. You've yet to tap into your true power, and I think it's time I do my duty as a father and set you down the right path. Vergil said as he smiled as he pulled out his sword and opened a portal with it. Dante, come with me, we have some catching up to do. In the meantime, Izuku will meet us at the top of the tree. Vergil said to Dante. What happens when he gets there? Dante asked. That's where we'll fight, think of this as a test for him. You've gotten this far, now let's see what you can do when you face someone who's more powerful than all the others you've faced. Vergil said as he walked through the portal. Well kid, I'll meet you topside, I'll let the girls know what's going on. When this is over we're going to destroy this tree, but now you have to face your father, and the only advice I can give you is accept who and what you really are. Dante said as he walked into the portal following Vergil as Izuku stood there thinking of his next move. With Vergil and Dante. The brothers walked out of the portal and stood at the edge of the tree as they began talking. Do you really think he had what it takes to fight you? Dante asked. Yes, I do. I may have not been around for him, but I want to fix that, and right now I can start by helping him accept who he is. Vergil said. You know, I was surprised when Inko told me about you and her. I gotta say I wasn't expecting the Ice Prince to fall for such a woman like her. Dante said. She spilled coffee on me when we first met, and when I looked at her I was lost in her emerald green eyes. There was just something about her that I couldn't figure out. Vergil said, smiling. Well brother, for what it's worth I'm glad you found happiness after everything that happened to you. Dante said as he put his hand on Vergil's shoulder. And I got stronger from it, and now I have to help Izuku reach his true potential. Something is coming, Dante, I don't know what, but it'll take all three of us to stop it. Vergil said. We'll be ready, after all we'll be standing together as a family to defeat it. Dante said. Honk honk. Vergil and Dante turned around and saw Naiko's van as she parked it and walked out with Lady and Trish. Well, looks like you got my message. Dante said. Now that you're all here, we just have to wait for our guest of honor to arrive. Vergil said to them. Whoa, I can't believe I'm standing next to the infamous Vergil the Darkslayer. I can totally see where Nero gets his looks from. Naiko said. Well Vergil, you're looking better and stronger from what I can tell. Your power is equal to Dante's. Trish said. Yes it is. This is because of the Cliffeth. When Nilo Angelo ate the fruit it gave him more power, so when I became whole again, it gave me the Sin Devil trigger, which is the ultimate form of power for a devil. Vergil said. From what I can tell I've yet to tap into its true potential since I just got it, but I can feel the raw power of this form. Dante said to Trish. Well, while we're all catching up let's do something else to occupy our time before he shows up. Naiko said as he walked into the van to finish her project for her and Izuku. With Izuku. Izuku was currently making his way up to the top to face his father who he just met for the time in his entire life. He was currently going through a myriad of emotions as he was getting closer to the top. Ring ring. Izuku answered his phone when he saw All Might calling him to find out the situation. Young Midoriya, how's everything going on your end? All Might asked. Well, it'll all be over soon All Might, there's just something I have to do before this ends, so don't worry I'll tell you everything when I'm done here. Izuku said. Alright, be careful young Midoriya, we're keeping any demon trying to get out the city at bay, and we're almost done on our end. All Might said. Alright, see you All Might. Izuku said as he hung up and continued walking. Izuku kept on walking until he encountered three familiar demons that was standing in his way. Hey guys, what are you doing here? I figured since my father became whole again you'd disappear. Izuku said. Well, the wise guy Nero. If you didn't know we were spawned from your father abominable thought, we were the voices he was hearing. Griffin said. I knew something was off about you guys, but I couldn't figure it out. Izuku said. Well, we're merely discarded thought from your father and Nilo Angelo, but now we are no longer bound to their consciousness. So we're here now to kill you and Dante on our own free will, it's liberating. Griffin said as he hovered above the others as he launched lightning at Izuku who deflected it with his sword. And kill you we shall, and then we go after Dante and your father. Griffin said as Shadow roared and Nightmare let out a screech. Griffin fired lightning at Izuku who jumps back to avoid being hit as Shadow turns its tail into a long blade and tried to cut Izuku, but he blocks it with his sword. Griffin starts shooting small lightning ball at Izuku who was deflecting them as Nightmare came from behind and punched him, but Izuku blocked it with his hand, causing the ground to crack as he pushed of Nightmare. Shadow turned its upper body into a buzzsaw and ran at Izuku who flipped over it and blasted Shadow with lightning from his hand. Seeing Izuku's guard was down, Griffin hit him with a powerful blast that sends Izuku crashing to the ground as Nightmare ran and punched him, but Izuku blocked it with his sword. He pushed Nightmare off him, causing it to stumble back as he rolled out of the way as Shadow sent a barrage of blades at him. Izuku activated his Devil Bringer and shot light beams at Shadow, before he grabbed Nightmare with an ethereal arm and slammed it into the ground before firing at Griffin, who swooped down to attack him as it tried to dodge, but was hit in the feather as it fell to the ground before struggling to get in the air again. Nightmare fired a beam from its eye that Izuku dodged before it fired an even more powerful one, causing Izuku to his arm to block it as he struggled to move forward as the beam was pushing him back. Izuku began to push forward as the ground began to break as he got closer to Nightmare. When he got closer, he pushed it with his ethereal arm and cut off its hand. Before jumping to its face and punched it in its eyes as he plunged his arm deep into it before channeling his demonic energy as he made Nightmare exploded from it. Seeing Izuku had destroyed Nightmare, Griffin coated itself with lightning and glee at Izuku full speed, cutting his shoulder a bit as Izuku tried to follow its movements. As he was about to strike Griffin, Shadow came from behind and turned its paw into an axe as it swung at Izuku, who ignited his blade and cut off Shadow's paw as it roared in pain before it fell to the ground. Griffin then blasted Izuku as his back was turned and went in for the kill, before Izuku teleported behind it and cut off its wing, causing it to fall on the ground. Izuku landed and saw that they were defeated and injured. "You should have known better. I can tell you have a good heart, but if you wanted to test me and compare me to my father, all you had to do was say so," Izuku said to Griffin. "Perhaps, but you had a little trouble facing us because you held yourself back. You're going up against someone who's as powerful as Dante. If you don't face him with everything you have, he'll destroy you," Griffin said. "This was you finally, Flight. You wanted to go out with a bang," Izuku said. "Yes, it's time for your father's nightmares to end. It's been a pleasure working with you, kid. For an annoying pain in the beak, you know how to handle yourself. Godspeed, kid, you're going to need it," Griffin said as he and Shadow began to fade. "You know it doesn't have to be the end for you guys. I was hoping you'd stick around and help me out since you've got no one," Izuku said as Griffin and Shadow looked at him. "What are you saying, kid? You want both of us to be your familiars?" Griffin asked. "Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's crazy and rare to meet demons who don't want destruction and are willing to protect and fight beside those with the blood of Sparta. So what do you say, will you join me?" Izuku said. What's the worst that could happen? Sticking with you sounds like a thrill ride. Okay, kid, you got yourself a deal. We accept," Griffin said as Shadow roared in agreement. "Cool, so how does this work? Do we shake hands or something?" Izuku asked. "Draw this on the ground around me and the kitty cat fast and repeat after me," Griffin said as he drew a small pentagram that Izuku now drew around him and Shadow. "Good, now say this," Griffin said as he told Izuku what to say. "I, Izuku Midoriya, call upon you, Griffin and Shadow, to be my servants, to answer my call in time of a need, and to serve me as my familiars until my time comes or until I release you from my service," Izuku said as he cut his hand and dropped his blood on the pentagram, causing it to glow as Griffin and Shadow turned into black streaks and flew to his chest, causing a tattoo to appear there, Devil Jin's tattoo in Tekken, before the pentagram faded. "Looks like it worked," Izuku said as he raised up his shirt and saw the tattoo on him. "Hell yeah, it did. Now try summoning us," Griffin said as Izuku did that and both of them appeared. "Well, it looks like it worked very well. Now let's go. We've kept them waiting long enough," Izuku said as he continued to make his way to the top of the tree. A few minutes later, Izuku had arrived at the top and saw that everyone was waiting for him to arrive. As he walked forward, he saw his father sitting and reading his book and Dante, who was just staring into space. When he stopped, Vergil closed his book and stood up and faced him. "You've finally arrived, Izuku," Vergil said. "Well, I ran into some complications, but I took care of it," Izuku said as everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at the two. "I can see that, but now you have another complication in the form of me. Do you think you have what it takes to face me?" Vergil asked. "I wouldn't be here if I thought I didn't stand a chance against you," Izuku replied with determination in his eyes. "I expected nothing less," Vergil said as he unsheathed Yamato a bit. "None of you will interfere with this fight. This is something he has to realize and face himself," Vergil told the others. "Alright, we'll leave this father-son moment to you two, but don't go overboard," Dante said as he went to stand near the van, followed by Lady and Trish as the fight was about to begin. Izuku stabbed his sword into the ground and revved it as it burst into flames as he prepared to fight his father. "Good, come at me with the intent to kill, because that's what you'll need to face me," Vergil said. Izuku ran at Vergil with full speed to cut him, but his attack was blocked by his sheathed sword. Izuku was then knocked back by a fast attack from Vergil that he barely managed to block. As he tried to regain his footing, Vergil summoned blue ethereal swords and shot them at Izuku, who deflected a few but had to jump away as he couldn't react fast enough for the rest. "Come on, is this all you're capable of?" Vergil taunted him. Izuku narrowed his eyes and activated Zofa as green lightning danced around his body as he charges at Vergil again, who was surprised by the speed. He brought his sword up to block in time as he held his ground from Izuku's attack. Izuku then delivered a series of fast slashes that Vergil blocked with his sheathed sword but was slowly being pushed back. Izuku then spins and hit Vergil with full force as he was sent flying back, which surprised everyone. Vergil stopped himself as he slid on the ground and looked at Izuku with a small smile. I'm impressed, that was surprising, it looks like I'll have to start taking you seriously now. Vergil said as he drew his sword. I was wondering when you were going to pull out your sword, looks like I'm going to have to step up my game. Izuku said as he activated his Devil Bringer and channeled 30% of Ofa. Vergil smiled and took a step forward before he disappeared and was standing behind Izuku, who was shocked at Vergil's speed before he teleported away as fast as he could. Whoa, I didn't even notice him standing behind me, that was so fast. Izuku thought as he prepared himself for any more surprises. Vergil then charged at Izuku with a thrust which Izuku blocked but was sent back a bit from the force and power behind the attack. Izuku shook it off and ran at Vergil as he swung sideways, but Vergil ducked under it but saw that Izuku was then bringing his sword for a downward slash that he blocked as the ground beneath his cracked. Vergil threw Izuku off him as he delivered his own fast slash that Izuku could barely keep up with as he tried to match his father's pace. Izuku then fired lightning from his Devil Bringer, causing Vergil to jump back before Izuku then shot multiple light beams at him that Vergil deflected before he noticed Izuku had teleported behind him to cut him, but was unsuccessful as Vergil did a quick spin and knocked Izuku back, cutting him a bit on his chest. Izuku looked at the cut before he looked back at Vergil and channeled Ofa to its maximum output along with his demonic energy before he charged at Vergil full speed, who moved out the way as Izuku thrusted his sword at him. Izuku saw this and teleported in front of him and swung at him but was blocked by Vergil, who was struggling a bit to hold back Izuku before he noticed that Izuku's arm was up as he blasted him in point-blank range with lightning that sent Vergil flying back. Izuku didn't give a chance to catch his breath as he pressed on and attacked Vergil ferociously. Look at him go, he's put Vergil on the defensive. Dante said as he saw what was happening. I never expected this, I knew he was good, but wow, he's taking the fight to Vergil and pushing him back. Trish said as was a bit surprised at what she was seeing. Izuku then knocks Vergil into the air as he spins upward repeatedly as he tried to cut Vergil but was blocked. He stopped spinning and caused an explosion that sent Vergil crashing into the ground as he used his energy to push himself towards the ground as well, causing Vergil to roll out of the way and stand up again before Izuku appeared before him as cut his leg before kicking Vergil back. Vergil looked at his bleeding leg and looked at Izuku. He laughed a bit. Now this is something. I wasn't expecting you be this strong already, it looks like Dante did a good job in teaching you. Vergil said as he stood up. I know you're holding back, if you want to see more of what I can do then take me seriously. Izuku said as he pointed his sword at him. You're right, if I want to push you. Vergil said as his form began to shift as his eyes glowed red. Then I'll have to stop underestimating you and show you the power of a devil. Vergil said as he entered his devil trigger, DMC4 not Sin DT, and looked at Izuku. Listen to me Izuku, keep your guard up, leave no openings in your defense, and most importantly, don't lose focus on me. Vergil said before he pulled his sword and appeared in front of Izuku as he did a powerful slash that sent Izuku flying back. Izuku steadied himself and noticed that he had a cut above his right eye that was bleeding. What the hell was that? That wasn't the air trick, that was pure speed. Izuku thought as he looked at Vergil as he wiped the blood of his eye. Vergil shot at Izuku again and slashed at him and Izuku was able to block it but it sent him sliding back as he noticed he was unable to stop. Izuku stabbed his sword into the ground to stop himself but was met by Vergil, who backhanded him and flew at him as he slashed Izuku into the ground. Izuku got up and spat out a bit of blood as he tried to get on his feet but was met again by Vergil, who cut his side and gave him an uppercut before grabbing his legs and slamming him on the ground repeatedly and tossing him away. Izuku coughed out blood as he struggled to stay on his feet and noticed that Vergil had sheathed his sword and took a stance. Let's see how you survive against one of my ultimate attacks, this will hurt a lot. Vergil said as drew his sword quickly and sheathed it back. Izuku was preparing to block, but he noticed nothing was happening before he heard the sound as Vergil fully sheathed his sword. Click. Izuku's entire body was covered with cuts as Vergil kept his sword and said, "Judgment cut." Izuku fell on his knees as the wounds were bleeding profusely as he looked up at Vergil, who was walking towards him as he undid his DT. You've yet to master the full power of the Yamato, it is a sword that can cut through anything, even the dimensions themselves. Vergil said as he walked towards Izuku. You fought well, but I know this is not all you can do. Within you is your true power, but you hold yourself back because you're afraid of it, but you shouldn't. Vergil said as he stood near the fallen Izuku. Damn, he really tore into him, what will you do now kid? Dante said as he looked at Izuku. Why do you hold yourself back? If you continue like this, then you won't be able to save anyone. Everyone under your watch will die if you ever face an opponent stronger than the way you are now. Vergil said to Izuku. You're rejecting a part of yourself, it will only do more harm than good. I should know I did the same thing, and so did Dante, but we realized that the part we rejected wasn't bad, it's what makes us who we are, and when we accepted it, we became a force to be reckoned with. Vergil said. I'm afraid that I'll lose myself. Izuku said as he got up on his knees. In this world might controls everything, without strength, without power, how can you protect anything let alone yourself? Vergil said to Izuku who looked at him. But without heart, all that power is meaningless. I look at you and I see it, born in you, is the power to do great things. Vergil said as tears gathered in Izuku's eyes. Izuku started to remember what he was fighting for and the promise he made to himself to get stronger when he started training with Dante. As that was happening, blue ethereal wings burst out from Izuku's back as the wounds on him began to heal. Izuku let out a scream that sent Vergil back a bit as he smiled as he looked at his son. Izuku stood up as his eyes began glowing with blue energy surrounding him as a flash of light made everyone cover their eyes. As the light died down, they saw Izuku in his transformed state as he had just achieved his true devil trigger, DMC5. Izuku looked at himself and was shocked at his new appearance and the power he was giving out. Now this is interesting. Vergil said. He did it, he finally did it, look at the power he's giving out, damn. Dante said as smiled and saw the surprised looks on the other's face. I hope. You're ready now Izuku because our real battle can begin now. Vergil said as he transformed. I feel like I can take on anyone, let's do this father, I'm going to make you submit. Izuku said as the wings on his back became fists. Izuku and Vergil flew at each as they clashed causing a shockwave that destroyed the ground as they locked blades. Izuku then used one of his wings to hit Vergil, before he used the other one to grab his leg and threw him away. Vergil used his wings to slow himself down, before he flew at Izuku, who met him in the air as they took the battle of the ground. Izuku and Vergil were sending series of fast slashes at each other as they matched their pace before Izuku gave Vergil a front kick and followed through with a slash that Vergil ducked under, before Izuku gave him an axe kick that sent him to the ground. Vergil steadied himself as he sent multiple swords at Izuku, who then stretched out his wings and fired his own to counter Vergil, who then saw an opportunity and teleported behind Izuku as he cut him on his back, sending Izuku into the ground. Vergil landed and created an ethereal version of him as the battle now became 2-on-1. Izuku got up and saw the clone charging at him as he blocked the attack before Vergil came from above as he used his wings to block it and knock both of them away. Izuku ducked under a slash and backflips and turned to strike Vergil who blocks it before Izuku backhanded him away with his wings. He then turns to the clone as he grabbed it and crushed it with his own ethereal arm. As Vergil got up he saw that Izuku had destroyed his clone and charged at him as they clash again. Izuku parried Vergil's strikes, but was cut off as Vergil ran his blade through Izuku, who screamed in pain. Izuku then held Vergil's hand and head butted him as he pulled out the Yamato and stabbed Vergil with it, causing him to move back as he fell on his knees. But Vergil quickly got up and knocked Izuku back, sending flying into a big branch as he landed on the ground hard as his devil trigger faded. Hahaha, that was incredible. Vergil said as his own transformation faded before he got up. I've never seen such form of power before, I say this is a draw. Vergil said as he walked towards Izuku who was getting up. A draw? I'll take what I can get, I noticed. But you didn't use your other transformation. Izuku said. You're strong but if I had used it you would have stood a chance. That was me fighting with half of everything I have and you matched me. Vergil said as he put his hand on Izuku's shoulder. I'm proud of you, you've finally broken out of what was holding you back and now you can continue to grow stronger. Vergil said. That was incredible kiddo, I knew you had it in you. Dante said as he and the others walked towards Izuku congratulating him. So what do we do now? Izuku said as the tree began to shake. It looks like it's time to finish this once and for all. As long as the tree is still standing the underworld will continue to spill into the human world, so the only way to close it is to cut the tree from the underworld and seal the gap with the Yamato. Vergil said. That means you'll be stuck in the underworld. Izuku said. Don't worry kid, he's not going alone, someone has to keep an eye on him. Dante said surprising everyone. You can't go, we just got you back and now you're just going to lock yourselves in the underworld. Izuku said as everyone else agreed with him. There are other ways out of the underworld kid, as soon this is done we'll find our way out, I've done it before. Dante said before he walked up to Trish. Babe, I promise I'll be back and then you can yell at me all you want. Dante said before he kissed her. Besides we have nothing to worry about on this side, you're here and we know you can handle things before we get back. Vergil said as he took a ring around his neck and gave it to Izuku. Give this to your mother, tell her I love her and that I'll see her soon and here hold on to this till I get back. Vergil said as he gave Izuku his book. Well Vergil, let's go. Dante said as he jumped to the ledge and transformed into his Sin DT. When I get back I expect you to be stronger because we're going to have a rematch. Vergil said as he also jumped and also transformed into his Sin DT as he and Dante flew into the underworld. Let's get out of here, we don't want to be anywhere near this once they cut it down. Izuku said as he walked to the van followed by the others. A few minutes later. Izuku and the girls were in van as they were driving through the city before they noticed the tree falling apart. Izuku's phone rang as he picked it up and saw it was All Might calling him. Young Midoriya, you did it, I can see the tree falling apart form here, good job. All Might said. Thanks All Might, but the credit goes to my dad and Dante, I'll tell you about it when we get home. Izuku said as he hung up. It's finally over, this was a crazy ride, but at least I got some material for my project. Naiko said happily. What are you working on anyway, you never told me. Izuku said. Oh it's a secret, but I'll tell you it's something for you and me, and if can get more materials I can make enough for everyone else, including Ichako. Naiko said. Let's just get home, this has been an exhausting day. Izuku said as he began to read his father's book. 1 month later. Izuku and the gang were currently in Dante building that he bought for Devil May Cry. Izuku was watching Ichako spar with Trish as he saw that she was knocked down. When Izuku got back he hung out with her and told her everything about himself, except for Ofa as he need All Might's permission for that. She needed time to think about it for a while before she got back to hanging with him and the others as they were training her in case she had an encounter with a demon. So when do you think Dante coming back? Izuku said as he took his eyes off the spell book he was reading. Not sure, last time this happened it took him 2 months to get out, now go back to studying and practicing the spells. Lady said. I can't believe he didn't teach about magic, seriously. Izuku said. Well, Dante never talks about it, but he and Vergil learned a bit from his mother before she died, he's well versed in it, but he's terrible at teaching that. Trish said as he blocked a punch from Ichako. Demons are well versed in magic, humans can learn, but it takes time and patience. We'll start teaching Ichako and the others once they are ready. Also we talked to your mom, and she agreed to let you get the tattoos. Lady said. I still don't see the need for it, I mean I could just keep them on me. Izuku said. Nope, the tats will help you store your weapons and summon them when you need it. How do you think Dante summons his own devil arms, he had tattoos on his body for that. Trish said as she judo flipped Ichako. Okay, good point, we start with that tomorrow. Oh and Ichako you have to be a bit unpredictable and use your flexibility to your advantage. Izuku said as he got up and walked into the ring to soar with them. Quirk assessment test. The day had finally come for Izuku to begin his hero studies at UA. He had been preparing for this for a long time, and now the time had come to show them what he was made of. Izuku had been learning magic since the incident at Redgrave City. He trained a lot with Ichako, Naiko, Kiri, Lady and Trish as he worked on mastering his devil trigger as he waited for his father and Dante to return from the underworld. He had also been working with his new familiars Griffin and Shadow as he used them to help train Ichako. Izuku was currently standing in front of a mirror as he put on his uniform. He had gotten the tattoos that help him store his weapons, allowing to carry them with him wherever he goes. One of the tattoos was placed on his back, which was the yin-yang symbol with the kanji for warrior under it that he used for his sword. The other one was on his right arm, which went all the way to his shoulder, which was a dragon tattoo that wrapped round his arm and stopped at his shoulder. This one was for the first devil arm he got Beelf, and finally he had one on his left wrist, which was a kanji for tradition, and one more on his left biceps, that was the kanji for hour. They were used for his gun and the King Cerberus devil arm. Izuku had just finished getting dressed as he walked out of his room and saw his mother waiting for him in the living room, along with Lady and Trish, as Naiko and Kiri had already left together. Hey mom, what's up? Izuku asked. Nothing, it's just that you look really cool. Inko said. That's right, you are in for a surprise. Lady said. Go knock him dead. Trish said. Hold up kid, why aren't we going with you? Griffin asked as he landed on the couch. Lem see, it's because I don't want to freak people out yet. Izuku answered. Oh, and driving a demonic bike to school says what exactly? Griffin said sarcastically. Good point, okay you can come, but you must stay in the tattoo and not come out during class unless I say so. Oh, and for information, the Cavalier isn't freaky, it's a work of art. Izuku said as he headed towards the door. You're beginning to sound like that psycho. Griffin said. Alright, I'll see you ladies later, oh, and I'll bring Ichako over to Trish. Izuku said as he opened the door and walked out. Izuku put on his black fingerless gloves and he got on his bike and put on his helmet as he started the bike and began driving to UA. Izuku slowed at a red light as he brought out his phone and texted Ichako that he was almost at the school. Izuku arrived at the school gate and saw a few students looking at the school in awe. He smiled a bit and drove inside as he parked his bike and took off his helmet and began walking towards his assigned class, which was 1A, before his attention was called upon by Ichako, who was running up to him. "Hey Nero, what's up?" Ichako asked as she stood near him. "Nothing much, I'm just trying to get to class 1A, which I assume is also where you're heading," Izuku said as Ichako nodded. "Yeah, I'm pretty psyched we're going to be in the same class, it's going to be fun," Ichako said as she smiled. "I know, right? I'm just hoping they didn't put the jackass incarnate in the same class as us, cause that will ruin my mood today," Izuku said as he frowned thinking about Kitsuki. "From what you told me about him, he seems like the arrogant type," Ichako said as Izuku nodded. "Oh yeah, I'll come over after school so I can train with Trish," Ichako said. "Alright, come on, let's head to class. My guess is that it's at the top floor," Izuku said as he and Ichako continued walking towards their classroom. They arrived and saw a really huge door that had class 1A written on it, as they were a bit shocked at the size of the door. Do we have giants in the school?" Ichako asked looking at the door. "I guess it's for all shapes and sizes. Anyways, let's go in," Izuku said as he pushed open the door and was greeted by a sight that turned his expression flat. Ichako looked a bit confused at his expression and peeked over Izuku's shoulder and saw what was happening. "Will you get your feet off the desk? Don't you think that is disrespectful to all the others that have used them?" said the boy with glasses that Izuku recognized. "As a matter of fact, I don't think so. What middle school are you from, you cannon fodder?" Kitsuki said. The boy straightened his glasses and looked at him as he replied. "I'm from Same Junior High, it's a private. My name is Tenya Lita," the now named Tenya said. "Same, huh? Well, aren't you a fucking elite? Looks like I have it to kill you until you fucking die," Kitsuki said as he grinned sadistically. "A reason to kill me until I die. What the hell?" Tenya thought as he flinched back with a horrified look on his face as he looked at Kitsuki. "You have some nerve and you want to be a hero," Tenya said. Ichako had a flat expression on her face as she shook her head in disbelief after watching the short exchange. "I can see what you meant now, he's a huge jackass," Ichako said as she thought about all the people like Kitsuki who thought they were better than everyone else because of their quirks. She thought that if he wasn't put in his, he'll just end up being worse than he already is. Tenya, who caught the door opening from the corner of his eye, turned and moved towards Izuku and Ichako in a robotic fashion. "Hello, my name is Tenya Lita from Same. Yeah. I already heard you when you were dealing with Asuki over there," Izuku said as he extended his hand towards him. "He's a bit stiff and uptight," Izuku thought as he smiled as Tenya shook his hand. "My name's Izuku Midoriya, it's nice to meet you," Izuku said as he looked around the class as he noticed a few people. "Yes, I know who you are. You're the one who has the top score in the entrance exam," Tenya said as everyone in the classroom looked up at Izuku. "I must hand it to you for figuring out the truth behind the exam, that's why you saved that girl. I hate to admit it, but you are the better out of the two of us," Tenya said as he bowed his head. I didn't know the true meaning behind the exam. I did what I thought was right, which was saving her life. I found out when I got my result, it was a bit surprising," Izuku said as he smiled a bit. The ones that were in the same zone as Izuku looked at him as they were sizing him up as they didn't know how powerful he really was. They saw this as way for them to test themselves against him as they smiled in anticipation. Kitsuki was angry when he saw that Izuku had come first place with 200 points, while he got 79 points. He remembered the confrontation he had with Izuku in their old school, as Izuku shoved him to a wall as he said that if ever tried to put his hands on him, he'll make Kitsuki regret it. Smoke was trailing from his palm as he looked at Izuku with a snarl. "I'm going to put you in your place, Deku, just you wait," Kitsuki thought. "So he's the one who got first place in the entrance exam, he looks a bit familiar, but I can't place who he looks like," thought a boy with red and white hair as he looked at Izuku with interest. Izuku was talking with both Tenya and Ichako after he had introduced himself to her. He noticed that Tenya was easy to interact with despite his stiffness. As he continued his conversation with both of them, he looked towards the door as he sensed someone coming in. They opened and revealed a black-haired man with bloodshot half-lidded eyes encased in a yellow sleeping bag. "If you're here looking for friends, do it elsewhere," the man said as he pulled out a juice box. "This is the Department of Heroics, so please take your buddy hunting somewhere else," the man said as he began drinking the juice. Izuku looked at the man as he took his seat. "Who the hell is this guy?" Izuku thought as he stared at the man trying to figure out who he was. The man shrugged off his sleeping bag and revealed his black long-sleeved shirt, utility belt and black pants tucked in his boots. He also had a strange scarf wrapped many times around his neck and goggles on his head. It took you all 8 seconds to calm down. Life is short, kids, and you're all lacking in common sense," the man said as Izuku raised eyebrows at the comment. I'm your homeroom teacher, my name is Shada Izawa. It's a pleasure to meet you. Izawa said with his expression not matching his tone, which weirded out the students. He reached into his sleeping bag and pulled out blue and white tracksuits. Put these on and move on to the PE ground, he said as he walked out of the class, leaving the students stunned. With All Might. All Might was sitting in his new office going through the files for Class 1A, where Izuku was assigned, and the class that he was going to be teaching Foundation Hero Studies. He perked as he remembered on details about the first day at UA, before he looked and saw who their homeroom teacher was. Oh crap, they got Izawa. They are in for a rude awakening. I hope he doesn't force young Midoriya to use his full power, not that it matters. He's going to go all out to show them what he's capable of. I just hope he doesn't get too carried away. All Might said to himself. PE grounds. A quirk assessment test. Izuku asked as he and the rest of his class were on the massive PE ground. But what about the initiation ceremony? Or the guidance counselor meeting? Ichako asked. If you want to be heroes, we don't have time for such frivolities. Izawa said somewhat harshly as he looked at them with a menacing look. You all understand that UA has a reputation for the amount of freedom given to those on campus. Well, the freedom is also given to us teachers. Izawa said with a tone that sent shivers down their spine. Softball pitch, standing long jump, 50-meter dash, endurance running, grip strength are all physical activities you've done in middle school without using your quirks. Izawa said as he pulled out a tablet and threw a ball at Bakugo. What you highest throw without your quirk, Bakugo? Izawa asked. 76 meters. Kitsuki said. Alright, stand in the circle and try using your quirk this time. As long as you don't leave the circle, anything you do is fine, and also don't hold back. Izawa said as Kitsuki grinned maniacally. Kitsuki held the ball in his hand and took a deep breath before he launched it with a powerful explosion. Die. Kitsuki said as the ball flew from his hand as everyone's sweat dropped from what he said. A future hero, ladies and gentlemen. Izuku thought as he looked at Kitsuki with a deadpan look. Izawa's tablet beeped as he showed them his score. 705.9, mountains. Wow, that looks like fun. Said the girl with the pink skin, which made Izawa turn and face her classmates. Fun. It looks like fun, huh? Izawa said menacingly as he glared at them. So you were planning on spending the next 3 years having a good all time? What happened to becoming heroes? Izawa said with a tone that frightened them. Alright, I have a new rule. The one that gets last place will be expelled from this school instantly. Izawa said. Izuku smiled as he saw what his teacher was doing as he looked at his classmates and saw that they were terrified from what he said. Alright teach, game on. Izuku thought as his grin grew a bit, which didn't go unnoticed by Izawa. But this is our first day here. Ichako said as she protested. Even so, that's just unfair. Natural disaster. Massive accident. Egotistical villains. All other kind of disasters can happen when we least expect them, and it's our jobs as heroes to fight all the unfair. And return it back to fair. If you were counting on hanging out at McDonald's after school, that too bad. From now on you can expect your stay at UA to be one hardship after another. Izawa said before he smiled a bit. Our motto is plus ultra. So you're expected to overcome these hardships and grow stronger from it. Izawa said as his speech broke them out of their fear and saw the look of determination on them. Now then, time to kick yourselves into high gear because it's time for you to go beyond. Izawa said. The 50-meter dash was the first test as Tenya, and a girl with a frog quirk who was introduced as Tsuyu Asui was the first up. Tenya proved he was in his element as he used the engine on his calves, making finish in 3.05 seconds, followed by Asui, who finished 5.57 seconds. Next was Ichako, who used her quirk to make her clothes lighter, as she finished 5.58 seconds, thanks to the physical training she had been doing with Izuku, Lady and Trish. Next was a blonde boy who could fire lasers from his navel, who was introduced as Yuga Aoyama, as he finished 5.51 seconds as he shot himself backwards towards the finish line. Next was the girl with pink skin and hair who was introduced as Mina Shido, who got 5.37 seconds, which showed that she was physically fit despite the nature of her quirk. Next was a girl with black hair tied into a ponytail who was introduced as Momo Yaoi Rozu, as she got 6.24 seconds. It was now Izuku's and Kitsuki's turn for the dash, as the Mark IV Go went off. Izuku just used his air trick and finished at 0.54 seconds, which shocked everyone including Kitsuki, who finished 3.93 seconds. Izuku smiled when he saw the expression on everyone's face. The only one not surprised was Ichako, seeing as she already knew how fast he was. First up for the grip strength was a boy with 6 arms who was introduced as Mizo Shoji, who used his strength and got 550 kilograms. Next was a boy who was introduced as Rikido Sato, who ate some sugar and used his strength to get 315 kilograms. Momo came up and used her quirk to create a clamp which got her 416 kilograms. Izuku was the last as he channeled a bit of Ofa and broke the machine, which shocked everyone again. "Seriously, this guy is a monster," said a boy with yellow hair who was introduced as Denki Kaminari as he looked a bit frightened at Izuku's strength. Next was the upper body challenge as only 3 people got high marks. The 3 were Katsuki, who got 80 on sit-ups and 85 on push-ups. Next was the boy with red and white hair, who was introduced as Shoto Todoroki, who got 85 on sit-ups and 90 on push-ups, followed by Izuku, who went beyond them as he got 100 on sit-ups and 110 on push-ups as he was told to stop seeing as he got carried away from the exercise. The long jump was next, and the ones who excelled were Asui, Aoyama and Izuku, who cleared the jump. Next was the continuous sideways jump that Izuku also did well in, followed by a boy with balls on his head who was introduced as Minoru Mineta. And finally they were back at the softball throw. Momo made a cannon and shot the ball out of it as her score reached a kilometer. Next was Ichako, who got infinity thanks to her quirk. It was finally Izuku's turn to throw. He stood in the circle and channeled a small amount of Ofa, but as he was about to throw, he noticed that Ofa had been cut off. He looked around and saw his teacher's eyes glowing red as he had erased his quirk. "Now I know why you looked familiar, you're a Eraserhead," Izuku said as he recognized him. "So why did you erase my quirk?" Izuku asked. "I did it because now I want to see your full strength. You've been holding yourself back a bit for the other tests. Now I want to see where you stand, so show me your plus ultra," Aizawa said as his eyes stopped glowing. "Alright teach, you want my absolute best, you got it," Izuku said as he channeled Ofa to his maximum as green lightning danced around his body, followed by a blue aura surrounding his body, also as he was using both his demonic energy and Ofa in their maximum. Izuku threw for ready to throw as the ground beneath him cracked from the power he was releasing. Izuku then threw the ball as the air was displaced with a shockwave as dust kicked up, causing everyone to cover their eyes. When the dust cleared, the others were shocked as Izuku was standing in a small crater as his hands were smoking a bit. Aizawa's tablet beeped as he looked at the score, which made his eyes widen in shock from what it read. 4058.8 mountains. Aizawa looked at Izuku and saw a fierce expression on his face as he smiled. "Hey teach. I hope that's plus ultra enough for you," Izuku said as he saw his classmates were too shocked to say anything, including Ichako. The test was over and Aizawa tallied the results and was about to post the scores and placement on the screen before he told them something. "Oh, and by the way, the whole last place gets expelled thing was a lie," Aizawa said, shocking them as Izuku laughed a bit. "Come on guys, think about it, he said that to make sure you gave it your all. It makes sense when you see how hard you had to push yourself," Izuku said as they widened their eyes in realization. "Exactly, and now for the scores," Aizawa said as he pointed to the screen, which showed 1 Izuku Midoriya, 2 Momoyaoi Rozu, 3 Shoto Todoroki, 4 Katsuki Bakugo, 5 Tenyolita, 6 Ichako Uraraka, 7 Tokoyami Fumikichi, 8 Mizo Shoji, 9 Mashirao Jiro, 10 Ijiro Kirishima, 11 Mina Shido, 12 Tsuyu Asui, 13 Rikido Sato, 14 Koji Koda, 15 Yuga Aoyama, 16 Hanta Siro, 17 Denki Kaminari, 18 Kyoka Jiro, 19 Toru Hagakure, 20 Minoru Mineta. Everyone wasn't surprised Izuku got first place as he was dominating the test easily, but was surprised then was the gap between his score and everyone else's. Mineta fainted as he saw that he got last place, but was relieved he wasn't going to be expelled. Katsuki was glaring daggers at Izuku when he saw that he was 4th place. "How the fucking hell am I 4th place? How did she come in 2nd? And who the hell is this Shoto Todoroki? Gah," Katsuki thought in frustration. Shoto Todoroki was also looking at Izuku with interest before he felt his left side heating up before he quickly cooled himself down as he continued to look at Izuku, who was smiling as Ichako was talking to him. "Izuku Midoriya. How interesting." A few minutes later, Aizawa was on his way to the teacher's lounge when he ran into All Might, who was secretly watching the test. "Aizawa, you trickster," All Might said as he caught his attention. "Oh All Might, it's you. Were you watching the whole thing?" Aizawa asked. "Yes, I was. I'm surprised you didn't expel anyone this time. After all, you expelled an entire class last year because you deemed they had 0 potential, so why did you keep this one around?" All Might asked. "I keep them because this year is different. They have potential, simply as that, but out of all of them he's the one that caught my eyes," Aizawa said as he looked at All Might. "When I said I was going to expel someone, he didn't even flinch, he took it as a challenge. Out of all of them here, he has way more potential than the rest," Aizawa said. "You're talking about young Midoriya, aren't you? I guess we can finally agree on something, and that is his raw potential," All Might said as Aizawa walked away towards the lounge. At the end of the day, Izuku was walking with Ichako as they were joined by Tenya and Momo, who wanted to know how he saw through Aizawa's trick. "I have to say, Aizawa-sensei really got us there with that ruse. But as you said Izuku, it was to make sure we did our best. Momo said. It wasn't a ruse. He really would have expelled someone. Izuku said, shocking the others with him. What do you mean by that? Ochako asked. He told us he was going to expel someone if they didn't meet his requirement. In other words, he saw that we all had potential. If anyone didn't meet up with what he wanted, he would have kicked them to the curb. Izuku said as the others began to think about it. Anyways, this is our stop. We'll see you guys tomorrow. I hope something fun happens. Izuku said as he had reached his bike as he and Ochako got on it as they were headed to train with Trish. They said goodbye to Tenya and Momo as Izuku drove off to their destination, looking forward to what the next day brings. Danger room. Test your might. Izuku had gotten through the first day of UA, he and Ochako were at DMC currently sparring with each other. Izuku sent a left hook at her that she ducks under and go for a leg sweep that Izuku jumps over. While in the air he sends an axe kick at her, causing her to roll away. As she steadied herself, she does a roundhouse kick that Izuku catches and used to flip her in the air before grabbing her arm and performing a judo flip as he sends her to the ground. She quickly sweeps Izuku's legs and rolls on him, but he held both her arms and reversed it, causing him to be on top of her as he smiles. Well, you're improving, that was amazing. Izuku said as he looked at her. Thanks, I do have excellent teachers. Ochako said before she realized the position they were in as she was blushing. Could you get off me please? Ochako said as Izuku now realized the same thing, but before he could get up Naiko and the others came into the sparring room and saw the position they were in. Well, would you look at this, were both of you about to make out? Trish said as she smiled. I think they were, but this isn't the best place for that. I mean seriously, it's not so hard to get a room. Lady said as she teased them too. It's not what it looks like, we were training. Izuku said as he got up quickly trying to hid his red face followed by Ochako. Oh, loosen up your jockstrap, you're a handsome young guy in a room all alone with a fine girl, we ain't judging you for trying to make out with her. Naiko said as she straightened her glasses. Look, nothing was about to happen so please drop it. Izuku said. Okay, we'll do that for now. Anyways, we just got a call from UA, they said that they wanted Dante to come teach the students about demons. Trish said. Crap, you did tell them he's not available right now? Izuku asked. We did, so they requested Nero if Dante was unavailable. Lady said. You have got to be kidding me. Izuku said as his eyes widened. So what are you going to do? Ochako asked. I really don't want them to know I'm Nero yet, so Lady, Trish, can you please do me this one favor? Izuku said. Alright, the class is tomorrow, we'll call them up and tell them that you're busy and that we will be teaching the class tomorrow. Trish said as Izuku signed in relief. Thank you. Izuku said. Oh, by the way, I've finished your new weapon, along with Ochako's of course. Naiko said to both of them. Really well, where are they? Ochako asked. Hold on, you'll get them tomorrow. I was asked by the school to make some weapons for the demon class tomorrow, so you'll get it there. Besides, I need to see them in action before I make anything for them. Naiko said. I don't think all of them are going to use weapons considering most of their quirks are destructive. Izuku said. Anyways, let's get back to training, we'll see what tomorrow brings. Ochako said. Izuku tossed her the training kali sticks as he picked up a bow staff. Well, let's see how you handle me with those. Izuku said as he ran at her to attack. You know she has a crush on him, right? Lady said as she and the others watched them spar. It's so freaking obvious, you'd be blind not to see it. Trish said. Well, he does have that Sparta charm working for him. Even Naiko and Kiri are falling for him. Lady said as Naiko blushed in embarrassment. No, I do not have a crush on him, he's not my type. Naiko said defensively. Who are you kidding, girl, you're crushing hard. Trish said, teasing her. It's nothing to be embarrassed about, after all he's a good looking guy, so it's only natural. Lady said as she smiled. Look, just drop it, okay? Naiko said. If it makes you feel better, his grandfather was quite the ladies' man, according to all his associates before he settled down, they said he even had a harem. Trish said, shocking Naiko. How does that work exactly? I mean, they would just be fighting to see who he loves more. Naiko said. Nope, he was able to make it work, but later on he settled for Eva, after all he had outlived his mates, so he chose her and fell in love and settled down. Lady said. You, Kiri and Ochako are important to him, so I think you gals should be able to make it work, after all they do say love conquers all. Trish said as looked back at Izuku and Ochako. Alright, let's go, we have a class to teach tomorrow, and you have to make sure the weapons are properly calibrated. Lady said as she walked away. Oh, and don't worry, we will have the same conversation with Ochako and Kiri. Trish said as she looked back at both of them sparring. The next day. The school day went on normally as they did normal class and sat for lunch and talked with each other before going back to class. Aizawa came and told them to put on their gym clothes and follow him as he led them to a big building in the school grounds. Alright, here we are. Aizawa said in his normal bored tone. Sensei, where are we? Tenya asked. When we get inside I'll tell you about it, Class 1B should be coming out of there right now. Aizawa said as he saw the other students from the 1B walk out with their homeroom teacher Vlad King. Hello Aizawa, you brought your class here to learn. Huh? Vlad said to Aizawa. Yes, this is something they need to learn after all. So how did it go with your class? Aizawa asked as he looked at the 1B students. They said some of them have potential, I can't really blame them if they're scared of pursuing this path, but at least they will be ready if they encounter anything like this. Vlad said as Aizawa nodded in agreement. He looked over and saw Class 1A interacting with Class 1B as the two classes introduced themselves to one another. So this is Class 1A, you people don't look like much. Said a boy with slick blonde hair. Who the hell are you extras? Kitsuki said as he stepped forward to answer them. Well, we're your rival class, we are Class 1B, the best the hero course has to offer. The boy said smugly. Ha, the best it had to offer, all I see is a second-rate extra who I'm going to kill if he doesn't move out of my way. Kitsuki said. Such violent behavior, are you sure you want to be a hero, cause it looks like you're on the wrong place? The boy said. As Kitsuki was about to reply he was cut off by Izuku who stepped forward. Enough with your lover's spat, we're here for something important not name calling. Izuku said as he looked at both of them. He right, so knock off your pissing contest. Said a girl with ginger hair tied in a ponytail. Sorry about him, he just likes to run his mouth at the first chance he gets. Izuku said to her. No problem, he's the same, by the way I'm Itsuka Kendo, and the blonde is Nito Monoma. Itsuka said as she extended her hand for a shake. Nice to meet you, I'm Izuku Midoriya, and the porcupine is Katsuki Bakugu. Izuku said as he shook her hand. No way. You're Izuku Midoriya. The guy who got 200 points in the entrance exam setting a record in UA history. Itsuka said with her eyes widen, which was followed by her fellow classmates as they began to whisper about him. Yep, that's me, it's really not a big deal. Izuku said. No way, it's a total big deal, you must have an extremely strong quirk. Itsuka said. You're only as good as you make yourself out to be. I had to train myself to be strong, everyone's quirk is always useful, you just have to apply yourself if you ever want to get where you want to go. Izuku said to his class and 1B, which shocked them as they were expecting him to brag about how strong he was. After he finished, Class 1B had gained a little respect for him as they saw he wasn't what they expected. Anyways, what were you guys doing in there? Izuku asked. Oh, well, we aren't supposed to say to you, so you'll have to go in there and find out. Itsuka said. Alright, thanks, it was nice meeting you guys, hope we see each other soon. Izuku said as he walked away followed by the rest of his class. Well, at least there's someone respectable in 1A, I was expecting him to brag like that other guy. Nito said. Yep, I was expecting that too, come let's go, Mr. Vlad is coming over. Itsuka said as Class 1B began to leave. Class 1A walked into the building. As Aizawa led to a room that fit all of them. When they entered they saw control panels and a screen with a window which show another big room that was covered in blue tiles. Welcome to the danger room. Aizawa said as he faced them. This is an artificial assimilation room that was built to train you students. Once programmed, everything you feel in there is real, like smell, touch and pain. This is where we will run most of your hero training by putting you in real live situations, and it's also where you'll be doing demon hunting. Aizawa explained as they looked at him. Wait, did you say demon hunting? Tenya said. Yes, after demons were introduced to the world, the governments of the world have been looking for a solution to that, and that came in the form of Redgrave who paved the way for that. Aizawa said. Yeah, everyone was surprised when they attacked New York, I've never seen something so violent and grotesque. Said Momo. Exactly, Redgrave had been hunting them for as long as he could remember, there are other demon hunters, but he is the best of the best. Aizawa said. What about this other guy Nero? Mina asked. Well, according to Redgrave he's second only to him, the press has been trying to get what he looks like, but he just avoids them after he's done. Anyways, for this class we wanted Redgrave to teach you, but no way Redgrave is teaching us. Kaminari said as he interrupted Aizawa. Let me finish, Redgrave isn't available, so we tried to get Nero to come teach you, but he wasn't available as well. So say hello to your teachers. Aizawa said as two women who Izuku and Ichako knew came in along with Naiko and another girl with pink hair. Holy shit, no way they're going to be teaching us. Mineta said as a perverted grin came on his face. No freaking way, we're going to learn from two of the baddest women on the planet. Kaminari said. Well, hello Class 1A, welcome to Demon Class. Lady said. It's the Lightning Witch and Arsenal, Redgrave's partners in Devil May Cry. Said Mina as she looked at them in awe. Looks like we're famous. Alright, welcome to first class in demon hunting, now I'm not going to lie, it's going to be brutal, if you don't have the stomach for this you're free to leave. Trish said as she looked at them. Now for your first class, you are going to be taking on demons the danger room. Now remember what he said, everything in there will be real, but since they are artificial you won't bleed when they hit you, but it will be painful. Lady explained. Now this is Mei Hatsume and Nicoletta Goldstein there from the support course. They are going to see how you do here, and if you decide you want to continue, go to them and have them make weapons for your demon hunting sessions. Now here's what we're going to do, you guys can decide if you want to pair up with someone or go solo. Now are there any questions? If there's anything you want to know about demons, now is the time to ask. Trish said as she explains what they are going to be doing. Miss Witch I have. Call me Trish kid and you can call her lady, now what's up? Trish said as she interrupted Asui. Where do demons come from? Asui asked as she hadn't read up on demons at all. They come from the underworld, they are nasty piece of work and are mindless until they are given orders by their superiors. Trish said. Wait, superiors? What exactly are the superiors to demons? Momo asked. Now listen well, even in the demon world there is a hierarchy and different levels of demons. First are the grunts, they are the lowest of the low, they are mindless and attack anything that isn't a demon, they normally move in swarms to overcome their prey, and they are bloodthirsty. Lady said. Next are the queen or leaders of the swarm, they are slightly smarter and a bit bigger than the ones they command, and after that you have the highest level of them all. These ones can command any lower level demons, these ones are more powerful, cruel and selfish, they will do whatever it takes to increase their own, at the expense of other demons or humans, these are the devils. Trish explained to them as their eyes widened in surprise. Wait, devils? Asked Tenya. Yes, devils. These ones are smarter than the ones I previously mentioned, they are more powerful and have a range of abilities that separate them from each other. Lady said. Exactly, some are stronger, faster and have elemental abilities like control of fire, ice, water, you name it. They come in all shapes and sizes, and they often view humans a plaything due to the fact that they are naturally superior. Trish said. So has Redgrave and Nero fought devils before? Asked Kirishima. Of course they have, it takes skill to be able to match a devil, and should you wish to follow this path, we'll help you however we can. Lady said. Now before we begin, let me explain the ranks of the demons and devils. Now for the demons, they are ranked from DA, with D being the lowest and A being the highest. Most A rank demons are off hive leader, or they do solo and are strong, that the whole hive combined. And for the devils, they are 4 ranks, and these are S, SS, SSS and SSSS ranks. These guys are way stronger than that of the demons, they are basically the powerhouses of the underworld. Trish explained as she saw the looks on some of their faces, which range from shock to fear in some of them. Whoa, that's a lot to take in. Zero said as he wiped a bit of sweat of his head. Indeed, I never imagined that creatures of such power would exist. Tokoyami said. Hey, is it possible for a human to become a devil? Asked Mineta. Yes, there have been some cases like that, but they would be classified as artificial demons. Most people do this because they want to become immortal, because demon and devils tend to live very long. Lady said, which shocked them. Wait, are you saying that devils can't be killed? Kyoka asked. No, they can die, what I'm saying is that they live longer, a devil can live up to 2,000 years if given enough time. Trish said. You said that humans can become devils artificially, is there any chance that they can be born part devil? Asked Turu. Hey, believe it or not, devils can also take on human appearances, some have done so to live peaceful lives here in our world, and have had children along the way. Lady said. Seriously? Who could fall for a devil? Sato asked. Yeah, what's the point, all they're just going to have is nothing but a freak of nature. Kitsuki said, which caused Izuku to clench his fist for that remark. Now hold on a minute, just because there are some devils who are cruel and hate humanity doesn't mean that all are like that, some have been selfless and have stood as protectors of humanity as well. Trish said as she saw Izuku glaring at Kitsuki for that remark. Really, like who? Shoji asked. Sparda. Now that name is your assignment, you are to find out anything about that name until we meet in our next class. Lady said as she looked at them. Alright, who wants to go first? If you want to pair up now would be a good time for that. Trish said as they were about to begin the lesson. Izuku, Kitsuki and Shoto decided to go alone, while Ichako paired up with Mina, Asui and Momo, while Kirishima paired up with Zero, Tokoyami and Sato, Kaminari paired up with Mineta and Kyoka, while Shoji paired up with Turu and Koda and Tenya paired up with Ajiro and Aoyama. Alright, this looks promising, are you 3 sure you want to go in alone? Trish said as she wasn't about Izuku, but the question was directed at the other 2. Yep, I can handle it. Izuku said before he went to stand and wait for his turn. Oh Naiko, did you bring it? I've been waiting to see what you made. Izuku said, which drew attention to him. Oh yeah, jockstrap, I got yours and Ichako's here, tell me what you think. Naiko said as she threw Izuku 2 dark green bracelets and gave Ichako 2 black holly sticks, like the one Black Widow used in Infinity War. So she gets those and I get friendship bracelets, really? Izuku said as he looked at her in disbelief. Just tap them and see what happens. Naiko said as Izuku did just that as the bracelets turned in dark green fingerless gauntlets that stopped at his forearm. Whoa, now this is a work of art. Izuku said admiring the gauntlets. See, told you so. Now before you go in, here's the manual. Naiko said as she gave Izuku a handbook on the features of the gauntlets. Thanks a lot, Naiko, I owe you one. Izuku said as he went to read about the gauntlet. While he was reading, his classmates approached him wanting to know how he knew Naiko, which he told them that they're friends and has been helping her with materials for some of her projects. After they talked, it was time to test the teams to see what they were made of, and the first was Tenya's team. Alright, Team Ida, you're up first, go on down. Aizawa said as Team Lita went in to begin their test. Their team did well as it was balanced, with Tenya and Vergil being close-range fighters while Aoyama supported them from far. The team did go and defeated 22 D ranked and 8 C ranked, earning them 30 kills. The next team was Team Shoji, who didn't well due to Toru and Koda not being able to damage them, which got them only 10 kills. Next was Team Kaminari, who did fairly well as Mineta used his balls to keep them stuck, while Kaminari blasted them with his electricity, and Kyoka who attached speakers to her body doing sound damage to them, but eventually Mineta got tired, and Kaminari used too much of his charge, which short-circuited his brain, leaving Kyoka to be swarmed by the rest of them, but overall they got 37 kills for their efforts. Next was Team Kirishima, who performed very well as Tokoyami used his dark shadow for long and close-range attacks, with Sira using his tape to keep some of them immobile, as Kirishima and Sato destroying them. The team did well and got 42 kills for their effort, as they were not the ones with the highest score. Next was Team Ichako, who did good. Asui show how good she was with her quirk, as she used her tongue for keeps them immobile. Mina used her acid to melt those that got close to her. Momo made long-range weapons for her attacks, and Ichako got to test out her own weapon, and was surprised when she found out that Naiko added an electric feature on the sticks that she used. She promised she would train more after this. Their team got 52 kills, earning them first place. The next to go was Katsuki, who got 89 kills after a very aggressive approach to the demons. Next was Shoto, who only used his ice powers and for 101 kills, but during Shoto's turn, Izuku noticed that he was holding himself back only using his ice. Izuku wondered why he didn't use his fire side, as he saw steam rising from his left when he got a bit frustrated, but chose not to. Izuku made a note to look into Shoto. Izuku had gotten ready as his turn had come up. He was excited to test out his new gauntlet as he took off his shirt and sleeves, showing off his tattoos, as he walked into the room with a black tank top on. The scene changed to a city as the demons began to appear. Alright Izuku, it's your turn, show then what you can do. Lady said as the demons went in to attack Izuku. Izuku was looking at the gauntlet as the demons got closer before he punched one hard, sending it crashing into 3 other demon. From the corner of his eye, he saw a demon coming from above, and he jumped in the air and grabbed its head and smashed it to the ground, causing a burst of electricity to knock away the other demons surrounding him. Izuku got up and wiped his palm as he smiled and turned his attention back to the demon. In the observation deck, his classmates were at awe with his skills as he took down more demons. Whoa, look at him go, he's just ripping through them, that is so manly. Kirishima said. Wow, seriously, what is this guy? Kaminari said as he watched Izuku grab onto the demon with his ethereal arm and slam it on the ground repeatedly before throwing it into another one. Izuku jumped on the back of one of the demon and fired a grappling hook that pierced 3 demons. He then swung his arm as he used them to hit others before he called the hook back to him as he used his light beam to blow a hole through them. As they dropped to the floor, Izuku pushed the demon he was onto the ground before kicking it into another demon. Izuku did a corkscrew to avoid being hit by the blades from 2 scarecrows. As he noticed more getting closer to him, he quickly grabbed onto the one close to him and started swinging it along with its blade. As he cut through the other ones, he paused and looked around and did a bring it gesture as he ran towards more of the demons. A few minutes later, Izuku had still been dominating the demons as he barely showed any signs of exhaustion as he continued to face them. His classmates were watching closely as he continued on his path of demon destruction as they were impressed with his skills. Trish and Lady finally decided to end Izuku's own session, seeing that time had already gone by. Alright kid, I think you've had enough. Trish said as she killed the simulation. Izuku walked back into the room as his classmates except Katsuki and Shoto gathered round him telling him how great he did, which caused him to smile. By the time his score had been recorded, Izuku was at first place with 300 kills. Alright, now that was a good first class. Now before I say anything else, now that everyone had seen what they would be dealing with, is there anyone who wants to drop out of this class? Lady asked as she looked at all of them as they were thinking on what to do. Don't decide now, when we meet again give us your answer then, hopefully by then maybe we'll have Nero teach the next one. Trish said. Alright, that's it for today, and for those of you that want to stay, don't forget about the assignment we gave you. Have a nice day. Lady said as Class 1A began to leave the building. As they got outside, they began talking to Izuku and asked him if he could help them improve, to which he said yes to. Momo approached Achako and asked her and Izuku for their help with training and improving her stamina, to which they agreed to. Izuku bid goodbye to his classmates as he and Achako went to find Naiko to thank her for their weapons before they both went home as the day had ended, with Izuku looking forward to the next class as it had only been the second day and things were already exciting for him. Team battle. The day after the demon hunting class, the students of Class 1A were excitedly waiting for what the third day of class at UA would bring, since their first 2 days were exciting. Aizawa told his class that today was going to be the most challenging day of their time here, which got a few of them anxious for what was in store for them. Izuku, Achako, Momo and Tenyu were talking about what they were expecting today to bring. Although Izuku didn't care what was going to happen as he was prepared to come out on top as he had been doing for the past 2 days. Kitsuki was sitting on his desk and looking at the ceiling with a scowl on his face as he thought about the last 2 days, with Izuku coming out on top, which pissed him off. He was waiting for today's challenge so he could beat Izuku and show him that his place was beneath him once and for all. The rest of the class were busy doing their own thing, as some of them were listening to Izuku talk with the others before Izuku felt Aizawa approaching. "Guys, sensei is coming," Izuku said as the class began to get themselves ready as the door opened with Aizawa slipping in as the noise went away before he closed the door and went to his desk. It took you all 3 seconds to quiet down today. Good, it looks like you're all finally learning common sense," Aizawa said dryly, causing everyone to sweat drop from his words. "Well, since we didn't have time on the first 2 days because of your lack of common sense, we're going to use homeroom to introduce ourselves," Aizawa said as everyone's eyebrows twitched from what he said. "That was all your fault in the first place, sensei," thought everyone. "Well, since you're all going to be learning and working together, you might as well get to know more about each other, so you can, by the order of sit arrangement, state your name, facts about yourself and your quirk. Now start," Aizawa said. This went on for a few minutes as everyone introduced themselves and their quirks, with Izuku saying he has an enhancement type quirk that he didn't specify on. Izuku wrote down their quirks for further examination as he then directed his attention back to Aizawa, who got out of his sleeping bag. "Well, despite some obvious boisterousness, it's nice to be working and teaching you all. My name is Shota Aizawa, but some of you may know me as Eraserhead," Aizawa said as he introduced himself. "Now you have 15 minutes left before your classes begin. Good luck, respect your teachers and don't do anything embarrassing. It'll reflect badly on me if you did," Aizawa said as he walked out of the class. The rest of the morning went by with them having English class with present Mick and modern literature under the hero Noah Cementus. After their completely normal classes, noon arrived as all the students gathered in the mess for lunch prepared by the hero lunch rush. Izuku was enjoying himself with all the first-rate cuisines that were cheap, as he also wrote in his note the heroes he met, with Achako and Momo sitting beside him, as they were joined by Naiko, who was on break, also formed the support course. The girls noticed how Izuku was still writing in his note before he quickly realized that he muttering out loud, causing the girls to laugh at him, much to his embarrassment as he realized he has geeked out. After lunch they went back to their class to wait for the teacher of their next class, but little did they know that everyone except Izuku were going to be surprised at who was teaching them for their foundational hero studies. In Class 1A, the students, everyone was settling down before they heard an iconic laugh that they recognized. Ha 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 ha. When they heard it, everyone perked up except Izuku, who rolled his eyes. Seriously, does he have to do anything over the top? Izuku muttered in exasperation as the door opened. "I am." Toshinori Yagi, or All Might, appeared wearing a skin-tight costume with a red top and blue pants with yellow gloves and boots of white accents, with a blue cape with red inner side, as he stood in the class with his chest sticking out as his cape billowing forward due to a non-existent breeze. Coming through the door like a normal person. How the hell is that normal? No normal person does that, Izuku thought. The rest of the class were so excited to see All Might teaching their class as they began talking amongst themselves. "Guys, can you believe it? All Might is going to be teaching us. This is so cool," Kaminari said. "His costume design is so Silver Age. The art style clashes so much it's giving me goosebumps," Kirishima commented with a grin. All Might stood in front of his desk and struck a flexing position as he addressed the class. "Welcome to Foundational Hero Studies. For this class we will be building up your foundation through various trials and challenges. This class is one of your most important class, so be prepared," All Might said as she turned to face them as he saw the look of excitement on their faces. "With that being said, let's move on to the trial of battle. Finally, this is going to be good," Izuku thought as he grinned, followed by Kitsuki, who shared his excitement. "Indeed, and to go with your first battle. All Might said as he pushed a button in the small device he held in his hand, which led to several compartments hidden in the wall to come out revealing metal suitcases for each of the students. We have prepared the gear we had you send and requested to match your quirks. Well, I'm not surprised they already had costumes made for everyone with the fundings and development department that UA has, but I'm glad I already had mine made long ago. Izuku thought with a smirk. This is so cool, our battle gear. Exclaimed Shiro. I know it's awesome. Kirishima said. Alright, go and get changed and we'll be ready to go. We will be heading to training ground beta, and remember what you bring into the battlefield is important, so know that once you step into it, you are officially heroes. All Might said as he and the students walked out of as he led them to the training ground as they began to change to their costumes. A few minutes later. All Might stood in front of the control building as he waited for his students to come out with their costumes. Even though he looked calm on the outside, he was very nervous seeing as this was the first time he was teaching others besides Izuku who he trained with for 9 months. I'll just make sure to teach them everything I know to the best of my abilities. Everything I learned from my master in Gran Torino, although I'll tone it down a little in the old man's case, seeing as he beat the living crap out of me just to make a point. All Might thought as he shivered a bit in remembrance, which quickly turned into a smile as he saw his students coming out with their costumes. Everyone's costumes is still the same besides Ichako and Izuku. Ichako was wearing a black skin-tight bodysuit with pink lines on it, along with high knee boot, belt, and helmet that was attached to her suit, along with dark blue arm bracers for shooting any type of bullets, with a 2-collie stick Nico made for her attached to her back, Black Widow Age of Ultron outfit, and the helmet nanotic, so it can just fade and appear if she wants it to. Izuku stepped out slowly as they noticed his hair was slicked back and was wearing a dark blue long-sleeve trench coat with a red scar sewed on it. Underneath the coat he wore a green zip-up hoodie vest and black pants with dark red combat boots. He wore black fingerless gloves with the devil breakers around his wrists in their bracelet form. Imagine DMC4 costumes with added things. Young Midoriya really went with style. What did I expect from Dante's nephew? The costume looks simple, but the material are extremely sturdy and flexible, allowing him exceptional movements, and from what I can see it can also handle the stress and strain of his power. He really went high and above with this. All Might thought as he inspected Izuku's costume. All Might looked around and noticed the students' reaction to Izuku's look, especially the girls as they were eyeing his new look. Ah, to be young and full of hormones, this takes me back. All Might thought as he chuckled a bit. After a few moments All Might finished with his discreet inspection of all their costumes as his grin widened before calling their attention. Alright, I have to say everyone is looking really cool and stylish. Now let's see what you embryos are made of in the trial of battle. All Might said as he gave them a thumbs up. Ichako and Momo approached Izuku after taking in his new look as they blushed lightly. Wow Nero, you look incredible, it's so stylish. Ichako complimented with a nod of approval from Momo. Thank God I got Nico to make some improvements to my costume, so how do I look? Ichako asked. You look incredible, I look at you, and I think sexy and dangerous. It really suits you. Izuku said as he made her blush heavily from his compliments. Oh and Momo, I really like yours too, looks like you made it with respect to how your quirk works, nice. Izuku said, causing her to blush. Thanks, I wanted to show more skin, but it'd be against regulation so I went with this. Momo said as she folded her arms under her breasts, pushing them up a bit. Yep, too bad for that, seriously who made it against the law for women to look sexy? Izuku thought as he smiled. Well, it's official, hero course is the best. Mineta said as he looked at all the girls with small blood dripping from his nose. As everyone were getting ready a hand shot up to ask a question. Sensei. Isn't this the same training ground we used in the entrance exam? Tenya asked as he raised his hand in a robotic fashion. If it wasn't for the voice and the way he moves I would have never guessed that was Tenya. But he looks good and he based his costume off Ingenium's nice. Izuku thought as looked at Tenya. Well, we will be using one of the urban training grounds in which the practical portion of the entrance examination took place. The setting will be different. This will be an indoor battle trial. All Might said as he cupped his chin. Imprisonment. House arrest. The black market. In this quirk-saturated society full of government-backed heroes, any villain with a modicum of intelligence lurks in the shadows. With that in mind, for this test, you will be separated into heroes and villains for 2-on-2 team battles. All Might said as he saw the look of surprise on their faces. But what about foundation training? Asui asked. This is foundational training. Exclaimed All Might while tightening his left fist epically in front of his face. This time there won't be just robots, it'd be okay to just destroy. So how do we determine who wins and who loses? Momo asked. All Might pulls out a piece of paper and starts reading, which made Izuku chuckle in amusement. Really a script? Well, I can't really blame him since this is his first time teaching this many people. Izuku thought. Ahem. For this training we'll have some villains. Guard a nuclear weapon they intend on deploying. The heroes must stop them and their nefarious scheme before it is too late. If the heroes capture the villains or reach the nuclear core before the time runs out, they win. If the villains manage to keep the core the whole time or capture the heroes, they win. That sounds like Golden Age superhero stuff, thought Izuku as he committed the characteristics of the exercise to memory. All Might then pulled out a lottery box from somewhere and presented it to everyone. Your teammates and opponents will be chosen at random. Is that really how we'll do it? Asked Iida. Despite not seeing his facial expression, Izuku could tell that Tenya had an incredulous expression going by the tone of his voice. He got Tenya's attention by tapping him on the shoulder. Remember, the pro heroes are often to form impromptu with other heroes they have never worked with before, Tenya, so this is more than likely to get us ready for when we have to face a situation like that in the future, he explained, loud enough for everyone else to hear in case they had the same doubts as Tenya. Tenya's eyes expressed his understanding. Ah, I see. Always with our eyes on the future, are we? He trailed off before sharply turning towards All Might and robotically bowing exactly 90 degrees. I apologize for my ignorance. All Might looked a bit uncomfortable, much to Izuku's amusement, with Tenya's stiff diligence and formality as he turned around epically. Anyways. Let us begin. Everyone went to draw from the lottery box in order to determine each other's teammates, same as canon. Look like we're teaming up Nero to take on Kitsuki and Tenya. Ochako said to Izuku. Yeah, I kinda feel bad for Tenya for being paired with Kitsuki, but they will come at us with everything they got, so be on guard. Izuku said to Ochako. Alright, you all know your teams. Izuku and Ochako are the heroes, while Kitsuki and Tenya are the villains. The two teams now will have 20 minutes to get a layout the building and plan their attack. Once the 20 minutes are up, the battle will begin. All Might told the teams as he and the rest of the students were heading up to the observation deck. Izuku and Ochako were waiting outside the building looking at the layout. Izuku was studying the plans, looking over everything to the tiniest detail. The building has two main entrances. One on the bottom floor and the second on the roof. The other entrances are the windows that are all around the building. The bomb could be placed on one of the mid-level floors of the building. Knowing Kitsuki like I do, he will come straight for me and me alone, leaving Tenya to defend the bomb all by himself. That could work towards our advantage. Izuku smiled as he formed a plan to win the match. Ochako, I have a plan. Izuku told her. What is it, Deku? Ochako asked the green-haired hero. Once the match starts, we go inside the building, and I'll let Kitsuki find me. Once he does, he will immediately fight with me. While I deal with Kitsuki, you find the bomb and radio me once you do. Tenya will be guarding it, but do not engage him yet. Stay hidden and radio which floor the bomb is on, and I'll come to you, and then the both of us will take him down. With the both of us working together, Tenya won't have a chance, and Kitsuki won't have enough time to get back, but I'm pretty sure I'd have beaten him by then. But if Tenya spots you, then do your best to take him down. If you can't, just stall until I'm there to back you up. Izuku told Ochako, and she was surprised at well Izuku had formed a plan. You got it, Nero. Ochako said to Izuku. Nero had thought of all that so quickly. He's determined to win the match. I can't let him down. Ochako said to herself as the match was about to start. Students, the match will officially begin in 10 seconds. All Might through the speakers. The alarm had went off to alert the teams that the match has officially begun. Izuku and Ochako went into the building and split up as they entered. He told her to go ahead as he waited for Kitsuki to find him as he stood in the hallway with his eyes closed. A few seconds passed and Izuku opened his eyes and saw Kitsuki grinning at him savagely. So, you were expecting me, huh, Deku? He shouted as he held his arms at his side as he leaned forward a bit, making the show of igniting a few repetitive small explosions from his hands. Izuku said nothing. He just continued to stare at Kitsuki with an even expression on his didn't suit well with the explosion quirk user. Kitsuki snarled savagely before thrusting his arms back and producing a series of explosions that propelled him at speeds towards Izuku. Don't fucking look down on me, you fucking nerd. Kitsuki shouted as he used his right hand to try and punch Izuku. Izuku responded by spinning past the hand and grabbed it before elbowing Kitsuki in his face as he hit the wall. Did he fucking read me? That was the only thing that went through Kitsuki's mind in that moment. Kitsuki looked at Izuku and saw that his expression hadn't changed. He snarled and launched himself at Izuku again as he used his explosions to propel himself as he did a left roundhouse kick at Izuku, who rolled under it and punched Kitsuki in the back as he fell on the ground in pain. Fuck. Snarled Kitsuki as he pushed himself towards his feet and turned around to face Izuku with an enraged expression on his face. Why aren't you using your quirk, you shit? Do you think you are fucking better than me, huh? Izuku, who still had his calm look, smiled a bit and did a bring it gesture at Kitsuki before he took his fighting stance. A moment later Izuku exploded into action as he jumped while spinning around himself clockwise and sent a reverse roundhouse left kick towards Kitsuki's head. Kitsuki grinned as he leaned to evade the kick, but the expression was wiped from his face when Izuku, while still in the air from his first motion, sent a snap kick with his right leg that caught Kitsuki right across the face. Kitsuki held his nose as he stumbled back with his eyes strained in pain and to prevent the reflexing tears from falling down. He shook the pain away as he saw Izuku jumping back to his feet after falling on his back to the floor due to the adjustment he had done to his body in order to get that last hit. His anger grew even more, if it was possible, when he saw the unchanging expression on Izuku's eyes. "Stop looking at me like that, god fucking damn it. I'm above you." He snarled before he used his explosions to shot himself towards Izuku at even greater speeds than before and reached him in a blink. Kitsuki lashed out with his left hand, and when Izuku reacted to evade and counter, Kitsuki twisted his hand suddenly so it was facing downwards and released an explosion that changed his trajectory, so he flew above Izuku in an arc. "Read this, you fuck," he thought with triumph the moment he was behind Izuku, and he lashed out to release a point-blank explosion to his back. Kitsuki, however, became shocked when his hand found nothing but air. "What?" he thought frantically as Izuku seemingly disappeared from his sight only for his eyes to bulge out as his out was forced open with spit flying out from his mouth. Izuku had ducked down under his attack, and while he was still crouching down, almost directly beneath Kitsuki and his form being covered from Kitsuki's sight due to his grenade-like gauntlets, he turned around and leaned back, supporting his body with his flexed right leg and right hand. Then he pushed himself using his right leg and right arm to deliver a rising kick right to Kitsuki's upper abdomen as he was sent flying up and away from Izuku. Izuku got up and pushed his earpiece to check on Ichako. "Hey Ichako, have you located the bomb yet?" Izuku asked. "Yes, it's in the 6th floor, but I got spotted by Tenya, sorry," Ichako said through her own earpiece. "Don't worry about it, keep him busy, I'll be there soon," Izuku said. "Roger that, over," Ichako said before Izuku cut off his communication to her. Kitsuki, who heard Izuku speaking into his communicator, felt like his entire circulatory system was filled with the nitroglycerin-like substance he used to create his explosions, and he gave a scream as he jumped to his feet, ignoring the throbbing coming from the places he had taken damage, and he put his left arm forward, pointing directly towards Izuku. "Don't you fucking keep looking down on me, Deku. You're just a stepping stone to me. I'm going to fucking make you die, you stupid nerd." He reached for the safety pin that hung from the distal end of what acted as the safety lever of the grenade design of his gauntlet. For the first time since the fight started, Izuku's expression changed and they narrowed. Observation room. In the room the students gathered to watch the two teams duke it out as All Might told them to take notes on any mistakes they make. As the trial began they saw Ichako and Izuku splitting up. "Look, they're splitting up, is that a good idea?" Momo said as she saw both of them going in different ways. "It seems like they predicted how Iida and Bakugo would act," commented Kyoka as another screen showing Tenya staying in one of the floors of the top floor, while Kitsuki barely waited before the start of the exercise was announced before he began to make his way down. "Wow, you're right, and look, Midoriya is just standing there. It's like he's waiting for Bakugo to show up," Kaminari said as they saw Izuku standing there with his eyes closed. "Look." Bakugo reached Midoriya. "They are about to get it on," exclaimed Kirishima with a grin. They all watched how the first exchange between them ended with Kitsuki getting elbowed by Izuku into the wall. "Whoa, that was cool, did you see how he reacted to that?" Mina said in awe. "Indeed, he waits for Bakugo to get close before he countered, looks like Midoriya might be a professional martial artist," Ejiro said as he looked at the exchange. Then they watched a second exchange in which Kitsuki attempted to kick Izuku on the head, only to be denied solidly before Izuku hit Bakugo with a punch of his own as he rolled under his kick. "Damn," exclaimed Kirishima, Denki, Shiro, Mina and Kyoka when they saw that. The level of athleticism, body control and reflexes required to pull off something like that has to be insane, commented Tokoyami with an impressed tone of voice. They watched their third exchange in which they were impressed by Kitsuki using his explosions to suddenly change direction, showing that he had an impressive control of his quirk, but it paled in comparison to what they felt when they saw Izuku ducking down and evading Kitsuki's attack without looking, before countering with a rising kick directly from the floor that sent Bakugo flying away. "What the hell?" muttered Mineta in disbelief. "Holy shit," exclaimed Kirishima. Do you guys are noticing the same thing as me, right?" Midoriya trailed off Aoyama in somewhat of shock. "Has yet to use his quirk," finished saying Todoroki, his arms crossed. "So you've noticed?" All Might said, drawing their attention to him. "From the assessment test Izawa gave you, you saw how powerful and destructive young Midoriya's power is. He could have ended this since it began, but he want to see what the others can do, that's why." Plus from what I can tell it looks like both of them have history together and Midoriya is showing young Bakugo that he's yet to reach his level. All Might explained as the students as they looked back at Izuku and Kitsuki. From what I can tell I don't think they get along very much with Bakugo's attitude and all, but still to take on some like him and not use his quirk yet says that he probably worked hard to reach this level. Kirishima said. Absolutely, it'll be fun to see how I measured up to him. Kaminari said as the others nodded in agreement. All Might saw this and, hearing what Kitsuki was saying, grew a bit alarmed. I can't believe young Bakugo will go that far against his fellow students in a situation like this. Huh. That was what was expressed by more than one when they heard All Might's words. As your foundational hero studies teacher, I know the specifications of each and every one of your costumes. Young Bakugo's gauntlets allow him to store a great amount of his nitroglycerin-like palm sweat, increasing the range and force of his explosions exponentially. In such a closed space, the power of the explosion is also greatly enhanced further. The eyes of everyone widened when they heard this. All Might Sensei. This is just a lesson. You must stop this before Midori is seriously hurt or worse. Cried Mina with wide eyes, most of the other students nodding in agreement with her. All Might shocked everyone when he just grinned. Ah, there's no need for that. Well, I am shocked about the lengths that young Bakugo will go when his pride is wounded. I'm not worried about young Midoriya one bit. Hey ha 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 ha. He even laughed epically at the end. What do you mean by that, All Might? Asked Kirishima incredulously. All Might just chuckled and turned his attention to the screen, prompting everyone else to do the same. You'll see. With Izuku. Die. Motherfucker. With that shout, Kitsuki pulled a safety pin with a crazed expression on his face, and an explosion of gigantic proportions was produced by his gauntlet that completely covered the entire hallway with its blast. It was so strong that all the windows from that side of the building and some of the windows of the same side of the adjacent buildings exploded. Also, the power of the explosion was enough to destroy the walls of the hallway. Kitsuki laughed almost manically as he looked at the lingering flames of his explosion. Do you still believe you are better than me? Think again, Deku. Use your fucking quirk. I want to break you at you full strength, you asshole. He snarled, ignoring the frantic questioning from Tenya that resounded from his communicator. As the flames began to die down, Kitsuki could see a darkened silhouette that could only be Izuku that was slowly becoming more distinct, and his smile died down when he noticed that he was standing in the same exact spot he was before he released his explosion. Kitsuki's eyes widened in disbelief when the flames and the smoke died down enough so he could discern the form of Izuku, whose left arm had changed and was glowing blue as an ethereal arm appeared in front of him, shielding him from the massive explosion. Kitsuki was speechless as he saw Izuku had stopped his attack and was looking at him with his eyes narrowed intensely. The explosion had scorched the floor, but starting from where Izuku stood, in a triangularly spreading manner, the floor was from scorched damage, and where the intact floor met the walls of the hallways, there was also lacking destruction. From that point the hallway was perfectly intact. Kitsuki trailed off Izuku seriously, speaking for the first time since the start of his fight with Bakugo, as his arm returned to normal with the ethereal arm receding away. You seriously tried to kill me right now, didn't you? Gritting his teeth, Kitsuki growled with anger and hate. Oh yes, I fucking did. Otherwise you wouldn't have used your quirk. You would have kept looking down on me. Izuku's eyes narrowed even further. I see. Congratulations then. You managed to make me use my power before I stopped your trump card without effort, he said, with any kind of infliction of anything other than Stanton's effect in his voice. Are still fucking mocking me? Bakugo almost screeched in hatred as he raised his right arm this time and aimed it towards Izuku, ready to pull out the pin and cause another similar explosion. Izuku saw this and teleported in front of Kitsuki as he held his hand before he crushed his gauntlet as Kitsuki screamed in pain. Izuku then released him, punched him in his abdomen before backhanding him away before he appeared before him and tied Kitsuki up with the white tape, eliminating him. Kitsuki Bakugo has been eliminated. All Might's voice rang as Kitsuki looked at Izuku in shock. Izuku ignored his look and tapped his earpiece to check on Ichako. Hey. It's me, what's up? Izuku said. Oh my god, Miro, you're okay. I heard that large explosion and you weren't answering. I thought you had been hurt bad. Ichako said as she hid behind a pillar to talk to him. Yeah, I'm okay. Kitsuki is out, so I'm on my way to your position. If you can take him down before then we'll win. See you soon. Izuku said before he walked away, but he stopped and turned to Kitsuki. This was to show you that you aren't all that you claim to be. This was to show you that there will always be someone better than you, no matter what your pride tells you. And that you have to stop letting something as stupid as a wounded pride to cloud your judgment, because if you allow it to happen in the future, the consequences will be far worse than just a failed training exercise, finished Izuku before he turned around and began to walk away from the downed Bakugo. I hope you learned your lesson. Still unable to form words, the still shell-shocked Bakugo could only stare at Izuku's suddenly abnormally wide back as he walked away. Meanwhile Ichako was trying to beat Tenya, who was using his speed to his advantage. Ichako knew Izuku was on his way to help her, but she wanted to do this to show him that all their training was paying off. Tenya was deep in thought as he faced Ichako. When he heard that Katsuki had been eliminated, he knew Izuku was on his way to their location, so he had to figure out how to capture Ichako fast before Izuku got here to help her. Ichako fired some tranquilizer from her bracers at Tenya, who dodged them and ran at her, causing her to roll out of the way. He really isn't letting up, I have to take him down, but how? He's moving too fast for me to keep him steady to tie the tape around him, Ichako thought before she came up with an idea. She tied the tape to both her collie sticks and stepped out from behind the pillar she was hiding behind and ran at Tenya. Tenya said this and ran at her, but she quickly slides under his legs and used the tape to trip him. She quickly got up and tied it around his legs, keeping him immobile and earning them the victory as Izuku just entered the room to see Tenya on the ground. The hero team wins. All Might's voice said in the speakers as Izuku walked up to her smiling. Wow, that was impressive, looks like training is paying off. Izuku said. Yeah, looks like you had fun, how did it go with Bakugo? Ichako asked seeing that he had small dirt on him. He didn't stand a chance, anyway let's untie them and hurry to the observation room. Izuku said as they went to release both of them. Observation room. When the 4 students got to observation room, well Izuku was bombarded with compliments. That was awesome way you handled yourself, it was so cool. Kaminari said. Yeah, and the most manly part was how you and Katsuki went at each other like real men. This time Ijiro who spoke. It was dazzling, but not like mine when I go. Said Yuga. Yeah, the fight was awesome, especially how you took Bakugo down. Hanta spoke with excitement. Izuku was getting complimented from all over the place and he didn't really know how to take it. Thank guys, but I couldn't win without Ichako. She was able to take down Tenya for us to grab the win. So I have her to thank, plus she trusted my plans and judgment. So in my book it was a team effort. Izuku giving Ichako the gratitude that some of classmates weren't. Thanks Nero. Ichako said blushing a bit. Yes well said young Midoriya, it was a team effort, but you and young Uraraka here showed exceptional planning and trust in one another. Now that the match is over, who can tell me who the MVP of the match is? All Might asked the class. The MVP was Izuku and Tenya, All Might. Momo said before she began to explain. Izuku from the beginning of the battle made a plan to take on both Tenya and Katsuki. He allowed Bakugo to focus all his attention on himself while she looked for the bomb, and when he fought he did so with caution as he didn't want to damage their surroundings, and when he saw that Katsuki was about to destroy more of the building, he quickly subdued him. And Tenya took his role as a villain seriously. He prepared for Ichako and took out anything she could use against him. Momo said as she gave her evaluation of the match. All Might and everyone else sweat dropped at Momo evaluation. She said everything that I was going to say. The number 1 hero thought being one-upped by his student. Wow, Momo got that pretty much all right. Good job on the evaluation Momo. Izuku said smiling towards her and Momo tried not to blush from the compliment but failed. Yes. Very good young Momo. Now on to the next team and good luck. All Might said as the hero team consisting of Shoto and Shoji and they were up against a villain team made of Toru and Ijiro. As they were heading out Shoto took one long look at Izuku who looked at him before he left with Shoji. The second match had begun and it was quick. Everyone except Izuku watched with wide eyes as Shoto used his ice to freeze everyone except his teammate in place. Shoto then walked into the building with no one stopping him and defrosted the bomb. Izuku eyed this fight curiously. He has half ice and half hot. So why didn't he use his fire? Why does he covered his left side with the ice? Also he didn't use the fire in the assessment. Not even once. Izuku thought as he was looking at the screen with image of Shoto defrosting the bomb. After the test Shoto was declared the MVP of match and the matches came and went with different MVPs. The day had ended and Izuku was smiling as he and Ichako walked out with Momo and Tenya. Well this was fun, I finally got to smack Katsuki around and that made my day. Izuku said as Ichako and Momo giggled a bit. Hopefully this will curb his attitude a bit. Ichako said. Anyways I'll see you guys tomorrow. Izuku said as he got on his bike and drove home to rest and see if Dante and his father had returned elsewhere. Is everything ready for tomorrow? A voice said. Yes. Another voice came answering the previous one. Good, come the tomorrow the symbol of peace will die. The voice said as the sound was turning into a sick laughter echo through the building. Assault on USJ. Izuku was smiling as he drove to school. Why? Because after he beat up Katsuki yesterday he was feeling really good and was hoping today they were going to do something. Izuku got to UA, he saw a sea of people and not just any people, but reporters, the worst kind of people. Great reporters. What the hell are they doing here? Izuku thought and would soon get his question when they spotted him. Hey look, there are students over there. A cameraman said, and all the reporters made their way over to Izuku to ask him questions. What's it like to learn under All Might? A reporter him and he saw that other students in class were being harassed as well. Getting tired of the reporters and wanting to get to class, Izuku decided to get rid them the only way he knew how. Everyone listen up. Learning under All Might has been. Oh my god, All Might is over there. Izuku shouted and pointed towards the direction where All Might was. Every one of the reporters turned around to see. Nothing. That's my cue. Izuku thought as he drove into the school. The reporters turned back around, he saw that Izuku gone and was inside of school grounds. I can't believe we fell for that. A reporter said as everyone's sweat dropped for falling for a stupid trick. Class 1A Izuku arrived on class on time and took his seat behind Kitsuki. While everyone was doing their own thing, Izuku couldn't shake the feeling that something was going to happen today, but he was brought out of his thoughts by Kitsuki, who was yelling at Kaminari, who said Izuku was stronger. He is not stronger than me. He got lucky in that match. Watch when we fight next time, Deku, because I will destroy you. Kitsuki screamed, he hated when someone is stronger than him. But I'm stronger than, so doesn't that mean you're contradicting yourself? Izuku said with a smile, and Katsuki's face looked like a tomato for how pissed he was. Izuku. First Deku and now that half and half kid. That guy is something else. I need to step my game up. Kitsuki thought after watching the match of Shoto Todoroki. Kitsuki, take your seat, class is about to start. Izuku told his friend as Aizawa was making his way into the class. Aizawa entered the room in his sleeping bag. Sheesh, it seems that sensei can't go anywhere without the thing. Izuku thought, seeing the tired hero about to speak. Alright, you all now have a glimpse of what to expect from your hero training. Kitsuki, you need to control that temper and learn to not let your emotions get in the way of the job. Heroes have to separate their feelings from the mission. Aizawa scolded Kitsuki, but his evaluation of the match was not done yet. Izuku, you did a good job in helping your team win the match. You took advantage of Kitsuki's emotions and used it to bring victory, keep it up, but don't let it go to head, remember anyone can be beaten. Aizawa said to Izuku, who nodded. Aizawa then went on to tell each of the students his evaluation of their matches and what they need to work on if they want to make it in the hero world and if they want to stay in the hero course. Alright, you all know what you need to improve on, now on to other matters that needs to be addressed. Aizawa said, which made some in the class start to sweat. Please don't be something crazy. The class thought together as Aizawa began to speak. You all need to elect your class president. Aizawa told the class, and which they all released a breath of air. Something normal for once. 1A thought, and then the class erupted in multitude of voices claiming who should be class president. I want the job. Denki shouted. No, I want it. Hinata was next. I'll take it, would be manly. Kirishima said. Forget the boys, what about us girls, I'll take the job. Mina said, grabbing everyone's attention. No. Tenya shouted and began to speak. The class president should be selected by a vote by his peers. The president needs to have the responsibility and the ability to lead the class. It is a position that is not for fun and games, but a position of responsibility. Tenya said, and when he finished everyone was said the same thing at him. You want to be the class president too? Class 1A shouted at one, and Tenya collapsed to floor in shame. But Tenya is right about one thing we should put to a vote. Momo and asked Aizawa, can they have vote? Aizawa sensei, can we have a vote for class president? I don't care as long as you have a president and a vice president before the end of class. Aizawa said as he fell on the floor to sleep. Alright then, everyone cast your vote for a class president. Momo said as the students were placing their votes, and after a few minutes the votes were in. Alright, your class vice president is Momo. Aizawa said as Momo walked to the front of the class to take her spot as vice president. And the class president is Izuku. Aizawa finished, making Izuku widen his eyes. What? Izuku said in shock that he won the vote. You had the most votes in class. Aizawa told him. Who the hell voted for Deku? Kitsuki screamed in outrage that he lost again to Izuku. While Kitsuki was going through his tantrum, a couple of girls were whistling, including the vice president. Alright, I guess I'm class president now. Izuku said as he joined Momo in the front. Class 1A now has their presidents and were now about to begin the day, but unknown to the class there was someone outside watching the school and the reporters outside. Lunchroom. Everyone was now at lunch now, and Izuku was sitting with his friends at the table. The table consisted of Tenya, Achako and Ijiro. So Izuku, what it's like being class president? Achako asked Izuku after geeking out from seeing a pro hero at the cafeteria. Yes, it's alright. I really didn't want the position, so I'm more surprised that I won to begin with. Izuku said, shocking the rest at the table that he didn't want the position. I don't even feel like I'm the right guy for the job. Izuku continued on, but Tenya stopped him. You're selling yourself short, Izuku. I think you have what it takes, and you meet the necessary requirements to be a class president. Besides, Ichako told me of how you developed a plan to beat Kitsuki and I in the match. We never had a chance to begin with, you have the leadership skill, and I believe in you. That's why I voted for you. Tenya told Izuku, which really didn't surprise him. Wow, Tenya, you voted for Izuku. I thought that you voted for yourself. I mean, you kind have a follow the rule vibe to you, and the glasses is adds to it also. Ichako said, which made the occupants of the table sweat dropped. Ichako always says the first thing that comes to her mind. Izuku thought when he heard the Ichako. Honestly, Tenya, I voted for you. Izuku said, which shocked everybody there. What? Tenya said to Izuku. Yeah, I voted for you cause you were better fit than me. You have that leadership skill too, I can see it, you must get it from your brother. When Izuku said the word brother, Tenya's eyes became as large as dinner plates. How do you know about my brother? Tenya asked, still in shocked. Wait, Tenya, you have a brother? Ichako said, just as shocked. Yes, Tenya does have a brother, and it's the pro hero Ingenium. As for how I know, well, I tend to do my research on people. When I saw your quirk at the entrance exam, seeing you use it at the assessment, I kind of put the pieces together after that, plus you basically look like the guy, and there is the fact that your costume looks like an exact replica of Ingenium costume. Izuku told the table and they were shocked with his skill, but Izuku wasn't done yet. I also know that Ijiro and Mina went to the same school together. Ijiro, you did basketball before coming to UA. Izuku said to the hair red, whose mouth was agape at what he heard. Momo comes a wealthy family, and I know Ichako parents run a construction company. Izuku said while his classmates were in shock at the skill that Izuku has in researching. Well, that is quite impressive of you, Izuku, to know all of that, and yes, Ichako, my brother, is Ingenium. You see, the Lita family has always been a family of heroes. I look up to my brother even though he is not a high hero on the charts, people also see him as a role model. Ingenium is an honest hero who follows the rules and is a leader of the people in Hosu where he is stationed at. I aim to be just like him and make him proud. Tenya said as the table could see that Tenya idolized his brother. Izuku could see where Tenya is coming from, he has the same expectations in himself to make his mentors proud and live up to the legacy of the symbol of peace. I know you can do it, Tenya. You have what it takes not to just make your brother proud but to also surpass him. You have to keep working harder and go beyond your limit. Plus ultra. Izuku said to Tenya, and Tenya could hear the valor in Izuku's words. Those words resonated with the whole table. Everyone at the table could hear the words and wonder if Izuku was some kind of hero already, if only they knew. Dude, you sure have your way with words. I'm feeling inspired right now. Kaminari said, making the others nod in agreement. Yeah, I guess it was inspi. Izuku didn't get to finish his sentence as the school went off around the building. The alarm was sounding all over the place, and students were panicking, fearing what could be going on. What's going on? Ichako said, getting shoved around by the students who were trying to get to exit. Everyone form a single. Tenya didn't finish as he trampled over, and Kitsuki was cursing everybody out with Kirishima trying to calm him down. Everyone please calm down. Ichako said, but they didn't listen as they were still panicking. Izuku was still in the same spot as he looked at the other students trampling one another. These are supposed to be the future hero. This is just disappointing, Izuku thought before he finally got up as his face became serious. Enough. Izuku screamed, his voice boomed, making it sound almost like All Might and bringing everyone to a halting stop. The students look up at Izuku to see the white-haired teen, and what they saw was not happy face. No, Izuku had his warrior face on and was looking down on the students as they were misbehaving children. Once Izuku saw that he had their attention, he narrowed his eyes at all of them and began to speak. Are you fucking kidding me? You're supposed to be future heroes, and yet here you all are acting like 4-year-old children who just heard a fire drill for the first time. If you all calm down, stop screaming, and take a look outside, you see it's just the reporters. Izuku said hotly to the students who recoiled from his harsh language, but it was the truth. They were all supposed to be future heroes, and yet they were acting like children. Izuku's next statement made them feel even worse. If this was a real attack, everyone single of you would be dead. Now get your act together and start acting like heroes and not fucking children. Izuku yelled the last statement and made everyone look down in shame. Tenya, I want you, Momo, and Ichako to handle the students here, get them settled and situated. Make sure everyone here has their student IDs with them as well. Izuku said to the trio, in which they nodded. Why yes, Izuku. Tenya answered, still in shock from what he saw and heard from Izuku. That face does not belong on some trainee, but a veteran. Is that really Izuku? Tenya thought as Izuku told them what to do. If you're done with lunch, then get back to class. Izuku said as he walked out of the lunchroom. Everyone form orderly lines and have your IDs out. Momo, Ichako, and I will check them, and then you can proceed to the nearest exit. Tenya said to the students as they began forming lines. Class 1A. It only took a few minutes for everyone to compose themselves in the lunchroom. After they were done, Izuku and the others who were directing the other students went back to their classroom. As Izuku entered the class, he was bombarded by his classmates on how he handled the situation at the lunchroom. "Izuku, I heard you took charge when the alarm went off," Toru said next. "Took charge is not even the word. Izuku basically became the leader. It was like watching veteran hero," Kirishima said after Toru. "Dude, the way you chewed out the other was a bit harsh, but regarding the situation it was totally understandable," Kaminari said. "Yeah, sorry about that. The way they were acting just pissed me off," Izuku said. "Bro, I speak for everyone here when I say what you did was uber manly. You just took charge and got everyone to calm down," Kirishima said. "Yes, we made an excellent choice in making you our class president, and today showed that," Tenya said as the others nodded in agreement. After Izuku got the class to settle down, Aizawa decided to show up and told the students to get their costumes. "Get changed into your costumes, we're going on a field trip," Aizawa said, and the class got excited on where they were going. "Sensei, where are we going?" Ribbit. Sue said, and Aizawa answered. "We are going to be starting the next phase in your hero training, which is rescue. So the class will be taking a trip to UA rescue training facility," Aizawa told the frog girl as she nodded and grabbed her costume. Everyone had finished changing into their costumes and were standing outside in front of a bus. "Izuku, shouldn't you make everyone get in single lines when getting on the bus?" Tenya asked, doing his robotic hand motion. Man, what is with Tenya, his hand motion thing? Does he love karate chopping that much? Izuku thought with a sweat drop seeing his friend do his hand motion. "No, Tenya, I think everyone will be fine, besides the bus has plenty of room to move around in," Izuku told Tenya as he got on, and Tenya dropped to ground and not realizing the bus that had a lot of space. Once everyone was on the bus, Aizawa got on and began to head to the training facility. During the bus ride to USJ, the students were all conversing and doing their own thing. Basically they were doing the same thing in homeroom, just on a bus. Izuku was lost in thought before Asui called his attention. "Izuku?" Asui called, and Izuku took out an earbud to speak to the frog girl. "Huh? Yeah, Asui," Izuku answered back, escaping his thoughts. "You look like your mind was miles away, and call me too," Asui said as she looked at Izuku. "Yeah, just thinking about some things," Izuku said. "We were discussing our quirks, Izuku, and how they will be used in rescue efforts," Asui told him, and Izuku became interested in the conversation. "Well, I have to say that most of us have better quirks suited to rescue more than combat," Izuku told Asui. "Yeah, I noticed that, especially when it comes to you, Kitsuki and Shoto," Asui said. "Yeah, Izuku, you three have the best quirks out of all of us." Achako jumped in the conversation. "I don't know about that. I kind of like yours, Achako, and I don't think none of our quirks are useless. Now, some may not be as flashy as the rest, but they're still good quirks," Izuku said, making Achako blush, saying that he liked her quirk. "Come on, Izuku, stop being modest, you already know that you have the best quirk out all of us." Ijiro voice coming behind Izuku's seat. "You destroyed a freaking giant robot with one punch," Ijiro said. "You're strong and fast, which is a good combination," Asui said. "And we saw your arm transform during the fight," Kaminari said, joining the conversation. "My point exactly, you have the best quirk and all I can do is harden my skin," Ijiro said, displaying his quirk to Izuku. "Stop talking bad about your quirk, Ijiro. It's not useless, I see a lot of advantages in hardened skin. You could take more damage then and still be in fight, you just have to learn how to control it more," Izuku told, cheering Ijiro up. "Thanks, Izuku, but I'm still going to say that you have the best quirk in class," Ijiro said, which made Izuku sigh, but the next statement made him worry a bit. "Izuku, your quirk is almost like All Might," Asui said, and it took Izuku everything he had not to look surprised by her sentence. "What? Me and All Might? Come on, Tsu, sure we have powerful quirks, but I'm not like All Might," Izuku said, trying to throw the connection between him and All Might away. "Yeah, Tsu, All Might quirk is awesome, but Deku could do a whole lot more with his, and you saw the footage from the battle training," Achako said. "Izuku, what is your quirk exactly? We told all of ours, but you're the only not to say," Kirishima asked the boy, and Izuku was silent for a minute. Everyone's eyes were on him, even as Awa was looking from the rearview mirror. "Well, I figured you'd ask eventually," Izuku said as rolled up his right sleeve to his elbow before his arm transformed, which made everyone's eyes except Achako widen in shock at the appearance of it. "This is my power, I call it the Devil Bringer. I can do a lot of things with it. For one, it makes me stronger and faster even if it isn't active, not to mention I also have high speed regeneration, so it'll take something powerful to slow down my healing, and I can use the energy that comes with for something like this," Izuku said as a blue ethereal arm appeared over his own with a blue sword, which shocked everyone except Achako. "So what do you think?" Izuku said, keeping some of his other abilities a secret for the time being. Well, I'd say Izuku is the strongest one in the class, and when he goes pro, he's going to be very popular. Kaminari said, and Katsuki erupted in rage. Shut up, Pikachu. Deku is not stronger than me. Katsuki said, but Asui countered his statement. But Izuku beat you in fight. So doesn't that make him stronger than you? Asui said in her honest tone. No, it doesn't. He got lucky. Katsuki yelled at the frog girl. Dude, we've only known you for a few days, and we can tell your personality is as bad as garbage that has been thrown in raw sewage. Keep that up and you'll never be popular. Kaminari said. Fuck you, Pikachu. See, you're just proving his point. Asui said, causing everyone to laugh except Shoto, before Aizawa decided to interrupt the class. Everyone, enough, we're here. Aizawa said as he parked the bus and the students got out to see the large facility that they would be training in. Everyone, welcome to the Unforeseen Stimulation Joint, or USJ for short. Aizawa lazily said as the students looked in awe at the large training facility. Look at how large it is. Toru said, which made some of the guys snicker. That's what she said. Kaminari whispered to Mineta and he laughed, but the laugh was short-lived as they both got hit with Jiro earphone jack. Grow up. Was that Jiro said to the two. Let's get a move on, there is someone in there waiting for us. Aizawa said his class and they began to move. UA nurse's office. All Might was in the nurse office in his skinny form. Today he had to stop a ton crimes on his way to school. Now it was time to rest or he would risk losing time in his hero form. All Might took a sigh as he began to think. I can't believe I overexerted myself today. I was supposed to be with Izuku and the rest of 1A to help with their rescue training. I should probably give Aizawa a call just to make sure everything is alright. You can't be too sure, especially after the gate being destroyed, All Might thought as he was about to call his fellow teacher, but someone stopped him from doing so. Toshinori. A voice called to the number one hero, who was surprised when he saw who it belonged to. Principal Nezu. All Might screamed and Nezu waved his paw at All Might and did his introduction. Yes, it is I, but what am I? Am I a dog, bear, or a mouse? Who knows? Nezu finished saying as Toshinori laughed at his old principal. Toshinori, I see you used up your time again. Nezu said to the skinny man who began to bulk up. What time? I can still go a few rounds. All Might didn't get to finish as he coughed up blood and deflated into his skinny form. You need to use your time wisely, Toshinori, you are not as strong as you used to be. Nezu said. All Might nodded and took a seat on the couch. Nezu got some tea and began to talk to the number one hero. I know you want to be the hero that can save everyone, but things are different this time. Your time is the symbol of peace and as All Might are running out. Nezu said, sipping his tea, and All Might knew it was true. I'm not suggesting that you should stop being a hero, but it's important to pass on what you know to the next generation. If you're struggling with that, I can offer you some advice. Thanks Nezu, teaching has been difficult for me and I have noticed that I've gotten slower. I noticed it ever since I passed Ofa on to Izuku. When All Might mentioned Izuku, Nezu smiled, remembering the work the boy did in handling the situation with the students in the lunchroom. That boy is something else, Toshinori. The way he handled the students when they panicked was interesting. The way he carried himself made me think he was a pro. I'll say you chose wisely. Nezu said as All Might smiled. Yes, when I first met him, he asked me what it truly meant to be a hero, and then he beat up that sludge villain when no other hero could do anything, even me, and that was when I saw his potential. All Might said as he remembered that day. I saw that. It would be nice if we knew more about him though. From what we've seen, he excels at all aspects, even the demon one, like he's fought them before. Nezu said as All Might looked at him. If you want to know, just ask him and he'll tell you. Just as Ofa was my secret, he'll tell his when he's ready. All Might said. Good, now get some rest, you've done enough for today. Nezu said as he got up and walked out the room. USJ. Once inside, the students got inside, they saw the Pro Hero 13, which caused Achako to go full fan mode. Oh my god, it's the Space Hero 13. Achako was nerding out beyond levels, and Izuku laughed. She reminds me of myself when it come to pro heroes, Izuku thought when he saw Achako reaction to 13. Achako, you must be a big 13 fan, huh? Izuku said. Yeah, he my favorite hero after All Might. I inspired to be a rescue hero because of 13. Achako said to Izuku as 13 and Aizawa greeted each other. Hey 13, where's All Might? Aizawa asked as he saw All Might wasn't present. He pushed himself too hard today, so he resting. 13 whispered to Aizawa. Seriously, that guy really has a penchant for going overboard. We'll continue without him. Aizawa said. Alright, listen up, 13 here is going to help supervise over your rescue training. You all will be put in different scenarios while a natural disaster will hit and you must rescue the civilian. USJ is divided as into flood zone, ruin zone, mountain zone, fire zone, and ice zone. Each one of these will put you in touch situations, so think before you act. Aizawa said. As Izuku was listening, he felt something coming as his attention turned towards where a portal was opening, which Kirishima called on. "Sensei, what is that over there?" Ijiro said as he pointed to the direction where a portal opened. Aizawa and 13 made their way to the stairs to see a purple portal open up. "Sensei, I think we got trouble coming," Izuku said as he felt a demonic aura as the portal opened up with a man with hands all over his body had appeared with a bunch of more people. Aizawa, 13, and Izuku began to tense and realize the situation that they are in right now. Aizawa-sensei, are those guys a part of the training?" Ijiro asked in worried tone as he and everyone else began to worry. "No. Those are villains," Izuku finished for Aizawa as he brushed his hair back, ready for the coming battle. 13, protect the students," Aizawa said as he got his yellow goggles on, and 13 nodded. "Sensei, you cannot think of fighting all them by yourself. You need backup," Tenya told him. "You can't be a pro and be a one-trick pony, Tenya. Listen to me, all you all stay here with 13. And try and call for backup now," Aizawa said as he ran towards the stairs. "It seems All Might is not here." Tamura Shigaraki, the mist man, spoke to the handman now named Tamura. That schedule said that All Might would be here. Oh well. Kurogiri, it looks like we'll have to kill those kids then," Tamura said as he spoke to the misty villain. "Hey, we got company," a villain said as he spotted Aizawa running down the stairs. "Well, looks like we got a dead man coming up," one of the villains said as he was about to shoot at him with his quirk but was shocked when it didn't work. What did he?" The villain didn't get to finish as he was kicked in the face by Aizawa. The other villains there were in shock, and before they could react, Aizawa used his scarf to wrap two and dragged them towards his as he punched both of them. The students were surprised as they say their teacher taking on multiple villains at once without missing a step. "Hello, hero, we are the League of Villains. We were expecting All Might, we have a weapon that can kill him," Tamura said as he pointed to the bird monster. "But it seems you and the kids will have to do," Tamura said. "They're here to kill All Might. And it looks like that thing was brought here to fight him," Aizawa thought as he dodged an attack from one of the villains. "Kurogiri, go and separate the kids from the pros, our men should be able to handle them." Tamura said as Kurogiri to teleported to where Izuku and the others were. Kurogiri appeared in front of them and opened portal as he separated some of the students and sent them to different zones in the USJ. "Damn it, he separated us, we'll have to take him down if we want to get help. I've tried calling, but they seem to be jamming our signal," 13 thought as he tried to figure out a way to get help. "Tenya, I'm going to create an opening for you. When it's clear, take off and get to UA. We are going to need help if we are going to survive this," 13 told him, and he nervously nodded. "I don't think so, hero," Kurogiri said as more portals began to take students and send them elsewhere. Kirishima and Kitsuki charged at the Kurogiri and he fell into his trap. Kurogiri had opened a portal in front of him that the duo ran straight into. "Now for you, 13. Kurogiri said as portals began to come around the space hero, but being the veteran that 13 was, he used his black hole quirk to suck away the coming darkness and create a path for Tenya. "Tenya, go," 13 shouted, and go Tenya did. Tenya took off past Kurogiri and headed for the door. Kurogiri tried to reach him, but Ichako used her sticks and jumped near Kurogiri and slammed it into the ground, causing a burst of electricity to keep him from catching Tenya. "Go Tenya, we'll handle him," Ichako shouted to her friend. "Ichako, 13, and everyone else. I promise I won't let you down. Move Tenya. Move," Tenya thought and repeated the last word. He began the race to reach UA. With Izuku flood zone. Izuku fell into the portal created by Kurogiri, and when he appeared he was submerged in water. "Crap, I didn't act fast enough. I wasn't expecting that from him at all," Izuku thought as he was holding his breath. He looked and saw a villain was speeding towards him, and he dodged out of the way as the villain went past him. Izuku saw that more were coming, but before they could reach him, a tongue wrapped around his waist. Asui, using her tongue, had grabbed Izuku and swam towards the boat. "Thanks, Sue, I owe you one," Izuku said to the frog girl as he got up and headed to the railing. "Yeah, thanks, Sue. You know, you have soft boobs for a frog," Mineta said, causing her to slap him with her tongue hard. "Looks like he separated us and I don't know where everyone landed, but first we've got to take care of these assholes in the water first," Izuku thought as he looked at the villains in the water. "Izuku, what are we going to do?" Asui asked. "I promise you both I will get all of us out of here. We will survive this," Izuku said with determination, and both Asui and Minoru could hear it in his voice. Izuku turned around and looked out in the open as he slicked his hair back. They will not win, Izuku thought as the battles had begun and the assault on USJ had commenced. Why did they send Sue of all people here, in the area she would thrive the most? Her quirk is unstoppable in this area, so why not send Sue to somewhere like the fire zone where she would be weaker? Unless they don't know what our quirks can do, which means they're underestimating us, as Izuku thought as he began coming up with a plan. "Once we get out of here I need to get to Aizawa and help him. There's no way he can take on all those villains by himself, not mention there is that bird monster which is supposed to be a weapon to kill All Might from what I heard, but right now I need to get Tsu and Mineta to safety, Izuku thought, as he began to tell Asui and Minoru the plan to escape the flood zone. Tsu, Mineta, I've a plan for escaping this place, so listen, I'm up. Izuku said but was interrupted by Mineta. What? Izuku, what do you mean escape? Those are not robots or simulations but actual villains, we should wait for All Might. Mineta said in a panicking tone, and who could blame him since the start of the day everything has went shit so. Mineta, I know All Might coming to the rescue sounds like a good idea, but Raidi doesn't know what's happening here. Mineta looked shocked now and Izuku continued. The enemy is most likely jamming our communication, which means that calling for backup is a no-go, also that bird creature. The handman said that it was a weapon to kill All Might. Izuku said. No one can kill All Might, Izuku, he's too powerful. Mineta said and Izuku looked at him. Mineta, think. Why would they bring a weapon to kill All Might if they weren't sure it would work? Izuku told Mineta and he realized that Izuku had point. Mineta was still scared, but right now Izuku was right, the three of them needed to escape, and Izuku is the most powerful student in the class, so that is extra protection for him and Asui. Okay. What's the plan? Mineta said and Izuku told them. I know what your quirks can do, so Mineta, I want you toss as many great balls as you can into the water. Tsu, once Mineta tosses enough in the water, grab onto him and jump to shore. I'm going to cause a whirlpool, then villains will then be sucked in, and with Mineta great balls they will stick to each other, giving us the time to escape. Izuku said and they both could see that the plan was good. That's the plan, you both understand. Izuku told them and they both nodded. Alright, let's begin then. Izuku said and the plan had begun. Mineta was throwing as many great balls as he could in the water, and when Izuku saw that it was enough, he signaled him to stop. Asui then grabbed Mineta by the waist, and before she jumped off the boat she gave the great pervert a warning. No touching on this ride or I'll feed you to those sharks down there. Asui said and Mineta nodded sadly. Before Asui leaped off she asked Izuku a question. Izuku, how do you plan to put a hole into the ground? Asui said, in which Izuku smirked. You just let me handle that. Now go. Izuku yelled to the frog girl. Asui leapt off the boat and Izuku began to channel Ofa. Hey, where do those punks think going? A villain said as some began to head towards the direction that Asui was heading. I'd be more worried about myself. The villains looked back to the boat and widened their eyes when they saw Izuku covered by green lightning. You punks messed with the wrong class. Izuku said to them as he jumped high in the air and flicked his fingers. Delaware smash. Izuku yelled as his attack hit the water, causing it to circulate to one point. Just like I planned. Izuku said as he saw that the great balls that Mineta threw were sticking to the villains, and with the water circulating the villains were starting to stick together. Izuku felt the boat be rocked furiously and decided it was time to leave. He teleported to Asui and Mineta. Good work, you two. Izuku said to both Tsu and Minoru, in which they nodded. Well, Minoru released a breath of air because they were out of danger. For now. Alright, you guys head to the entrance, I'm going to help Sensei. Izuku said as he began to walk away but was stopped by Asui. Then we're coming as well. Asui said and Minoru looked at her like she grew two heads. We are. Minoru said fearfully and Izuku narrowed his eyes at the frog girl. No, you're not. You both are going to the entrance, and besides, coming with me is too dangerous. Izuku told Asui harder, but the frog girl did not waver. You can't expect to win a fight against all those villains even with Izawa, it's too much for the both of you. You need our help. Asui said, trying to reason her class president. I think he's pretty good. Minoru said and Asui glared at him to shut him up. I can handle it, I have better training than the both of you, I haven't shown all of you my true power. Izuku told her, but Tsu was still adamant on going with Izuku. Izuku knew that they were wasting time, decided to come to a compromise. Fine, you both can come, but both of you will remain at a safe distance. Understood. Izuku said to the girl and she nodded in understanding. The group decided to head Izawa location and rescue him from a deadly group villains. I don't get a say in this, do I? Mineta said as both Asui and Izuku were walking away. Mineta sighed and decided against his better judgment to not follow the two. I guess not, hey wait up. Mineta said as he ran to catch up with his two classmates. Asui, Izuku, and Minoru may have escaped their zone, but this is one of the many battles happening all over USJ. Clash. Nero vs Nomu. The Battle of USJ had begun. Izuku, Asui and Mineta were currently heading towards Izawa. Izuku decided to get to higher ground to see if he could spot any of his classmates nearby before he began talking to his familiar. Griffin, you awake? Izuku said. I've been up since I felt that demonic presence, and from what I can tell it was coming from that bird thing. Griffin said. Yep, I don't know how these guys got their hands on something like that, but something tells me that we'll find out soon enough. Izuku said. So what's the plan? You need us to watch the students. Griffin said as Izuku released him. Yes, keep me up to date with what they're doing. If things get out of hand, help them and lead them to the entrance. I'm going to face that bird thing. Izuku said. Alright, I'll keep an eye out, now go kick some ass. Griffin said as he flew away. Izuku got back to Asui and Mineta and told them he hadn't spotted any of the others yet. With that, they continued on to help their teacher as they hoped their classmates were doing okay facing the villains. With Katsuki and Kirishima. Katsuki and Kirishima landed in another zone as they were quickly surrounded by villains on all sides, which caused Katsuki to grin maniacally as explosions were coming from his hands. Bakugo, we need a plan fast. Kirishima said. I have a plan, it's called blow up these extras, Katsuki said as a villain charged at him before he jumped and fired an explosion that took him down. Come on you assholes, which one of you wants to meet your maker first? Katsuki yelled as the remaining villains charged at him as Kirishima hardened his body to attack. With Shoto. Shoto landed on his own as he walked a bit before running into some villains who thought they could defeat him. But they were sadly mistaken and screwed. Well, look what we have here fellas, a kid who thinks he can take us on all on his own, isn't that heroic? Said one of the villains as he was mocking Shoto. Shoto's eyes turned cold as he walked forward a bit and froze all of them in place, which surprised them with his display of power. Shoto walked towards one of the villains and looked at him. Why are you here? He asked. We're here to kill All Might, but since he didn't show, the boss told us to go after you kids. One of the villains said as he was terrified. How do you plan to do that? None of you here have the power to take down All Might. Shoto said as the villain smiled a bit at what he said. That's where you're wrong, kid. You saw that big bird monster, that's why it's here. The boss said that it has the power to kill him, and from what I've seen that thing ain't normal at all. The villain said before Shoto froze his mouth and walked away towards Izawa's location. With Momo, Kaminari and Kyoka were sent to the mountain zone as they quickly hid from the approaching villains as they discussed their next plan of action. So what do we do? I for one don't think we should take on that many villains. Kaminari said. We don't have a choice in the matter now, we have to take them down and regroup with the others. Kyoka said. Well, looky here, we got easy pickings boys, let's get 'em. One of the villains said as the others cheered in agreement before they ran at the three of them. Momo quickly created two bow staffs and gave one to Kyoka with Kaminari surrounding himself with electricity. Momo was able to hold her own due to self-defense she had, and Kyoka was using hers well, along with blasting them with sound waves from the speakers attached to her legs, with Kaminari using his powers to stun them as he didn't want to use too much at once. Yo Sparkplug, can't you use your power for wide-range attack? Kyoka said as smacked one of the villains in the face. If I do that then you two would be taking out. Kaminari said as he dodged an attack. That give me an idea, Kyoka, cover me and Kaminari when I give the signal, you blast them with everything you have. Momo said as she got behind Kyoka and used all her energy to create an insulator sheet and told Kyoka to get under it. Kaminari, blast them with everything you got. Kyoka said. Okay you bastards, eat this 1,500,000 volts. Kaminari said as he blasted a wide range of his electricity which shocked and knocked out the villains. Looks like it's safe to come out. Momo said as she moved the sheet a bit to look what happened. Wow, I got to say nice one Sparky. Kyoka said as she looked at Kaminari who had a stupid expression on his face. What's wrong with him? Momo asked before Kaminari did a thumbs up and started saying way as he looked completely retarded, which caused Kyoka to laugh. Oh my god, I wish I had a camera for this right now. Kyoka said as she continued laughing, but that was short-lived as one of the villains got up and grabbed Kaminari. Nice try kids, guess you didn't expect someone here to have an electrical quirk too, now it's going to cost you. The villain said as he pulled out a knife and held it at Kaminari. Momo and Kyoka cursed themselves for the slip-up they made and were thinking of a way to take him down, but their hopes were smashed when they saw more villains coming. Looks like I got backup now, tell me what are you going to do about it? The villain was cut off as it was shot from the back as his backup arrived. Well, look what we have here. A bunch of lowlifes would think they something because they're ganging up on some kids, you guys should be ashamed of yourselves. Said a voice which caused everyone present to look around for it. Hey, you two better get that guy out of here, I'll handle the mess here. The voice as Momo immediately grabbed Kaminari so they could leave. Who are you? Kyoka asked. That's right, where are my manners? You can call me Griffin, you class president asked me to be on the lookout for any one of you having a hard time and lend you my assistance. Griffin said as he landed near them, which shocked them as they were seeing a talking bird. Wait, Izuku sent you? Momo asked. Yes, now quit standing around and go, he said you should get to the entrance fast, he currently heading towards your teacher. Griffin said. Thanks for the help. Kyoka said as she and the others left. Alright, let's see what you morons are made of. Griffin said as his wings were covered in lightning before he flew at them with high speed and brought his wings together, which caused a large explosion of lightning to hit all the villains, knocking them out. And here I was hoping for a challenge. I better go check on your Raka. Griffin said as he flew towards the entrance. With Ichako, Mina, Kota, Toru, Shiro, Aoyama and 13 were the only ones not teleported, but that may have been unlucky, for they have to fight Kurogiri. What will you all do now? Kurogiri asked as their face looked determined. They knew the Tenyu would bring help, but now that means the villains will try harder to kill them. We will stop you, that's what we'll do. 13 said to villain, showing no fear whatsoever in the face of danger. Really now? Well then I'll have to end this quick. Kurogiri said, but before he could do anything 13 used his quirk to keep him immobile, as Kurogiri was being sucked in by the black hole quirk. You are becoming quite a nuisance. Kurogiri said as he opened a portal behind 13, injuring him with his own quirk. The students gasped when they saw their teacher fall to the ground, 13 suit damaged by his quirk and was unable to carry on the fight. Now, which one of you will be next to fall? Kurogiri said to the remaining students at the entranceway. Students, you have to run. 13 struggled to say as his body was damaged bad by his own quirk. No way, we're not abandoning you, 13. Mina said as she began to fire off her acid at the mist villain, but he was not damaged at all. How are we supposed to take him down if we can hit him? We seriously need a plan here. Shiro said as he saw the attacks weren't working. Ichako was watching Kurogiri closely before she noticed something that caught her attention, which was the metal plate that was around his neck. Why would he need that if every attack just goes through him? Ichako thought before she had a realization. That's his weak spot. You wouldn't notice it because his body is surrounded by the mist. If we can get an opening, we should be able to take him down, Ichako thought before calling the attention of the others. Guys, I have a plan. We need to cause a distraction when he's opened. Aoyama, you'll take the shot at the metal plate around his neck. Once that hits, I'll go in for the knockout. Ichako said as everyone nodded. Okay, let's go. Ichako said as the others besides Aoyama charged at Kurogiri. Kurogiri saw them charging at him and quickly opened portals in the ground to send them away, but was unsuccessful as Ichako quickly touched them, making them weightless before Shiro used his tape to keep them together. Kurogiri then sent more portals at them, but they were able to avoid them with Kota and Shiro moving them out of the way. Ichako then told Shiro to use his tape to toss both her and Mina to both his flanks, which caused him to face Ichako, leaving himself and his plate wide open. Aoyama, take the shot now. Mina said as he prepared to fire. Au revoir, monsieur, flashing shot. Aoyama said as he fired his beam and hit Kurogiri on the neck brace, which stunned him before Ichako made herself weightless and used her sticks to hit him hard on both sides as he fell to the ground in pain before he was surrounded by the others. Damn, I'm surrounded and those kids figured out my weakness. The day is lost, All Might is not here, I need to get to Tamura and fall back, Kurogiri thought before he quickly used his quirk to surround himself before he retreated back to Tamura. With Izawa, Eraserhead was still fighting the villains as he used his quirk to erase their own quirks and attack using his scarf. I hope backup comes soon, cause I can't do this forever, Izawa thought as he felt himself getting tired. This is why I hate pro heroes, they live up to their reputation easily. Nomu, kill the pro. Tamura said as the Nomu began moving towards Eraserhead. That takes care of the grunts, Izawa thought before he turned around and saw the Nomu walking towards him. Before he could do anything, the Nomu charged at him with great speed that he could keep up with as he barely dodged a punch from the beast. Damn, this thing is fast, Izawa thought as he barely dodged another punch from the Nomu. Izawa quickly tied his scarf around its neck as his eyes glowed red. Thinking he had erased its quirk, he quickly tightened his hold on the scarf but was shocked when the Nomu ripped it off easily before it ran at Izawa and punched him hard in the gut, causing to cough blood before it grabbed his face and slammed him into the ground repeatedly and stepping on his arm, which caused it break as Izawa held his scream. I could have sworn I erased his quirk, that means this thing is strong without its quirk. It's possibly as strong as All Might, Izawa thought as the Nomu lifted his off the ground. Izuku, Asui and Mineta had arrived and saw the state their teacher was in, which shocked them. Izuku then thought of the best course of action as he whispered to the other two beside him. Mineta, listen to me now. Izuku whispered to the frog girl and Grape Boy, getting their attention. I'm going to get that thing away from Sensei. When I do that, I want both of you to grab him and get out of here, understand? And whatever you do, don't look back, get to the entrance as fast as you can. Izuku said as both of them looked at him as if he was crazy. Are you insane? How are you going to go up against that by yourself? Mineta said with Asui agreeing with him. You can't possibly think that you can take on that thing all by yourself, it's suicide. Asui said. I can, but I can't do that if I'm worrying about you guys, and I'm the only one here right now that can beat that. Izuku said. How do you know that? Mineta asked. It takes a devil hunter to bring down a demon, Izuku thought. I'm asking you guys to trust me, I won't lose. Izuku said before they finally relented. Good, when I give the signal you guys grab him and go. Izuku said as he activated his devil breakers. How do we know what the signal is? Asui asked. You'll know when you see it. Izuku said as he teleported to the other side as he activated Ofa. The Nomu had its hands around Izawa's neck as it was squeezing the life out of him. Before it could continue, Izuku appeared in front of it and punched it hard, and it let go of Izawa before it hit the ground back first. Get away from my teacher. Izuku said as Tamura was shocked that someone was able to hit the Nomu and put it on the ground. Is Izuku. Izawa called to his student. Izuku's eyes were still on the two villains, but he answered Izawa. Don't worry sensei, they going to get you out of here. I'll handle the rest. Izuku said as Asui and Mineta quickly came to his side and picked up Izawa. Alright, now get out of here fast. Izuku said as the Nomu got up from the ground and looked at Izuku with a blank expression. The two of them quickly left with Izawa as they kept on running without looking back. Hahaha, my ears must be playing a trick on me, did you just say you'll handle us? Tamura said as the Nomu came to stand beside him. Damn right I did. Izuku said as he took of his coat. Before me and Bird Brain throw down, how about telling me what exactly that thing is? Izuku said as he looked at the Nomu. Oh, this is a little something our mad doctor cooked up to kill All Might. Allow me to introduce you the bioengineered anti-symbol of peace Nomu. Tamura said as he grinned maniacally. Bioengineered, huh? Well, it's time to kick some ass. Izuku said as his gauntlets glowed blue. Nomu. Kill him. Tamura said as the Nomu charged at Izuku, who followed suit as both their fists collided, causing a shockwave. Izuku jumped back and smiled as he told the Nomu to bring it on, causing it to run at him, throwing a punch, but Izuku ducked under it and punched the Nomu, but he quickly noticed that it didn't work. What the hell, that didn't work, Izuku thought in surprise before he dodged another punch from the beast and continued punching it, but saw that it wasn't working still. I bet you're wondering why your punches aren't working. Well, that's because Nomu here has shock absorption. Think of him as a punch bag that hits back harder. Tamura said smugly as the Nomu tried to kick Izuku, but was blocked before Izuku grabbed its leg and hit it harder than he did the first time, causing it to break before he delivered a front kick to it that sent it back. So that's its secret, huh? Izuku thought as he looked at its broken leg. You said it has shock absorption, but there's a limit to how much it can take. Looks like your so-called weapon ain't as tough as you made it to be. Izuku said as Tamura's face was filled with rage as he began scratching his neck. Izuku saw the Nomu get back up as its broken leg healed almost instantly before he looks back at Tamura. I see it had a regenerative quirk as well. Izuku said as Tamura grinned. Did you really think it would be that easy? Tamura asked as Izuku smiled. No, but I have to say I'm going to enjoy ripping it to shreds very much. Izuku said as his body was covered in a faint blue aura with green lightning as he used 30% of Ofa before he and the Nomu charged at each other again. Entrance. Asui and Mineta had made it back and laid Izawa next to the injured 13 and saw that everyone was gathered here besides Katsuki, Kirishima and Shoto. Everyone was glad they were safe before Momo asked what Izuku was doing before they were answered by Griffin. You guys shouldn't worry about him, right now he's taking on that bird monster. I mean, if you focus you'll feel the battle going on. Griffin said as the others who haven't seen him jumped in surprise at his appearance. What the hell is that? Mineta said in fear as he pointed at Griffin. He said his name is Griffin, he helped us out when we were surrounded by villains, and he says he knows Izuku. Momo said as everyone looked at him with wide eyes. So it begs the question of what exactly are you? Ejiro asked. Kid, I'm a devil, the name's Griffin, and I'm Izuku's familiar. Griffin said as everyone looked at him with wide eyes besides Ichako. He's telling the truth, I was thinking he was going to bring out Shadow as well. Ichako said as she stepped forward to Griffin. That would have freaked them out even more, you know he can't talk. Griffin said. Okay, hold on. Would you mind explaining what's going on here? Ichako? Shiro asked. Look, your class president is going to explain everything after all this is over, now in here to make sure you guys are well protected. Griffin said as everyone got quiet after that. Griffin, how strong is that thing? Ichako asked. They said they brought it here to kill All Might, and from what I can tell it would have given him trouble, not to mention the moment that thing stepped into place me and the kid felt its demonic energy, that's why he stepped in so soon. Griffin said. Are you saying he fighting a demon by himself? Asui asked in concern. If that's the case, what are we standing here for? Let's go back him up. Sato said as the others nodded in agreement but were stopped by Griffin and Ichako. Listen, I know you guys have the best interest in mind, but right now you won't stand a chance against that, you'd only get in his way. Griffin said. He right, he can handle this, when all this is over he'll explain everything, do for now let's just stay here and look after them. Ichako said as everyone stayed silent before they agreed. WITG, Izuku. Izuku was trading blows with the Nomu as he ducked under one and punched it in its abdomen. Izuku quickly drop-kicked the beast, sending it back a bit before he got up and ran at the Nomu, who then punched him in the face. The Nomu tries again, but the punch was caught by Izuku, who hit it with a spinning back elbow to the side of its face. Izuku then delivered a powerful axe kick that sent it face first into the ground before he got on top of it and started raining blows at the back of its head. You know, seeing as you did something like this to my teacher, I think I should return the favor. Izuku said as he grabbed its head and started slamming its face into the ground repeatedly before he stopped and dragged it across the ground before he kicked it away from it. Izuku's fist was then covered in lightning as he jumped and punched the Nomu before he overcharged it and blew off its arm, causing it to screech in pain. Take this, demolition fist. Izuku was about to hit it again when a portal opened up in front of his arm, redirecting the attack. Izuku looked up and saw that Kurogiri had arrived and stopped him from hitting the Nomu. Kurogiri, where have you been? Tamura asked. I'm sorry, Tamura Shigaraki, I ran into a bit of a problem. Kurogiri said. Well, better late than never, Kurogiri. Tamura said as he unknowingly let loose a breath of air. Damn, I thought 13 would have taken care of him by now, Izuku thought as he saw Kurogiri. We need to take him down. Out of everyone here, he's the main threat. Once we do that, the others should be easy pickings. Tamura said as the Nomu got up. Yes, I've been watching. If we attack together, he won't stand a chance, but with reinforcements on its way, I think we should retreat for now. Kurogiri said as Tamura turned to him after he said reinforcements. What do you mean reinforcements? What happened with those kids, didn't you take them out? Tamura said as he glared at Kurogiri. One of them unfortunately escaped me and will no doubt be bringing help. Kurogiri told Tamura honestly. Damn, I would kill you if you weren't right out of here. Tamura said as he scratched his neck again. We'll take him out and then we leave. Tamura said as Kurogiri nodded on agreement. Great, just what I need, a handicap. Izuku said. Looks like my situation just got worse. If it was the Nomu and the hand guy I was fighting, I would have won, but with him here, it makes it a whole lot more difficult, Izuku thought as he looked at the three of them. Kurogiri was the first to run at Izuku, but was quickly caught off guard when an explosion hit him. When the smoke cleared, Kitsuki was standing on top of him with his hand on his neck plate. Well, look what I caught, that bastard who sent me away, I've got you now. Kitsuki said as everyone were shocked at what happened. Before Tamura could react, he noticed that he was frozen along with the Nomu as he looked at where it came from and saw Shoto looking at him with Kirishima standing beside him. Hey guys, what's up, thanks for the assist. Izuku said as he smiled at them. Hey Midoriya, we were just on our way to the entrance when we saw your battle was going on nearby, so we decided to come help you. Kirishima said. Thanks, I owe you guys one. Izuku said as he turned his attention back to Tamura and the Nomu. Well, what are you going to do now? Don't tell me that's all you got. Izuku said, taunting him. Kids these days are remarkable, Nomu. Unleash your true power and get Kurogiri. Tamura said as the Nomu's eyes widened a bit. The Nomu's body began to pulse as its arm grew back and shattered the ice covering it. It then fell on its knees as wings burst out of its back and its fingers turned into claws, along with its feet becoming talons. Its body now had purple lines traveling along it as its chest glowed the same color before a skull-like substance covered its exposed brain as its eyes began slit with ear eyes turning black. Allow me to introduce to you. All Blight. Tamura said as All Blight got up and roared into the sky, which was heard by everyone in the USJ. All Blight, fetch Kurogiri and kill that boy. Tamura said as he pointed at Izuku. All Blight then stretched its wings and flew at Kitsuki faster than it did against Izuku to punch him, but Kitsuki quickly found himself standing near Kirishima and Shoto, who turned around and were surprised to see him. Dude, how did you dodge that? Kirishima asked. I didn't. Kitsuki said as the others turned to where All Blight punched and saw Izuku standing back first in a wall with his arms crossed. What the hell? It's a lot faster and stronger too, Izuku thought as he looked at the beast. Kill him. Don't let up until he's a stain on the ground. Tamura said as Kurogiri went to stand near him. All Blight flew at Izuku again and punched him as he put his guard up, but Izuku was unsuccessful as the punch sent him flying back as he noticed his gauntlets were cracked. All Blight then grabbed his face as it flew into the air, punched Izuku over and over before dropping him. As Izuku was falling, All Blight punched his back, causing him to cough blood as he hit the ground. Izuku was able to get up, but All Blight didn't let up as it continued its attack on Izuku. Izuku's face was bleeding as blood flowed from his head. He looked at the beast and punched it in the chest, but it didn't affect it as it backhanded him away before it opened its mouth and fired a red beam from it, sending Izuku crashing into the stairs at the entrance. All his classmates were worried as they saw that he hadn't gotten up yet as the beast landed a few feet from him as began walking towards him. Tamura and Kurogiri arrived and saw the state Izuku was in as he grinned manically. Shoto, Kitsuki and Kirishima were shocked as they saw All Blight stalking Izuku as it picked him up, squeezing his neck. Where did that fight spirit go, boy? I thought you said you could handle it. Tamura said smugly. All Blight, when you're done with him, kill the others. Tamura said as All Blight tightened its grip. As it was strangling him, Izuku's eyes snapped open and he punched All Blight in chest, causing it to release his as it was sent flying back. So that's all you're capable of? Izuku said as he was stretching and rolling his shoulder. You know, I was wondering when you were going to show your true form. After all, with the demonic energy it was giving out, I figured this would happen eventually. Izuku said as the wounds on his body healed. What, how are you still standing? Tamura yelled in anger as the others were shocked that Izuku got up from all that. Well, it's simple really, I let it beat me so I could see what it was capable of. I'm still surprised you managed to crack my gauntlets. I guess Naiko is going to have to put more work into it. Izuku said as he deactivated his gauntlets before ripping off his torn hoodie, showing the tattoos on his body and back. All Blight flew at Izuku again, but was cut short when Izuku punched him, causing it to couch blood, and it was sent flying towards Tamura. They all looked up and saw that Izuku's arms up to his biceps was covered with a black gauntlet with claws and had white light with spikes coming out from the side, and his legs were covered greaves that reached all the way to its thigh that was shaped as a wolf's feet with the same line of light covering it. Since you brought a demon here, I'm going to bring out the big guns. Devil arms Beowulf. Izuku said as he looked at Tamura, whose eyes widened in shock along with everyone else. Alright, let's see what this All Blight can do when I'm serious. Izuku said as he channeled Ofa to his maximum output as he told the beast to bring it. All Might. Kill him. Tamura screamed as the monster flew at Izuku, who followed suit by running at it as he intercepted it and punched it on the side of its face. Izuku then followed up by grabbing its arm and slammed it into the ground before he punched it in the head, breaking the skull that was covering its brains. He then picked it up by the face and punched it repeatedly before firing a light beam that pierced through it before giving it a Spartan kick as it landed on its back. All Blight struggled to get up, but as soon as it did, Izuku did a running knee that bent its beak in an awkward angle before he slammed its face first into the ground, and he stepped on its back and ripped off its wings before using the light from Beowulf to cauterize the wound before it could grow back. Izuku then picked it up and delivered a rising kick that sent it flying in the air as he jumped up under, following it before he gave it an axe kick that sent it crashing into the ground. You know, it's time I finish this. Let me show what happens when you mess with my class. Izuku said as he used his demonic energy to propel himself towards the fallen All Blight as he focused Ofa 100% to his right arm as Beowulf began to glow as well. Heroes are people who walked out of a tough situation and always find a way for justice to win. They always go beyond their limits and stand tall no matter what. Izuku said as his classmate saw him falling at high speed towards All Blight. This is my plus ultra. Izuku said as stars began to change colors and eventually landed on green. Go take him down. All his classmates yelled as he was getting closer to it. All Blight. Get out of the way. Tamura yelled, but the monster couldn't move as it was still stunned. Begging with the blinding light. Grand Hyperion smash. Izuku yelled as he punched All Blight with all his might. Boom. The explosion caused the entire USJ to shake, the ground moved, wind was blown everywhere, and everyone felt it. Holy shit. Every one of his classmates screamed as they held on to whatever they could find to keep themselves steady until the shaking finally stopped. When they looked at where the explosion had happened, they saw a massive crater, but they only saw Izuku standing in it as he was smiling. They were surprised that the attack had turned All Blight into ash as Izuku's gauntlets and greaves disappeared. Jackpot. Izuku said as he saw that his right arm was broken but was healing before he saw Tamura scratching his neck as he looked at Izuku with rage and hatred in his eyes. You cheated. All Blight was supposed to kill All Might, not lose to some kid. Tamura yelled. You've ruined everything, I'm going to kill you. Tamura screamed as he ran at Izuku but was halted when the entrance door was torn of its hinges, which caught everyone's attention. Guy. I brought backup. Tenya said as the teacher entered the building. Fear not, student, we are here. All Might said as everyone was happy that the teachers finally showed up. Some of them looked around and saw the massive crater with Izuku standing in it as they looked and saw the others two villains. Tamura Shigaraki, we need to leave. Now. Kurogiri said, but he saw that Tamura wanted to kill Izuku first, but he stopped him. There will be other days, but on this day we've lost. Kurogiri said as he reasoned with him. Fine. Tamura said as he gritted his teeth as he was angry he wouldn't get the chance to kill Izuku, and the face that All Might was here also made him even more angry. Let's go. Tamura said as Kurogiri opened the portal as they stepped through it, but before the portal closed, he turned to Izuku. Watch yourself, boy, next time we meet you'll die, mark my words. Tamura said as the portal closed. Students. Is everyone alright? All Might asked to 1A and they nodded. We're fine, All Might, the one you should be worried about is Midoriya. Kirishima said as Izuku walked up to them before Ichako ran up to him and hugged him. Are you okay? Ichako asked. I'll be fine. I have had worse. Izuku said. Are you sure, young Midoriya? All Might asked his successor. Yeah, he's fine. He's had a lot worse training with Dante than fighting that overgrown chicken. Griffin said as he landed on Izuku's shoulder, surprising the teachers. Izuku, who saw the surprised looks on their face, spoke first. Don't worry about him, this is Griffin, my familiar, he's also a devil, but don't let his looks scare you. Underneath all this scary, sarcastic feathered exterior, he's a big old softy, isn't that right, Ichako? Izuku said as she nodded. I know you guys have questions right now, and I'll answer them as soon as we all rest after today. Izuku said before everyone agreed as the teachers checked on the students for any injuries. Izuku smiled a bit as he knew that this would make them stronger, but he couldn't shake the fact on how they got a demon. He knew one thing. That this was far from over. That's it, guys. Thanks for watching and supporting us. See you in the next part.